strikes again. Kevy, he's done it one more time.
The Chaos Storm! Claire jumps in with the Grand Slam! But in a three-man moonfall, and it's just lights out for Direwolves, just like that.
The showstopper. Look at the backline. It's getting melted.
Something right now, Sonic Wave is there, it's getting lower and lower. Oh! They've stolen it! Mammoth have got the Baron! He's gonna fall on down! It's just too much damage! Rest in peace!
Oh, it's Grand Final Day, baby! We are here for the LCO Grand Finals. We got a lot to get through over the next hour before, of course, we jump on into the games. But we got Order, we got Chiefs, and we got some handsome individuals over there, other than Kitty, of course. We have Rogue and Maximize joining us on the analyst desk today. So, Rogue, how was your trip up? How are you feeling today?
Awesome. I got to see some F1 yesterday. Made it to my airport, got in pretty late, got a good nap, nice and rested. And my God, you have so much energy. I wish I had that level.
I'm just trying to compensate for everyone, you know, trying to lift the spirits because it's Grand Final Day. Max, how you feeling?
I'm very excited, Mac. Yeah, also well rested and keen to get into what's going to be a great best of 5 tonight.
Beautiful. I love to hear that. Kitty, how are you feeling going into Grand Final Day?
I'm on a soft couch next to you, Mac. I don't think I can be more lucky than this.
Aww.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, it's not just us bringing you the action-packed voices that you're used to hearing. They're here as well. They're actually just up there. So we're going to have a look and have a chat to the boys. How you feeling going into today, boys?
I'm feeling really good. Yeah, Mac, I mean, I'm actually glad I'm here because I said, you know, we'd be excited. We could do things like this, and I've missed that for such a long time.
But we said that wasn't allowed. Can we
It's
go back?
happened.
I'm
It's
done.
happened.
No, we need to
Rusty
talk.
said no touching. I thought touching was allowed. Look, I can tap her on the head now rather than just like point at her from afar. It's great. It's like we're in person. It's awesome. So how's the throat? Your throats are all ready, you know, well rested going into the Grand Final?
The amount of honey that we just had.
Oh, look, honestly,
Like-
so production looked after us. They brought us a ton of honey, all the honey ginger tea, and I said to Rusty, look, I'm going to bring as much as I can as well. So we've got enough to feed a small army. It's fantastic.
It is a great way to get this one started. Pump that honey, boys. We will be back in, 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so, and it's game time. So get yourselves ready, all right? Go see those notes. Beautiful. Now, that's it from them. We have a few things to get past, but of course, the Grand Final's on today for Split 1, but we also have a Grand Final for Split 2. Who would have thought that, hey? And that's going to be at DreamHack. So the tickets are now released. If you do want to go watch that, you can jump on over to lco.gg/DreamHack, and that'll put you in the right place to go and buy your tickets. You can buy all 3 days if you want, but the LCO Grand Final, of course, for Split 2 is going to be on September 4th, which is the Sunday. So you can just go and buy a ticket for that one day if you don't want to go every single day. But if you do come every single day, I'll probably be there running around the damn place, causing a ruckus as well. Kitty might be doing the same thing. So if you want to come and see us, feel free to buy those 3-day passes. But then you can just come watch the LCO as well. So that is absolutely insane. And we have a few awards to give away as well, guys. So we've got a couple of All-Pro. We got a lot to get through. We got 7 to be exact, and then maybe some more fun bits afterwards as well. So let's have a look at the expert-chosen All-Pro team for Split 1 for the LCO. And there you have it. We got Appy in mid. We got Volkan rumbling in the jungle. We got Tapoon up in top lane. Raze for ADC, and big old Flex and Dragku with the big biceps carrying him in support. So, Rogue, do you have anything to say about that? Because you're not up there for this one.
I'm not up there for this one, and that was because this was chosen by an expert panel, the same expert panel that would know that Draco, of course, would be in Grand Final, and I would be sitting here on the couch. So obviously they know what they're talking about, but yeah, Draco, great candidate, so he kind of deserves that one.
Not bad at all, not bad at all. Kitty, anything you want to touch on here? Happy for any individuals?
I'm happy for all of the individuals, and I think they're all extremely valuable players. And if we send this roster to MSI this year, I'm pretty sure it's an OC win for MSI.
Oh, 100%. Now, we'll get into that one a little bit later. But for now, that is the All-Pro. But we have a most improved individual to have a look at as well. Now, I think we all actually saw it before, so we know who it is. But I think there's no surprise that it has to be the Zhong. Max, you said that there's an honorable mention you want as well, but just for now, look, De Jong in mid lane playing for Gravitas. The man came out of the gates and he learnt a lot. He improved
Yeah.
so much this split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when you are such a young player and coming in on a roster that, doesn't have its sights set on taking the trophy, more of a developmental roster, he really impressed. Having pop-off performances against some of the best mid laners in the league versus Appy, right? We saw Appy on the All-Pro team there. And for Daejeong to be able to flex his muscles versus him in that mid lane matchup really speaks to him and his development over only one split so far.
Yeah, he also had a lot of really good first blood solo kills in that mid lane, always just showing what he was capable of. So it's great to see a little bit of recognition for the man, and I can't wait to see what he does in not only Split 2, but, going forward in this professional career. Now, that's it for the expert stuff. But you guys got to vote on a couple of these as well, and you guys got to choose an All-Pro team. So let's see what the community chose for their All-Pro team. There's a couple of similar faces to what we saw before, but I'm seeing Tally, I'm seeing Rogue, the big man up there, and Udisoft gets to coach the whole damn team. So, Rogue, are you happy to be up there?
Hey, shout out to everyone from my stream. I did a lot of campaigning. I had a lot of fun with it. Draco even dropped by and was having a great laugh at me trying to win over all the votes from him. So it was a fun little competition to run by LCO, and everyone likes me. I like that.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm glad to see Udi up there as the coach as well. Kitty, any honourable mentions for you that you wish could have been up there from the community?
Honestly, if I could give everyone an all-pro team, I would just give a vote to everyone because they all deserve it. Because Split 1 this year has been just amazing, and I think everyone has been enjoying themselves.
I think everyone has. If you haven't, type 2 in chat, and mods, Mordred, if you're there, please just start timing them out. That's all right. We don't need them to be watching the show if they didn't have a good time. We're here for a good time, so party poopers, just get rid of them. Look, we've got another couple of awards, though. So we have the Dare MVP. It's actually going to be a split award because we had multiple people getting big Dare MVPs all season, all split so far. And this, of course, is just from the regular season. It might have changed if we included the playoffs, but you got Yuri and Raze, both with 6 MVPs. Puma and Kyosei on 5 in second, and then third place, you got Tapoon, you got Pradith, and you got Tian. So, Rogue, you said you feel like someone else should be up there that might have got ripped off a few times, which I think he publicly said on Twitter as well.
Maybe, yeah. I think Balcom was crazy good for my team. He definitely deserved a lot of MVPs, but it's hard to look good on a team with a lot of good players, I'd say. One thing that's interesting about this to say, though, is there's an MVP on for today, and Puma can tie it up and Raze can pull ahead.
Yeah, there is definitely a little bit of extra space. I think throughout the playoffs as well, Puma in multiple of those order games, I think got the MVP because he just popped the hell off all through playoffs. And look, the playoffs run isn't done yet either. And neither are the awards. We still have 3 more to go, and these ones, look, have a visual component. So they are, of course, from Circles.life, the best player cam moment, and it's kind of a couple of different moments because we couldn't choose. And it's Petsnet.gg's skits, and Rogue, you're making a bloody appearance here again.
I'm everywhere. You guys love me.
Yeah, you're all over it. I love you. Max, did you enjoy this one when he was eating nothing?
I love Winter. Honestly, after every single win, the best part is just seeing what he's going to do. Because the man's mind to create half of the stuff that he comes up with, it's just crazy. Not only is he that good at League, he's that good at comedy and entertainment. So just a great all-around bloke.
An entertaining individual. And Kitty, we have another Circles.life award to get to, and it's the best interview moment. So I think you're going to be involved in this one.
I most definitely will because I'll be on the screen, not just here, but in that clip as well. So let's take a look what it is. Oh, hello, Energizer in the back giving up some flexes. Let's go, boys. So what have you actually personally learned from that series?
I think I learned that I'm not sure what I learned. I really expected to come into the series smash like that Game 5. More games similar to the Game 5, and then I ended up playing the closest series of my entire life. I think all the first 4 games could have gone either way, so I could have seen it I don't know. That was a really chaotic series.
I really hope that he was trying to do a flex and he wasn't trying to dab because we don't dab around these parts. We don't do it.
Dead meme. That left when Tabu went over.
I'm glad. I thought you were going to just do it. And I was like, oh.
No.
We do actually have a serial dabber in the building. He hosted for one of the days this split. And unfortunately, he's not here right now. He might run in. If he does come and do a crazy thing with his hands, then I'm not going to be too fussed, but I'll never recommend him again. Luke. Anyway, we still have one more to have a look at here. We've got Circles.life, best post-match celebration. And this one is, of course, going to be going to Peace when they carried Cheon after he carried them in the game. It was one of his pop-off performances. Max, did you enjoy this one?
Yeah, I think it's the last time Peace have ever looked happy in their end-of-game cameras. Unfortunately, the second half of the split not going down as well, but still definitely having a great time here.
Bit of spice there.
Almost dropped him.
Understandable so, because there was a moment when all of this happiness just ceased to continue for Peace, right, Kitty?
Yeah, look, Peace, they were once a happy team until they lost to Kenga. And hopefully we don't see that a second time for Split 2, because I know they're all very happy boys and it's just not a thing that we regularly see from them.
Well, we get to have a quick look at some of their other great moments, as well as a lot of these great moments we saw, because there were plenty of them this split. So here's a little compilation for you of all the things that went down.
Yeah, top lane was real tough this game, wasn't it?
I don't know, I'm not feeling very confident in my jungler, but I think I can carry him today, so it should be all good.
My room is literally just empty. It's just protein powder.
Ready to go. Supplements.
Like my bags.
Seeing that you started off 0-3 in last night's match, any advice from my solo queue teammates on how to get carried?
I think this question's a bit better suited for RP since he got carried by his bot lane the whole of last year.
Just everything, honestly. They just got us on a bad day, but worst series of my entire life.
Rogue may be needing some pants. But we'll see what they're up
I've got
to.
the multiple angles.
Because you never know, do you, with this
What are we
squad?
cooking today, boys? Celebration pancakes. We've got the eggs out. Oh,
What are we...
are we eating thin air? Or was it
I-
just that easy?
Trying to work it out. Honestly, I'm a bit lost.
It's all right. We can help Rusty get found. I think he's managed to, you know, put all the mental wires back together throughout the split. Did you enjoy that one? Did that bring up some good memories, Rogue?
I found my pants today, so that's good. They just rode up. That's what happens when you
I'm
see
so
new chair.
proud of you that you've done that, by the way.
Thank you, everyone. I got some help from wardrobe.
Who was Max? Were you the wardrobe?
You put my pants on for me?
I had
Yeah.
to go find them.
Where were his pants?
What, left leg, right leg?
No.
Yeah. All right, on that note, we can just move forward a little bit. Of course, now, you guys didn't get to be part of it. I think Max actually got to take part in it. But look, the boys who are usually here, they're over to the side now. But we are doing splash arts again for the LCO champion Conundrum. And we got Kitty here as well. So I don't know how this one's going to go down, but I got the answers here. So don't look. It is time for the LCO champion Conundrum.
Is today the day luck's with you? Is it now your life could read you? Then you must play the game, cause I have to proclaim life's a game of chance.
Okay, well, on that note, we are doing splash arts. Kitty, you absolutely nailed these during the regular season. Max, I don't know, did you do splash arts?
No, I don't think I've done one of these before, Mac.
You've done one because your face is there on the picture. Now, you did stats, I got told. You did,
Maybe.
You did do one.
Okay.
It wasn't these, it was the millionaire quiz.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
So
I do remember
that's
that.
what it was. It's not going to be that today, though. So you got 1 minute. It's going to slowly zoom out of the splash arts, and
Okay.
you've got to nail it. You've got to just, you can buzz in. You can make noises with your mouth as a buzzer.
Sure.
We'll accept that, and then say what
Nail
you
the
think it
right
is.
answer.
What champ you think it is. Now, look, let's jump on into splash art number 1. I'm hoping Kitty hasn't looked at my notes while I've been throwing these around, but let's see. Any takers?
Cassiopeia.
Oh my god.
What?
She's done it again.
I'm too good at this
How?
game. I'm just too good at this game. I'm cracked.
Can we get her out of here
Did
for
she
the
cheat?
next two?
Yeah,
Can we swap seats? I don't trust her.
You have a 10-second handicap going into the second
Yeah,
one.
good idea.
Okay.
Wow,
You have
that
10
was a
seconds
lot.
before you can say anything. All right.
Okay.
Congratulations, Kitty. You've done it
Thank
again.
you, thank you. My crown back on my head. Thank
We've
you.
got 2 more. 1 more base skin, and then we've got a skin after that. So let's have a look at what number 2 is.
Kindred?
But I already know who this
Warwick?
one is.
Negative. You know?
How
Yes,
do you
I know.
All right. Count. When that hits 40, you say it.
All right. I'll give you guys a chance for 20 seconds.
Oh.
Oh!
That's Twitch chat's gonna love that photo.
Singe?
A foot. Maybe it won't be so easy.
Well,
Never mind.
You can guess now, Kitty, if you want.
I thought it was going to be Yorick.
Negative.
Maokai?
No.
Ooh, like there's a green aura in the
Senna?
background. It's a
Nah.
no, it's not a moo. There's like bandages going on. There's a raccoon
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what I'm
side.
thinking.
Like what is that
This
raccoon
is something
going?
Shadow Isles.
The band? Yeah, that's the
Something
vibe
spooky.
I'm getting with that green.
Nocturne?
No.
No.
No, it's like purple. What? Mundo.
Yes.
Ooh.
On the money. It is Dr. Mundo.
You can actually read it off the thing on his chest. It says Mundo backwards.
Oh, that's how you got
oh
it.
My God.
Yeah.
Wow,
Sneaky.
There you
genius.
go. So congrats, Max. You finally got one up over Kitty. And we've got a third one to jump on into. This one, of course, is going to be a skin, so it's going to be a bit harder. Let's see if Kitty can get this one straight away again.
Skins are usually a bit harder.
That's
Battle Academia Yon.
That's what I.
Negative.
It has to be a Battle Academia
I'll
skin
give you
though.
a point
Look
for
at
the
I was
confidence.
so confident that was that.
Yeah.
Look at the saturation. You know.
If we get to 20 seconds and you haven't guessed it, I can tell you
It's Striker Ezreal.
negative.
Frick.
Is it one of the striker skin lines?
Battle Academia Jace.
Negative. This is fun.
He's
I love it
tossing
when
something.
you guys
What is that
guess
blue
it, get it
thing?
wrong.
Is it the soccer Maokai?
Oh.
It's
Striker Akali?
You got half of it right.
Akali.
It's close.
But
You got to get the skin.
Soccer Goal Akali. Goalie Akali.
What was the name of the those
God,
teams?
look at that thigh.
Was it the team awards
Siva?
earlier?
It's the Siva one?
No, the team
there a Siva?
awards. What were they?
All Pro?
Oh yeah, but
All-Star Akali.
yes.
Oh,
come in 4 seconds. Super clutch. Max wins. 2
I've never seen this skin in my
to
life.
1. Rogue, we had
No
a
one ever uses
meeting.
it.
Rogue, we had a meeting the other day, and you said you were going to absolutely slay this.
I've never seen that in my life.
I've
Is
never
that
seen
maybe
it in
it's
my life.
disabled on Tournament Realm, and that's my cop-out answer. So
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll see if Akali's played today, and if any of the Chiefs or Order players are watching, maybe pick that skin, see if it's on Tournament Realm or not. And then we can figure that one out, of course. Or we could just ask the admins. I'm sure that would also be a fine way to do it. But that is it for the LCO Champion Conundrum. Rogue, I hope you enjoyed your first time on the
I'm
show.
really bad at this.
You can't be good at everything. That's true. You can't be good at it all.
It's true.
That's okay. That's okay. Now, look, it's not only about us having fun. It's about you guys having fun and reliving great memories. So from the fans today, jump on over to @LCO, and we want you to tell us your favorite grand final moments throughout the League of Legends history. Doesn't just have to be here at LCO. I think, Kitty, you had one that was pretty prominent in your mind.
It's not a grand finals. I'm going to cheat a little bit. It's a semi-final, and it was the 2016 Rocks Tigers vs SKT, where I believe it went to game 5.
Yep.
And we had Ruler on Ashe, where he was pushing into the enemy base, and Duke on Echo, it was an Echo top meta back in the days, was TPing back to a Nexus tower. And the Ashe threw a ulti from the enemy base to a bot lane brush, and it hit, and it cancelled the TP halfway, and they actually got the win from that. And I was probably like 12. I was a normie. I was 12, and I was really young, but I still remember it to this day, and I'll probably remember it forever because that was the hypest series I've ever seen in my life.
So you're not a normie anymore.
I'm not a normie. Surely I'm not a normie.
I have my own favorite moment. 2019 Split 1 when I won.
Oh, well, that sounds like a great moment.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. It's always going to be a good memory. Now, we have some from the fans' submissions already, so let's have a look at what everyone else's favorite moments are. Spring 2020, LCK. We've got an overall the Dunga.
Durudunga.
Durudunga. Yes, sorry.
Do you remember the song?
It
It
was
was
a
the TFT song, the TFT mobile song in Korea, and it goes so hard.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure Skinny
performance.
loved
I didn't
it.
actually finish the whole thing, so it was a performance of the song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
hype.
Oh, it was the best thing ever.
Very cool. So it wasn't actually a grand final league moment. It was like
No. It would have been the
dance.
pre-show. Yeah, with
Okay.
the dancing
All
penguin.
the
cool.
pre-shows are always good at Worlds. They're always top tier.
Pre-shows are always pretty damn good here on the LCO
Yeah.
too. That's what I
Yeah,
was told.
especially.
And we have 2 more submissions to have a look at, so let's see what these memories are. 2016 finals in Brisbane was goated, by the way. That's Corporal.
That is
So you guys might know him.
Yeah.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
I was too young for that, so I'm gonna have to pass over to Rogue.
I was there for that one. We flew
Oh.
up to boot camp for our relegation match. When
Yeah.
I was on Sin, and yeah, it was a pretty goated final. It was a fun one.
Okay. Now we got one more to have a quick look at as well. I think 2016 was before my time, so I'm really sad I missed that one. But look, Xpeke, backdoor, never has a final got this close to this.
Ooh,
Even
that's
I
a
know
big
this
one.
one. This is the
Cassidon.
Cassidon.
teleporting
Casa
around.
win.
Yeah.
Castle win. Yeah. Beautiful. So I think everyone can just agree on that one.
Yeah, that one hands down.
Look.
As someone before I was into League, the fact that I knew that play, like, definitely speaks words, right?
Yeah.
We're too old for this now. We all know Xpeke as the backdoor god, but some people just know him as the owner of an org now because we're getting too old for this. And I'm sorry, Mac, but there's just too many 12-year-olds playing League nowadays.
There really are. And it makes me feel so damn old. Now, fortunately, I think 12-year-olds that do play League and watch this broadcast, they probably like free stuff, right? They probably like giveaways. So, fortunately, you guys can all go sign up for this giveaway. lco.gg/playoffs giveaway. Win, over $500 worth of stuff. You got a bunch of RP there. You got a swag bag you can win. There's like a bunch of stuff around the studio right now. I'm not too sure how much of it's going to be in the swag bag, but I could sign it if you ask nicely. Would you sign it too?
Can you sign my card?
Right, no, well, not right now.
pen right there.
When the game's on, we can make that happen. Now, look,
Yeah.
it's not only giveaways that you guys loves. Words are hard, but something that's not hard is watching this damn stream. So jump on over to where are we watching it? It is. I have so much written on this card. Watch.lolesports.com. If you watch it over there, you can get this drop. It is a random drop, but of course you get it as the logo, you get the emblem, and you can put it up. You can use it to support OS, especially once we do get over to MSI, because one of these teams today is going to be booking their tickets to get overseas, and that's going to be a damn fun time. I did find it. There it is. My handwriting's so bad. That's why I lost it. I'm so sorry, everyone. And look, we're here, so hopefully we can find a sneaky way of getting that ourselves, because I know we all want it. But we don't have computers. We are doing a job right now, so I really want that bloody icon because it looks dope. But we have to say goodbye to a couple of teams. Now, team went out in 5th place. That was, of course, Direwolves. Max, did you enjoy Direwolves and what they brought to the table this season?
Did I ever, Mac? I think this team overall, for how young they are and how little experience they had, really impressed me. I thought that they were certainly going to bring it to order in the playoffs, and whilst they didn't actually manage to take any games, I think the first game was very, very close. But overall, multiple standout players over the course of the split, and this is certainly a team that I can see challenging deep into the playoffs split too.
Yeah, I really want to see what they're capable of coming into next split, what they're going to be able to bring to the table. But again, I think, Rogue, you were saying you thought that they would have made a better run. However, they just came up against, the unbeatable order going into the start of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, going into playoffs, I think I even said in an interview at one point, I thought Direwolves were incredible, and based on like how our scrims were going against them, they were doing a lot of things kind of out of the book, and they really found like a style that I genuinely thought would get them higher up the ladder than what they got. I thought they maybe could take maybe 2 best of 5s, but I definitely thought that they would take out the order match.
Yeah, so room for improvement, but also, very good signs coming out from them. Kitty, you have anything to say about Direwolves?
Look, Dial is all about the personality. We have Bull God. Sorry. Oh my
Bull
God.
God.
I don't know what happened to me, but I guess saying the word Bull God does something to me. I'm so sorry, but let's move on, Mac. Let's move on to the next team.
You
Let's
sure you don't
forget
want to
about
stew on that one for a second?
Nope, let's move on. Let's move
Okay,
on.
we'll definitely move on. Now we have to say goodbye to the 4th place team, and that was Peace. Now, a bit unfortunate because, during the regular split, they were smashing it out of the park for the first week and a half. And then all of a sudden, week and a half, round and a half, not just week and a half, doing a really, really good job contending with Chiefs, and then Chiefs started to get those wins over them. They also had that crux that was Kanga, who they just couldn't seem to beat, Max.
Yeah, Kanga and Gravitas eventually as well, right? I think that this team certainly is one of them that I thought was going to be in the grand final, a grand final contender early on in the split, and then it just seemed like they sort of lost their magic. You know, so I'm hoping that we can see the piece that was for the first half of the split return for split 2, because that'd make a really exciting playoffs for us too.
Yeah, I really enjoyed what we saw from them. You got to play against them, Rogue, for that first game of the playoffs. How did you think they were doing form-wise then?
By the time playoffs time got around, I feel like they'd fallen apart a little bit. But early in the season, I definitely thought that they were going to be a grand final team. And if you'd asked me what team I was scared of most, I wasn't scared of Chiefs at the time. I was only scared of Peace. I didn't expect to be scared of them coming into the season, but then they showed up really hard in form and it fell off a little bit. But we know that this is the team that can be very scary and can be a team that can even challenge the grand final. And so come split 2, I'm excited to see what they have. Yeah, see what they're going to be able to restructure. We did hear from a couple of pros throughout the whole damn split that, you know, Tien was definitely like a win condition. And if he wasn't getting to play how he wanted, then sometimes things just wouldn't go right. Like Cheon as well, he was so damn good in that bot lane, but then sometimes it just felt like they could never really get that going. Yeah. So we'll see if they can fix those issues going into split 2. Now let's talk about Pentanet. We have one of them on the couch, so Max, would you be able to say goodbye to Pentanet for us?
I'll do it by saying goodbye to Rogue, because he's right here with me. So, Rogue, mate, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Not too great a job. Obviously, you got swept in the last round of playoffs, but you did a pretty decent job for the most part. Yeah. So I think you guys are very exciting. Obviously, Yuri, MVP, their MVP, most voted. I think I could expect to see you up there for split 2, mate. So
thank you. I look forward to Order PGG Grand Final split 2.
Absolutely.
Very good, very good. Now, how would you say goodbye, or what do you have? What message do you have for the rest of your teammates? Because of course you're still there for the moment. You're all still together. Any kind words?
I would say we're all pretty aware of the fact that we are a very good team, and when we all play good together and we keep our mentality in check, we are definitely, in my mind, the best team. So, and everyone took getting kicked out very well. Everyone apologized. Everyone took responsibility. And come split 2, I think, you know, we come in with a good mentality. The boys know we can do it. Yeah, I definitely know that you guys are going to be contenders, especially if you play like you did during the playoffs. Right? Thank you.
Absolutely insane.
You're also kind.
Good form coming towards the end. Now, Kitty, anything you want to say to Rogue as well while he's here, of course? While we're on the topic.
I know you love my Twitch chat.
Please stop killing Yuumi players. I'm a Yuumi player, and I don't like going 10 deaths every single game. Maybe spare some mercy for them next split, and I'm expecting you to pick Yuumi again.
Oh, please, no more Yuumi. Oh, no more Yuumi.
No more Yuumi? Well, I'm hoping we get to see some Yuumi today, honestly. That one time we saw Dragku pick it, damn.
Dragku can play Yuumi. I'm not allowed.
That was impressive. You're not allowed?
I only lose on Yuumi.
That did happen one time, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Ooh. I remember that one. Anyway, on that note, let's talk about what these teams are playing for. Not only is it the cash prize, you know, first place taking home $15,000, second place taking home $10,000, but they're playing for a spot at the mid-season invitational. That's MSI. It's international experience. It's where you want to go. You want to book those tickets to go over to South Korea and show just what OS is capable of. We know both these teams are going to do a great job no matter which one wins today, and I just can't wait to see exactly which team that one is. Now, MSI, it is a fabled beast. Have you gone over before?
I have.
How was that?
Awesome. International tournaments are amazing. You know, you get the crowds, you get the fans, you get the whole world watching, and for a lot of players, that's their chance to show off on a world stage. And in most players, their goal is to go overseas and join an academy team, and that's how you do it. You show up on this big stage and show that you can play under pressure.
Well, that's what you want to see. Now, something that I want to see right now is a recap of the bracket. Let's see the path both these teams took to get all the way into today's grand final. So I'm seeing a lot of 3-0s here. Order all through that lower bracket, just not dropping a single game. And that is impressive. But the question is that going to continue, Kitty, into today's game?
Well, I interviewed Biopanther. I was like, will this win streak remain for the end of the playoffs? And Biopanther said with all confidence, he was like, it's going to be the perfect run and we're not going to drop a game to Chiefs. And that's what I'm expecting from those words.
I really, really hope that we get, like, I want, there's multiple storylines that could happen today. I kind of like the idea of Order, you know, getting absolutely no games lost in this grand final the whole way through, like the full clean sweep. I think Max agrees with me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I want to see 5 games. I want it to be a banger. I want it to live up to that PGG and Chiefs game we saw in the upper bracket final, because that is what we're here for. Entertainment, right?
Exactly.
That's what we want. Now, look, I think it's a great time to start talking about these teams. Let's talk about Chiefs first, because I'd say they are definite favorites coming into today's game. But the question is why, Rogue? I want you to tell me, what are the good points for this team?
I mean, just look at the roster. They've got 4 players who have international experience. They have a roster full of players who have for a long time been regarded at the very top of their role. So this is just another grand finals appearance for Chiefs. This is another chance to go over, and this is kind of, I wouldn't call it a redemption story because they've had success, but this is their chance to go overseas and do at Worlds and represent their region in the way that every player would like to.
Yeah, and with that experience, of course, there's going to be less nerves, especially going into today's game against Order. I feel like there's going to be a level of confidence, but the question then is, like, can you get too overconfident? That's what I want to know, Max. Can you just be too into yourself, knowing that you're going to win, that it just all crumbles down?
Yeah, that's certainly an issue, overconfidence, but I think that the players on the Chiefs, given how much experience they have and the caliber of players that they are, I don't think that's something that they would be facing. I think they're more likely to come in with a cautious level of confidence, right? Because you want to come into these games thinking that you're the best team, thinking that you are going to win the series. But I think, yeah, they definitely don't seem, from the type of players, like on social media, in interviews and stuff, they still seem very respectful of Order, and you know, a 9-0 run is something you can't disrespect. So I think, yeah, they're very aware of both their strength and Order's strength.
Yeah, well, look, that's it from us about the Chiefs. Now we can hear from the players what their thoughts are going into today's grand final.
How low they are, both Dracu is bleeding, Arthur comes out, the shield is there, it's the second life bar. Is there enough mitigation? Can they find a triple kill for Balkan?
All right.
Beautiful dash across the wall to duke out Winter. He's on the opposite side. He needs a team to back him up. Instant cleanse and a flash, and he's got the ultimate. He's got the moves. In goes the perfect execution. And that's what Yuri wanted before. It might not be the fountain, but the outcome is all the same. We are ripping you apart.
They're losing again.
How are Chiefs doing this?
Despite losing in the final week, I was still confident going up against them. I didn't expect the series to go like so back and forth.
I'd say we were ready for like pretty much anything they had to throw at us.
Playoffs kind of comes down to like ego.
It's really rare to see like games come down to such like micro points in the game, like in the team fights, and I think that's like what was really deciding the series, was like which carries or frontline was playing better in team fights and like who was surviving.
He's gonna come out, skip, jump, dead! There's the hook, Rogue now! Do whatever he can, but to push on the resets!
Raze is still alive.
He's found the angle, Raze is still living! I do not believe it, finally drops on down! I don't believe this, I do not believe this, this is not the way the game's meant to end, 41 minutes into this one, they're on to the next!
Chiefs won. Arthur alive, Smite ready, Balkan here though.
Oh my god, Arthur!
He's a freak.
And this is do or die right now. They're going to go golden. One turret down. One member down as Brom falls on through. They're on towards the Nexus. They just need to hit this one. Forget about killing. Just go for the win. Unreal.
Oh no, not again.
Here they go. Dracu
back.
rushing from the fountain. Into them they go. And he tries to take him out. I don't see it. We're going to a game 5.
I definitely felt more comfortable as the series went on. Even after losing like the game 4, I was still like really comfortable.
Game 5 was like, we finally found our footing. That's like what we thought the other games should have looked like to us.
Oh, we're all on that one.
Can't combo.
Can he find a moment? He goes in and he's going to crash them all down together. Raze in a 1v1. In the team that came in as the super team, the team to be feared, the team to end it all, the team to show that they've got the experience when it really counts. Here is the Chaos Trap, but here is the Nexus exploding as Game 5 will go the way of Chiefs.
That series felt like real like League of Legends to me.
Really don't want to see the internet win. Like, I'm glad they're out. I'm glad I'm going up against Order in the finals.
Oof, that one really got me going. What about you, Rogue, hey? Do you like those little statements at the end?
I'm looking forward to Split 2. I love a good rivalry.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the next time you guys get to play. But of course, we've got to talk about the other team here today, and that's Order. So let's have a look at their lineup again. You guys know them, you guys love them, and the question is, who's going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting today, Kitty? Who do you expect it to be?
Look, it's gonna be either Puma or Kevi. Puma being the silver medal for the MVP slots, and Kevi has been just popping off every single game. I believe his Graves has a 100% win rate over 9 games, so that's definitely gonna be something we're gonna be looking out for. And we also had an interview, well, I had the interview with the Order players, and I asked Puma, I was like, who should we give MVP to? Because all the Order players have been just playing to their top level, and Puma said, me, please, very nicely. So we love a man with good etiquette, but let's see who pops off the most in tonight's series.
Yeah, I think, it's going to be someone, and it has to be someone, right? Or Order, if they don't have someone popping off, then they could be in a whole world of hurt. Now, Max, you've got a bit of an inside eye on this team. Not sure why. Do you want to tell the viewers quickly?
Well, yes, I have played 2 games for Order this split. I am their substitute, and I am contracted to them. So, yes, that's
unbiased opinions on this couch.
I promise my analysis will be unbiased. Okay, that is my promise. I will remain unbiased as best I can.
You've been pretty good so far. I reckon you've been doing a great job.
Wait till
Now,
the predictions.
tell me, so who do you think needs to pop off, or who are you looking at that is probably going to be the key carry for Order today?
Yeah, so obviously Kevi is known by every single team as probably the biggest jungle carry player in the league. I'd say that his champion pool is very unique in that he can pick stuff like Graves, and Evelyn is almost permabanned against him because he'll just pick it in certain games and 1v9 the game. But I think another player I want to highlight is Puma. Obviously second in Dare MVPs, but overall I think he is just a tremendous talent. And I think besides Raze, he is the next generation of this OC AD talent. And you give him something like his Vayne, like his Zeri, he will pop off, he will carry the game undoubtedly. So certainly some exciting players to watch.
Well, that's our thoughts on Order. Now let's have a listen to the players going into today's game.
There is just health bars depleting everywhere, and it looks like Direwolves may be coming out a little healthier.
We always knew that we were better than them. For us, it was just like, oh, we're versing Direwolves, we're going to smash them, and we're not going to lose these games, no matter what.
If I played well, then we would just never lose. When it all comes down to like one moment, then we're all going to play well.
Game 1 was kind of like rough. We actually should have lost that game. As soon as game 1 finished and we won, I knew we were 3-0 them. There's no way they would come back from that.
And they're making it happen. 2 towers straight out of the way, and there is the base. They're thinking about it. There's nothing that can stop them, Rusty. There's a chance here. Bulldog's so low, he's going to be absolutely picked off by a bit of poke coming through, and Order turn it. Direwolves tried too hard.
Coming into it and winning the Direwolves series was super important for, I think, everyone's morale.
Historically, we did really well against Peace and Scrims, and we weren't really able to translate that onto stage.
Literally all Theon. Theon is literally their win condition.
But can they run away from this one? Look at Kisei's positioning. Going to look to try and prevent Lisa doing whatever he can in this situation. Beats runs in, going to fall on down. Double kill here found by Puma. He's a little bit of a terror. Who would have known? 5 items complete on the Eddie carry, and you become a bit of a beast in this game. There is the triple.
For us, the strategy in that game was just for me to hold Theon down, and that's what I did in the series. It's literally just hold him down, and then they felt really lost.
They just can't. They have to watch this base fall on down, and inside the fountain they go again. They just cannot match the sustain. And he tries to be consumed, but ultimately the Tom Kinch is the one that is going on down. Tien, 1v1 into Puma, who flashes away. Chance lost vision, they can't answer back. That is clutch. Certainly with the cheeky flash forward, says I want to try and do whatever they can. But Puma, look at the flash. That's a double out of stasis. He gets an insane Karma shield. He's still alive.
I've never knocked out a past teammate before. It was pretty bittersweet.
Every time we burst PGG, the games felt pretty winnable and pretty playable. We pretty much knew all the draft plan, everything they picked, we knew they were going to pick, and we had the answers prepared into it.
If Bot had a good matchup, it would be easy for me to carry.
It's just more about being in control against Pentanet, and we should be able to just close out the series like we did.
Instead of range for him to try and find that move so far, but he's now going to jump on it, and he's going to assassinate Prater. That is the play you've been looking for all day long, as Yuri's dead. In goes the Slicing Maelstrom, and he's just going to die. Puma's going to find that kill. It's Infernal Soul up against Baron. Who wins out? Stasis effects are there. GAs are good. Double kill fan for Predator, but he's dead, and Puma once again.
I just knew we were going to win. When you locked in Malphite, I just knew we were going to win. No matter what.
But Yuri pops across the wall and says, why are you here? There's a Phosphorus bomb. There's a knockback.
Oh,
and
my
that's a nice
God.
undying range. It got a double. How? And they are going to look to try and find that final ace. Onto the base they go. And for the third time in their entire history, Order make grand finals.
I think we've proved that we deserve a spot in the grand final and a shot in MSI.
I'm ready to win, and I'm going to do everything I can to win.
A whole lot of happiness coming out of the Order camp in those player cams, and it's good to see because I feel like it's hard to get Kisei to crack a smile at the best of times. The man is always just straight edge, straight face the whole damn time, Max.
He is. To be able to see that, and ear to ear as well. It wasn't even just a little smirk. We saw it. We saw teeth there.
Yeah,
so,
crazy.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to see that again tonight once he takes a quick 3-0.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
I thought we were staying unbiased. All of a sudden, you're just tipping the water
I knew
everywhere.
your fingers were crossed
Anyway,
before, mate.
we've got a couple of things to talk about. So, main thing is, during the regular split, Chiefs and Order met 3 times. Chiefs won every single time, although there were a couple of early games where Order had a lead, but Chiefs managed to bring it back. And that are these 40-minute games, 40-minute bangers, by the way, from what I remember. Are we expecting to see longer or shorter games today? And do you think that these stats are going to matter? These stats are going to play on their minds, knowing that Order are playing at a different level right now, Rogue?
Oh, something that's very interesting about these two teams is neither of these teams have ever taken an Elder Dragon in the entire season. So I don't know if that means that they're playing around different things, if their games aren't going as late, if they're more kill focused than objective focused. But maybe you can take away from that maybe these games will be a bit quicker, a bit faster paced, just on how the teams perform. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, now Max, thoughts? You know, you obviously have more of an insight into what's gone down during these games and as well as after. So, you know, what are Order sort of doing to try to restructure going into today's game?
Yeah, look, to answer your question before, Mac, I don't think these games are playing on their minds at all.
Yep.
I think for either team, the situation's changed so much since week 6, just in terms of how much these teams have both leveled up and grown. I think what is interesting is how close these first 2 games were, with the early game going to Order and then Chiefs having their more traditionally scaling comp. And I think that is very, I guess, descriptive of these teams at large, right? Order has been that more explosive, more aggressive early game team, and Chiefs, you know, if you make one mistake versus them, they're going to come back because they just have that veterancy and they have that experience. So I think that, yeah, despite the regular season, I think it's going to be very close.
Yeah, just all about that damn punishment whenever mistakes are made. Now, we can have a quick chat as well about the champ pools. Rogue, you in particular, pointed out that a few of these players have, I wouldn't say some weird champ pools, but some odd sort of champ pools, bit off meta. And a lot of these players have played a lot of different champs throughout the split too.
Yeah, something I find really interesting, and I think this comes to our strategy when we versed in the Chiefs match. Both Kisei and Tally share a very interesting champ pool. They share a lot in the style of like the Veigar and the Zillion, and like Ryze and a few others. But one thing to point out is that Kisei has played 18 champions, while Tally has played 9. And out of the 18 champions, they have entire overlap. Everything that Tally is able to play, Kisei is too. So maybe Chiefs are a little bit more restricted on the champ pool, and maybe something that Order can look to exploit, or maybe Tally has something else up his sleeve. I guess we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Kisei has just flexed his champ pool so hard. It reminds me of sort of like Appy last year, right? When the man literally played every single different top lane champ that existed. So he's doing that in mid now. And I just want to know, Kitty, who are you expecting to play like the weirdest champs today?
The weirdest champions, perhaps Corporal or even Raze, because we did see Raze pick Draven a few nights ago, and Corporal picked out the Shen support to counter Praeted's Twitch, and it actually worked quite well. So I'm expecting some more crazy picks out of those two because they have shown that they have a wide champion pool.
Now, Max, do you know if that was just a straight hard counter to deal with that Twitch?
Yeah, I think it was quite good into, I think, Rogue, you were playing Leona or something.
I think it was,
yeah. The Shen W has a really favorable interaction into both Leona and Twitch.
Okay.
And it was very much on the fly, right? The Twitch pick, I think, caught everyone out of left field. So yeah, nice adaptation from them.
Now, on that point, do we think there's going to be a sneaky Twitch in the champ select today?
Ooh, I don't know. I actually spoke to some of the Order players after our match, and I don't think it was something they intended to play going into the series. It was kind of just one of those things they just pulled out, which is the exact same thing kind of what happened when we played Twitch. It's good to see that there's players out there with just random characters to pull out, and I think both these AD carries are both the type to pull out something crazy, so you never know.
Well, do you think we're going to see anything new that we still have yet to see this split? Is there even any champs that these players haven't played yet?
Well, they both played Pyke, and I want to see Pyke.
Okay.
Maybe even a Pyke pentakill.
Then we saw was it an LEC? We saw some quacks up over the weekend.
Yeah, we did.
So it's not out of the whole sort of equation right now. Look, head to head, where are the main matchups going to be, or is it sort of just going to be a bit of a split? You know, are we expecting it to be like a lot of action in mid, a lot of action in the jungle? What are you feeling, Kitty?
It's definitely going to be around the 2 ADCs, I believe that. Well, even jungle, but I think Arthur hasn't had that much of a performance compared to Kevy. And if we talk about the ADCs, I think they're all the late game carries. Like Kuma has had amazing performances on the Ashe. I think he has a 40 KDA on the Ashe. I think he's only died twice in 2 games. And if we talk about Raze, he has always liked those hyper carries like the Aphelios and Jinx. So we're definitely going to be seeing some ADC 1v1s in the late game, and it's definitely going to be the point to watch out for.
Okay, so on the topic of ADCs, are we going to see Zeri picked and banned every single game, no matter what, Max?
I think so. I think the build has just looked so gross. The Bruiser build, where you can become ridiculously tanky, you have immeasurable mobility, and you still do more damage than the majority of AD carries. So I would be so surprised if we're not seeing 100% presence on this pick this series.
Okay, anything else we're expecting to see, you know, that high or almost as high, maybe like Lee Sin or something?
I think carry junglers.
Yeah?
Both these junglers are kind of the superstars for their players. Kevy right now is rank 1 on the server. So you want to get on that guy's back and let him carry you. And I think they share a lot of overlap in these carry junglers. You know, the Hecarim, the Viego, the Diana, Lee Sin, there it all is.
Yeah, so similar champ pools, at least for the most picked for these two, but they definitely have their own sort of flex picks as well. Also, you know, Korean Lee Sins, you never want to see those in this. Well, you do if you're a spectator. You want to see it happening because the man was cracked with it every time he's let that one slide through, Kitty.
You never want to see a Korean Lee Sin on the opposing team, but I'm sure we all want to see Arthur pick up that Lee Sin, or even Kevy. Kevy has also had a really good performance on that Lee Sin, but if we're looking at the statistics, Kevy has a 74% KP, and that's a lot higher than Arthur, and I think that's because the team revolves around Kevy, especially in the early game and the fights, where he's always the main carry and he's always involved in those kills.
He's always just, you know, doing a whole lot of work. I just remembered now seeing Viego as well as Lee Sin in the most picked for Kevy. I do think back to one of those earlier games in the split where he actually got to, you know, morph into one of the Lee Sins and still ward hopped out to make a play while he was transformed. I was just like, man, what's going on here? It's just like little intricacies, and the man's just absolutely insane. But Arthur, we know what he's capable of. He's been allowed Lee a few times, and every time he's been allowed it, the team that allows it through, it just sort of, ooh, why'd we do that, huh?
Yeah. It is interesting, the prior that O's places on Lee Sin. I think internationally we haven't seen it, particularly in Europe. It's looked quite bad in playoffs because the earlier game junglers like Volibear and Jarvan have this early game power and ganking power that Lee Sin doesn't necessarily provide. I think that the region's unique take on the meta in that it's so scrappy, right? There's always these opportunities for mechanical outplays like Arthur and like Kevy can provide. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see if we are going to have that level of execution today.
Well, someone that has a high level of execution is
Draku! So let's bring him in for tonight's interview. So Draku, how excited are we for your first grand finals?
Well, obviously I'm like super excited. I'm very confident. You know, just a tiny bit nervous, but I have a feeling that we're gonna mog today.
Ooh. What's that mean?
Oh, mog! Like we're just gonna destroy them. You know, maybe we'll give them a game. You know, like going 9-0 is pretty impressive. So I don't really want to say they're complete dog crap because they're all talented players. So I'll give them a game, maybe even 2. But I think we're going to win today, 100%.
Okay, now what are your thoughts on their performance up against PGG in comparison to yours? Do you think PGG weren't looking as good, or PGG just wanted to beat you guys more? Like, what's your thoughts on that lower bracket finals matchup?
I think on that day, PGG definitely played bad. And like obviously, like when we faced them, we played very bad. And PGG actually played pretty well that day. But I didn't expect Order to 3-0. I thought they were like pretty even, but I really didn't expect 3-0.
And speaking about PGG, will tonight's series deliver anything similar to what we saw from the Chiefs vs PGG series that from a few weeks ago?
I'm just going to put it out there and say, when we faced PGG, we were definitely not playing that well, but today I'm very confident that we're just going to ruffle stomp.
Ruffle Stomp. Okay, well, you've also been challenged by Order during the regular season where 2 of your games have been stretched to 40 minutes. So what has changed since then, and what will you guys be doing to secure that flight to South Korea?
I think our team play has definitely gotten a lot better. We've seen our mistakes, and today, as you can see, I'm dressing very dapper.
Very dapper
I have,
indeed.
my gold chain, you know, and I've been on the shred, so I have maximized his jawline, you know. So.
Ooh. Okay. Well,
I really don't think we can lose today.
We'll get a jawline rating from Max after the interview's done. But for now, can you give me your best flex? Show us what you're gonna do to him.
Wait, what's my best flex? Like.
Nah, double front by. Surely, here we are. Oh, the classic.
You know,
the classic.
Extra large, right?
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Now, on that note, Dragku, we'll leave it there. Go get ready for your bloody game, and we'll see you in the Rift.
Peace.
Always good to chat with him.
was
Now,
great.
can I please have that jawline rating,
Yeah,
Max?
10. That's a 10. He's looking great.
A 10?
He's looking
That's a
absolutely
10.
great.
think
And
he's-
muscular, too.
I think he's just trying to win us both over. He referenced me, he referenced you. My God. I'm a Chiefs fan.
I was like, should we get him in on the interview? But I was just like, I don't know. We're just going to go with what works for now. But at least you guys are here as well. Now, any thoughts on what he said in regards to those matches like prior? Like, did they play bad against you, or is that a cop-out? Did you play bad against Order?
I think it was a scrappy series where we both played good, we both played bad. Talk about the Order series. I think we definitely didn't play as well as we could have. But I'll say straight up, from playing that series, you know, I watched Order play all split, and I didn't think that they were good at all. And I played that series versus them, and out of nowhere, they were just the best team in the universe. Going off that series versus them, 1 week after versing Chiefs, they were better than Chiefs.
Okay.
You know, we might have played a little bit bad, but oh my God, when Order comes in on form, they look good.
Well, let's have a check-in to see if Order are on form today, because we have BioPanther to have a quick chat to.
So, BioPanther, how excited are we? I can already see you smiling, man.
I'm super excited. Like, I'm super confident. Like, I've practiced so hard for this. So, like, I'm just ready to perform like we have throughout the whole playoffs.
So while we ride on the momentum hype train for the perfect run so far by Order, what will be the focus tonight to maintain that win streak against Chiefs?
I think it's mainly their, like, top laner. I swear if their top laner is literally losing, it's kind of over. I feel like, I don't know, it might be just, like, the biggest bot gap, like, between us, but I just feel like if top lane's not in any, like, ahead position, I feel like Chiefs literally are, like, chicken with no head. Like, they don't know how to play, so that's probably what I'm heading into.
I don't know, have you been watching the broadcast? We actually have you on a poster here. Do you reckon you're going to be able to go back-to-back split one champs? I think, is that you front and center?
That's your chest,
yeah, there's,
maybe?
there's your chin. There's you. You want to be on another poster?
That'd be pretty sick, honestly. That'll just make me an MSI player at this point, but yeah, I just want to, like, really just win today. This is everything, so yeah.
And I've been looking at your previous playoff game where Ryze and Jinx have been permabanned for 6 games in a row by Order.
Yep.
So will this be the same case for tonight going up against Chiefs?
I think a few bans will be switched up. You'll probably just keep... There'll be one consistent ban throughout the series, but I think the rest of the bans will be, like, up in the air. So you'll probably see, like, we're really drafting towards Chiefs today.
And we also have a lot of young faces on Order, so it is also your first LCO finals for a lot of those players. So what does qualifying for MSI mean to you guys, and how are you guys gonna make this a reality?
I feel like I've always told the team that, like, it's literally now or never. Like, we won't have another like split 2022 like MSI chance. So, like, literally get in this game and do your best, and that's all that matters. And, like, have no regrets after. Because if you have regrets after, then, like, you've already failed throughout, like, the whole process of, like the split. So just put in all the effort now and make yourself shine. And, like, I know these guys can win, and I'm just really pushing them to their potential.
I think that is a very good point to end the interview on. Your head's obviously in the game, Bio. We will let you go. Good luck in the series tonight, and look, all the best.
All right, thank you so much. See ya.
Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, he's always so happy. Even when he's being serious with all the, like, nice emotional words, all of a sudden it's just like...
He's a wonderful teammate, I will tell you that.
Yeah?
Yeah. And it looks like he's matured a lot since I played with him. He looks like a leader for that team.
How long ago was that? Was that like 2
2 years ago, yeah.
Okay.
Year before last.
Yeah, so pretty happy with how far he's come. It's crazy, even just his personality, how it's changed since last year's PGG to this year's Order. He seems more like a father figure in the team, just with the experience. Whereas last year, he was just like one of the boys, always part of the banter. I never thought he was such a happy man. But then all the interviews this year, he's just been smiling up a storm.
Yeah, I think his personality, look, behind closed doors, he's very much that same, gets in the banter type thing. But I think coming onto this team, he is the veteran, right? He is the only person who has international experience in these finals too. So I think that for him to be able to be that leader, and that speech he gave at the end, I'm feeling inspired.
I was feeling
inspired.
It was very inspiring.
I'm ready to play in the grand final. You want to sub me in? Hey? Woo, let's go. Now, look, it's obvious. We have a side select here as well. So, you guys were interested in how this one has gone down, and a little birdie told me that Chiefs have selected the blue side. Is this a mistake, Rogue?
I was shocked by this because I went back and Chiefs have not lost on red side. And the red side stats are insane. On this patch in OCE, it's 70% win rate. 100% win rate for Chiefs for the whole year. So obviously this is for a reason. Obviously they've got something to first pick or some secret sauce to sprinkle in there. So I want to see why and try and figure it out.
I want some of that secret sauce. Now, I'm sure we'll figure out why once we do get into the Champ Select, which, by the way, is like not too far away. We still have a few more things to get through, but the game, ladies and gentlemen, is getting ready, and it's going to be a good one. Now, let's talk about the Dare fan vote. Max, I asked you before to figure out where the Twitch predictions would be. Do you remember?
I
do.
remember where the Twitch predictions would
I
be.
do.
Yes.
Can I phone a friend here?
Do you know? Yes.
Nice.
There.
Yes. Beautiful.
Right there.
There's Twitch chat. There's you
We
guys.
rehearsed it, and Rogue has come in clutch. So
With
make
the
sure
save.
you
We're a
get those
team.
Twitch points in, get those Twitch predictions in. You're doing my prediction as well, so make sure you don't get it wrong. I'd love that extra point, even though at this point it's too late for us to catch up, but that's literally my fault because I was going for the underdogs for half the split. So sorry, guys, but you've at least tried to salvage it. Good job. And on that note, how about we have a look at our predictions as well, how all of the talent today think it's going to go. Now, there's 2 pages, so don't get too crazy. Max, that looks pretty biased there. What's going on?
It's not. I promise you, it's not biased. The reason I'm saying this, I'm going to try to keep it succinct because there's a lot of reasons that I want to list, but I'm going to try to keep it as quick as possible.
Yep.
Firstly, I think that going 9-0 gives you such a big surge of confidence and momentum heading into these playoffs. I think taking 2 weeks off for the Chiefs, actually not a good thing sometimes. I think that gives the other team a lot of time to prepare and get confident in themselves and come into this match ready to go. Another thing, I think across the board, I'd say almost everyone on Order is playing right now better than their counterparts on Chiefs. I'm not sure how that's going to factor into team play tonight. Obviously, we haven't been seeing scrims, we haven't been seeing practice, but overall, I'm very confident in the Order that's coming in tonight. And I think that if it does go to a Game 5, I think the Chiefs' experience might lend them the win. But I think if we just go into it and Order playing their game from Game 1, it'll be a clean 3-0.
Which might be a bit easier with that red side start, right? So you've gone for Chiefs, Rogue. Are you still happy with that 3-1 scoreline you've gone for?
Yeah, so as I said before, I didn't think Order looked great the whole year. And then in their series versus us, I thought they looked better than Chiefs. So I think it's kind of definitely up to nerves. It's a newer roster who has the potential to be really good, and you don't really know if they're going to show up. So I think it has the potential to go 3-0 either way. But I think most days of the week, Chiefs win it. But then, if we get the nice little full moon of Order and they come in as hot as they did last week, then they can 3-0 it easy.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they're feeling because Chiefs in that interview did sound very bloody quietly confident as well. Not too quiet, actually, pretty loud. Now let's have a look at the second page of these predictions as well. We do have Kitty, Skimmy, and Rusty, who've all gone for Chiefs. So, Kitty.
Yes?
Does that mean you've already won? Or is Skimmy going to win with the score prediction? What's going on?
Well, it's either me or Skimmy's game now because Rusty, even if he gets it right, can't catch up because we have the exact same vote. And since Rusty and Skimmy aren't here right now, I'll say why I went for a Chiefs 3-1 and Skimmy went for a Chiefs 3-2 because I think that Chiefs have the experience being veterans and having international experience, so they can adapt over these games, especially in a best-of-5 series where Order, being newer players, maybe the nerves will get to them, and I just think the Chiefs roster can adapt a lot better compared to their counterpart.
Okay, now I've just been told that in the case that Order actually win, you and Skimmy tie.
Oh,
so you both win? Maybe. I guess we'll
Maybe.
see because we don't obviously know the result. The game hasn't been played yet. But look, it's not too far away from Champ Select either. So what are we expecting? Are there any pocket picks that we're hoping to see that have been saved up all split for this moment, boys?
Leak it.
Okay, I'm just going to say Puma's Vayne, I think it's not a hidden tech because we've seen it before, but I think that this guy, when it comes down to those clutch moments, he is always fiending for a Vayne pick. I know, obviously, having played with him, he wants that champion that he's going to be able to 1v5 on. And whether that's the Vayne, whether that's the Zeri, whether that's his Jinx, I'm confident that, it comes down to a match point, it comes down to the final game of the series. He is going to pick whatever enables him to carry that game by himself.
Okay, well, what are we expecting to synergize in that bot lane? Because I too would like to see a little bit of Pyke slipping through the cracks. I reckon that'd be dope. But at the same time, are you a Pyke fan?
I'm a huge Pyke fan, but Pyke Vayne sounds like a really bad...
But
it sounds like my solo queue
good?
teammates when I'm autofill, like, please.
What would be good with the Pyke?
With the Pyke, anything with a bunch of damage that doesn't need you to save it. If you're Pyke and you run off and you leave your Jinx all alone, he's going to be real sad.
Ooh, okay. Well, on that note, let's have a check-in with the boys. It is time for the game. It is time for Champ Select. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts because you're in for a ride.
Mac, thank you very much for the introduction and for the pre-show, because we certainly had a lot to try and digest, trying to compact, 12 weeks of action for just one moment here.
Yeah, lots of patch changes, lots of roster changes as well across the entire league. But for Chiefs and Order, it's about having the best form they possibly can have at this exact moment. And Game 1 in a best-of series, like you heard from the analysts as well, is crucial for how you're going to perform throughout the entirety of it.
Certainly is, and as we also heard, right, it really is that David and Goliath situation of BioPanther being the leader, the only one that was in this situation this time last year. He's won championship titles already before. So he's literally in that roster saying, boys, you're prodigies, you've got that self-belief, we're 9-0, let's do it. I mean, look, G2 did it just in Europe before.
I mean, the reality is as well, comparing both of these teams, Bio is the only person with a title, and so combined Order have 2 titles locally here at Oceania. Chiefs have 9. They have years of experience. Tally, one of the oldest players on the team, not from just age, but from years playing competitive League of Legends, replaced a team that I was in, replaced a top laner in like 2015, 2014 odd. So a very long time ago he came in and just proved that even back then he was the true bionic man.
Yeah.
Couldn't make any mistakes.
That's a good one. I do like that. I loved it when Carmen explained it to me, sort of the surgery that went behind it to make him the Iron Man, the man that is really sitting at the top of that throne. But not to forget, right, Babip is a substitute. He's their coach.
Yeah.
He's got the most championship titles on that entire roster. And they've just got him sitting in the background saying, come on, boys, it's another day in the office. Now, coming into this one, 2 key picks for me. Evelyn has been permabanned away from Order. Zillion has been permabanned away from Chiefs. I'm not expecting that to change throughout this series.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that have to be consistent, right? Graves is an interesting addition to this list for the side of the Chiefs, just because Graves has been a champion that Kevy has proven his worth on time and again through playoffs as well as the regular season, has never lost a game on the pick. Karma actually goes into the same list as well, right? Champions that Order have shown during playoffs really specifically to be an issue. And so Chiefs on blue side, they're going to prioritize the Ahri Skimmy. And looking at the list of mid laners, I do feel like with Veigar gone, with Zillion gone, Ahri is just kind of the best in slot right now, and Vex isn't like a hard counter by any means.
No.
And it stops the LeBlanc Lee Sin type of response.
There's only been 2 champions across these playoffs that have had a 100% presence that's been picked or banned. It's been Ahri and Jinx. And I think we've seen so many times where the Ahri comes out in that first rotation because it just gives you so many options, right? The pick potential, the flash chance, it's insurmountable. But we're looking now, really digressing through this sort of situation as to what's going to be coming out. And like we've seen from Order, their preparation has been very much shut down the mid lane, but this time a big focus in the bot.
And this is super interesting from Chiefs with their 4 or 5 bans because it's also the Renata, not just the Tahm Kench. Renata is actually a champion that excels when other people come towards you and you get to just sit back, and there's a little smile there from Raze as the hover comes out. So we'll have to see if this is in fact going to be a lock. But first and foremost, Corporal does go back to the Leona, one of his most comfortable champions, one that he's got the most games played on as well, and high expectations for Order's 2v2.
So yes, Corporal's been a big star on that one. I was quite curious to sort of see whether or not Raze would answer the call of showcasing, well, Puma, you played pretty much everything under the sun. You played nearly a unique champion every single game across all 9 of those. Would I lay down the gauntlet and say, I can play the Twitch, I can play the Vayne? But no, defaults to something a little bit more standard. Aphelios and Zeri going to be the battle in the bot lane.
Yeah, and looking towards this last pick here for the Chiefs, I am curious what they're going to be going towards top lane. It is going to be blind. This is a very BioPanther path to take. And this is interesting because it's into BioPanther. You've just picked one of his most played champions through the regular season and playoffs in a place where he is supremely comfortable. And even in the interview, Skimmy, if you cast your mind back a few minutes, he said if Topoon's not ahead, the Chiefs flounder. and he's picked the tank top lane. So just some food for thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly showcasing that I can play a whole host of champions, but we might just have a bit of a tank Titan top lane meta for this one, at least to try and calm those nerves, to find yourself into a comfortable position. Execution, not one to really try and get too excited about, because we want to make sure game one, it's ours. We've got a composition that is very straightforward, and I feel like you could say that certainly from either side.
I do think that comfort is a very prevalent thing throughout this first draft for sure. We haven't seen any crazy picks. We've seen some very good targeted bans, and I'm curious to see how they start to shift if one team goes really crazy with it in a game, right? Like the highest point of variance I think right now is probably going to be the Vex and the Ahri matchup. We've seen Kisei play this matchup. We've also seen him play very aggressively into some dash mages and try and push them in and try and have a lot of pressure. He's died from those plays sometimes, but has a lot of variance in mid. And then you bring the junglers into the mix, because Order love the Hecarim pick, but they had it with a Karma or a Zillion. This time there is no enabling tool for Kevy, it's just him doing it by himself.
And it is a champion that you've absolutely loved, you've adored, you've really craved to see more of, and we did see it a lot in the situation when Chiefs went up against Pentanet, but it looked like it was a pick that ultimately just fell out of favor, not even banned by the end of that one. But Arthur has got his hands on that lease, and if we're talking about pocket picks, if we're talking about champions to be excited about, this mid-jungle certainly is going to deliver.
Without a doubt, Korean Lee Sin, you can't be happier seeing that picked by Arthur for sure. Tally with his Ahri, it's one of the few champions where he's had a legitimately hard carry performance. There's like a 10-0 Ahri game in there where he got a quad kill. So big things there. Ray's one of his most comfortable and most played champions as well with that Aphelios, is going to be a big beacon of hope for Chiefs with late game scaling, late game team fighting. And I do think that's pretty synonymous for both of these teams, right? There is early aggression, yes, that we will be looking for, but at the end of the day, it's late game team fighting. It's Vex hitting a big ultimate, it's Tally hitting the charm before it happens, and then Aphelios coming through, right? There is just going to be a lot of people grouped up on the same screen for both teams to find the most success.
So much posturing for positioning and finding that great way for them to unlock the floodgates, to allow the likes of an Aphelios or Zeri to really steal the spotlight and showcase that they are outright now the best AD carry. We've had a massive discussion as the split and even the playoffs has gone on. Has it been Raze as the number one? Who can even contest him? And those questions continue to get answered as we load in for game number one here. Both these teams searching for some silverware. Both have been very close in recent times, with Chiefs finishing second in 2019, Order finishing second in 2020, and now's a chance to make sure they come first. Well, as we load into this one, it's a chance to check in with the coaching staff from the side of Chiefs. You know him, you love him. It's the man known as Kuden. How are you, Kuden? Well, Kuden, I have to ask, I mean, given the run that Order have been on, 9-0, they've been in some rather hot form. Your journey here was a lot different, right? It was a hard-fought 5-game series, so how do you rank Order coming into this grand final?
The run has been decent. They looked much more dapper than their opponents, but today we're going to show that we're more dapper than them. And when I say dapper, I mean hungry, but also dapper at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm understanding what you're telling me, and what I have to ask also, on the same vein then, what would it really mean for you to come in here with the super roster, with yourself into the mix and say, I'm bringing back the title to the Chiefs for the first time since 2016?
Yeah, there's no other org I rather win with. Out of all the orgs I've been with, they're one of the best. I seek atonement for Chiefs and hopefully Oceania as a whole.
Well, on a quick closing note, as we do load into this one, is there anything you want to shout out to all the Chiefs fans, all the supporters out there watching the LCO?
I hope you can find the spark of forgiveness in you to amend our relationship.
Fantastic. Right, Kudum. Well, we're going to ponder what that means, extrapolate, understand, and get ourselves suited and booted for grand finals.
We might do that, Skimmy. We might just carry on and acknowledge that what it is brilliant by itself with no analysis. Let's just jump straight into this game. 2 minutes in, if there's anyone here who's unfamiliar with the Chiefs as a playstyle, what you might want to get used to is that during those coach interviews, there's a chance we'll miss a first blood. There's a chance we'll miss some action. They did group up as 5. They swept through towards Order's red buff, but they didn't push forwards. Order actually placed a ward expecting that invade. They will lose the ward for it, but they have the information that they really needed. It's going to be a full clear from Kevy. Bar the Krugs, 5 camp clear from red to bot side. Probably able to recall if he wants to and just go towards top side and top gank. or he can go straight towards the enemy Krugs depending on how his lane's looking bottom to try and go for those Krugs, take them away, and actually take a camp away from Arthur as top.
Hold on a second, we might be looking for a solo kill here. Tapoon is the solo kill monster. He's going to go for it. Procs to Brittle! Flashing forward, but they trade. Very, very close there.
I think Toppin just tried to Q flash on Ornn, but I don't see any damage registered from that one, so I'm not sure that actually connected. Top lane is trading flashes. I mean, at the end of the day, they're just two tanks that have used the Summoner spell, and you'd think, not a big deal, right? But they're not tanks yet. So there is still definitely a possibility with both Summoner spells missing that a lot could happen. First result you're seeing is a cannon missed as well as a couple of minions there that Bio won't be too happy about. But at the end of the day, he will still be up in farm as he catches the rest of those. The difference is in where the junglers are.
As you say, Kevy is lurking down bottom river. He's looking to say, will we go for this gank? Because Draku is rather advanced. That opens up the invitation to go for that Zenith Blade. Still posturing quite defensively here. Kevy plants a bit of vision in that bot try brush. Nothing really committal.
Yeah, you could see Kevy wasn't sure it was a play. I think what he really wanted was for Draku to commit in response. You can see it wasn't a good trade for Order in a 2v2 sense, but they don't know where Kevy is on the side of Chiefs. So they were hesitant to commit. They were loath to give it an attempt. And they'll be happy knowing, especially in hindsight, that he was sitting right there waiting for them, but the Lee Sin is here now. And so the hooks may start to come out.
I see that response, as you say, from Draku. But we're going to go back to base. They don't know it, but they will do now. There is the hook, there is the wave, and there is the posturing to say, Puma, you're in a 1v2. We're going to zone your way and deny as much of this creep score as possible.
Yeah, really well timed by the Chiefs. Of course, it was still a good base from Corporal to get out cheeky, get out fast. Does mean that this wave, there was a world where the Lee Sin perhaps stays to try and die, but Puma's not going to let it be a health trade, right? He wants to stay full health. Both summoners there, so the play will just dwindle. You say, trying to stop Tally from getting a roam off while holding the wave. Very cheeky stuff. And so far, I feel like most of this game has just revolved around laners doing pretty standard matchup trades.
Yeah.
Junglers looking for opportunities, but not really hunting for them too hard. Not too dapper or hungry, as they are apparently synonymous now. Just farming as usual.
Bingo cards certainly being checked off here as we talk about it. But yeah, 5 minutes in, and there hasn't been anything too much in terms of mechanical checks or any idea of who's going to make the first move and do we need to get really frantic about things. We didn't see a level 1.
Yep.
So whether or not it's going to be something that's going to find a little bit more strategy and success later into the series, we will wait and see. Here we go, though. He's just walking in blind, not a fear in the world.
Yeah, wants to place a ward actually at the Drake. Was more worried that that was being done by Kevy. He's in fact just getting that recall off right now. Looking for level 6, I would say, realistically, for the Hecker and for the Vex as well to get really active around the map. Sion tends to hit 6 and use his ult to return to lane. And also for anyone who was hoping to see a lethality backdoor Sion, it's Biopanther, so stop hoping. It will in fact be tank. It's not.
He dies, he Prowler Claws you, you break your keyboard and you go, oh cool.
Yeah, it sounds fun, Skivvy. You've convinced me.
Oh, that's a fantastic flash there from Kiss Later Charm. Would have connected. I think that would have been lethal between the two of them. Whether or not Kevy would have been able to answer back at least, but they weren't taking chances.
And both junglers do seem to be a couple of camps away from that breakpoint, but priority and bottom just going to be a little bit too powerful right now for the Chiefs. They will stay vigilant, they'll stay strong and get themselves a pretty free objective here overall. There's no actual transaction for money across the entire map. And it was done on free time where Kevy was in base.
The result of all the good work that Chiefs bot lane put in there. Forcing desynchronized resets from Puma and Corporal.
Easy.
Thank you very much.
Which, to be fair as well, for the Chiefs, throughout the playoffs of the LCO, the Drake has an 88% hit rate for red side getting the first one. So that is very against the grain from what is standard.
Certainly is, and Order stats have been very much Dragon focused in comparison to the side of Chiefs, so win condition will be delayed just a fraction longer here. As Chiefs are waiting to hit those level 6 breakpoints. Not too far away here in the bot lane.
The game was kind of stunted around the choice for that Drake and a couple of extra recalls being taken early. I don't think anyone would be surprised coming into game 1 of the series that teams are calm. I think there's two ways that a BO5 can go, right? You throw stuff at your opponents in game 1, you do something different. If that works, it's a supremely useful draft strategy for the rest of the series. but you could also just come in and prove you're the better team. And I think both teams are confident that they're the better team, and so they just want to win by being standard.
We can't understate the storyline, though, coming into this one, right? Order have never won a championship title, and this might be their very best chance in recent memory ever. They're going to try and say that, yes, we've got one veteran that's done it before, 4 hungry, supremely talented individuals that are there to support him. But then you look at the side of Chiefs and say they are hunting for their 5th championship title. That would make them the most successful org ever in Oceanic League of Legends.
We put that one on the resume, and that sounds fantastic. Great ward placed by Tally there, but it is going to be immediately cleared, so that feels bad. Draku's still hovering here, however, so if this is a bait, you can see the Lee Sin is at Raptors. Ooh.
Oh, that's a good Spirit Rush away, but in comes the Shadow Surge under the turret. He's been feared. Make that 2. The Ignite's going to be enough to take him down as Corporal claims first blood. What can Chiefs do to answer back? Draku flashing for the passive. In goes Kise with charge number 2. And down comes Biopanther. It's a double kill for Leona.
And the first skirmish of the game is on Order's terms, and it is Order that is successful. They get the teleport out of top moon as well as 2 kills. Raze is going to get a lot of money down bot lane on these towers with the right weapons for it. And the tragedy for Order is that it's Corporal. Corporal, the Leona, gets both of those kills. So much money goes missing from the hands of the correct members of the Order squad. But they are still kills, right? They are still a big positive. And for the first step in a best of 5 to MSI, you want that step to be positive. And it starts with a flash E, it connects, the CC combo follows, and the damage is done. And Tally knows he's dead, so tries to get back in and help. Arthur was still doing the Raptors, so a little bit late to the play, doesn't get over the wall fast enough. Kise just tries to disengage for the team, really, but has the Fear passive back up. And Bio doesn't use his Cyanide to go back to lane. He is too high class for that. He's just going to use it downriver to help.
That he certainly is. Didn't pick up an assist. And Draku might be quite frustrated about that one, feeling like he had the damage, they had the lockdown with that flash loan. Both supports did not have level 6. And the trade-off really is, as you say, Corporal is going to get those kills. That's a talking point for Chiefs to celebrate because it was then Raze that picked up at least 3 plates on that bottom turret.
This could very easily turn into one of those games of League where both top laners just don't go top. Like at a certain point in this game, the Scion and the Ornn could be seen as more valuable groups for the team. And so we might just have a lot of tanks sitting in bushes. And that could be the perfect caption for game number 1. We'll have to find out. But Scion is a little bit better, I think, in the split pushing overall. Does, you know, have a preference a bit more to hit the waves before you rotate.
I'm sure they don't want to feel relegated, at least within the first 10 minutes. There's oversized wards, just movable objects.
Honestly, I don't think Bio cares. He just enjoys this lane too much. You want to make him an oversized ward, he'll say, let's do it. ARAM right now.
Leaf's farming up health and Sabuna's farming up stats. Ultimately, the Blacksmith will come out at level 13, but it's a world away before really we can start talking about them being juggernauts.
But that is the major difference between both tanks, right? If we were going to keep a highlight on this lane for longer than most people would like, is that Ornn augments the rest of the team. So, you know, the Aphelios, the Ahri are going to get a lot of benefit from the extra money that will be put into their pockets from upping those items. Scion just getting that extra health will be tankier himself. That really is the trade-off that we will be seeing from both of these tanks as the team fights come out. Also, the Ornn has long range engage, and he can just throw the ultimate where Scion doesn't have that luxury. It's more of a burden on Corporal, I feel like, with these team fights to hit the Leona ultimate before anything else if Order want to hit the fight, or, you know, like a miracle ult from Kise.
The ease of execution to follow things up. As I mean, we already saw between Vex and Hecarim in the mid lane, a double fear. It's very hard to try and outplay that one, and certainly if there's a solo flare on top of all those things, then the damage might just be a little bit too much to try and overcome. Second Dragon has spawned. This time Order will get themselves to the pit first. Vision will be scattered out here as Arthur is teasing with that Sonic Wave primed and ready to go. Draku's in the area. They've got really no vision. Cold Ward will make a little bit harder for them to try and figure out what the go is.
Should just be free at this point. It feels like you could see Arthur wanted to have a crack. Maybe if you steal away this second Drake against the flow of the game, you've given yourself a win condition, right? With a potentially powerful soul. It's going to be the Cloud Soul this time around for the Rift. Which isn't, you know, the be-all, end-all. It's just nice to have. Someone, I don't feel like a Scion is happy with a Cloud Soul because he doesn't go much faster than his ultimate lets him. Little things like that. But Zeri will love it. Vex will probably relish in that as well as the Hecarim. So a lot of benefit there for at least the Order side, where for Chiefs, Tally hits R1 and just runs you down. So you're pretty happy with the Soul, at least for what it can provide as bottom.
Uh-oh, Raze could be in trouble. Lightning Crash, instant flash away. Oh, and another good cleanse! In comes Draku, the zap is there. One more auto is all it takes. They've lost vision. Unbelievable play by Raze. Fantastic peeling by Draku too.
Yeah, super well played by Raze in particular. Hits the cleanse, gets the flash off as fast as possible. Also has the Gale Force for some extra distance. Free control given to the bottom lane 2v2 of Order, but no kills means no monetary conversions. They're still pretty happy overall, but they'd love a bit of extra money in their pockets and to get Raze behind early.
Certainly would, because they are ahead by 2,000 gold at this early stage of the game. That's going to grow just a little bit more as Kevin now summons that Herald. Looking to try and break open some of these turrets. That's to summon it all the way back at the base. Not ideal, but lane states, they are looking a little bit more so.
And I do feel like the lane that he just summoned it to is really good because they've just flipped the map, right? You've got Chiefs now moving to the top side, and it is an Ornn down there by himself in a 1v1 against Zeri, who has so much mobility and you know, ability to kite around an Ornn that I don't feel like she ever really gets pushed out of lane if she wants to stay there. So it should be a Herald charge. The question is what do Chiefs do as a transaction on the top side of the map, because you're expecting this to be even close to a full turret.
They've had to sacrifice it, as you can see from the minimap there. So defensively postured is Tapoon. Chiefs look to try and make a play topside. Draku's going to cop a couple of turret shots for it.
And some.
And actually going to drop down to 50% too.
I mean, this is huge for the side of Order. If Bio's able to defend this turret as mid-dive.
Tally could be in trouble. Shadow Surge and a dash away. Fantastic little kick. As he survived this time, will not fall victim to the same play twice.
Chiefs are collapsing though from the top side as well. Look at the river.
Look at the river indeed. Everfrost, that's a two-man Everfrost. Look at the charge. Go to Poo, knock them all up. In they go. Arthur going to take out Kisei as they've locked their sights on towards Leona. And would you believe it, Raze is the one to get the shutdown.
Yeah, to Leona with a shutdown and Raze gets it. Chiefs can now look towards mid lane as well. Turret plating gone, so there'll be less money for the turret itself, but control of the map belongs almost completely to the Chiefs with a swing of the play. However, look at the trade that's happened for Puma. Every time a team's making a play, the opposing AD carry is prospering from it. That was a full bot turret and some. Freely into the hands of the Zeri. So we cannot forget that even though Chiefs make a fantastic play there to basically capitalize on a mistake from Order going too far, and we will see this again, because note that Zeri's staying bottom. Note that they're trying to defend top lane. Is this play necessary when the real play was the bot lane outer turret? The fact that Topoon is aware of this and wants to protect Tally just in case is a sign they're communicating super well. So it's not a real play. The Everfrost locks them down so nicely. The follow-through is there from the rest of the team. And easy as you'd like, in reality, from the side of the Chiefs, but still 2,000 gold ahead.
They are still 2,000 gold ahead, and Puma did find himself two turrets in the bot lane, completely eviscerated life down there, making it very difficult for Tapoon to even be a participant. Big reason now, as you can see from that scoreboard, that he is 1,200 gold ahead.
Without a kill, he is 1,200 gold ahead. The full bot lane turret, I mean, that is an exceptional amount of money given to him, as well as a lot of free waves. 150 CS at 15 minutes, how do you do? Very easy for the AD of Order. He's a bit of a beast lately as well. Coming into playoffs, I think it's fair to say that Puma has been one of the best performing ADs, who we've already regarded quite highly, but just came into his own and has looked exceptional.
Plenty of big ass scrim in this situation up against Raze. Nice two-man knock-up with the Call of the Forge God. Down goes to Solar Flare. The Moonlight Vigil's just out of range, but he's got the white guns looking great. Switch that through to the sniper. Tapoon's low, but what does he have left in the tank? Not much more. Puma going to pick up his first kill in this game now. And the fight might just fizzle out as a result of that one, as Tally was teeing up the idea of a charm. The Shadow Surge from Kisei was close. Both mid laners so close with their skill shots.
And I don't think we can be surprised that we've got top laners grouping up for fight after fight. It's happening early, Skibby. 16 minutes into this one, a Herald fight takes place, and the Herald doesn't even get taken. It is just a fight for the sake of looking for those opportunities. Leona gets caught first. I mean, that was actually a really back and forth fight where it's just, you know, tanks dying for the carries who are surviving and getting those kills.
That's what you want to see. You want those carries to be as fed as possible. In we go. Oh, unfortunately, with the Hex Flash, Drake, you're not going to land that dredge line. Thought it was going to be pixel perfect with that minion falling on down. A cry of relief, really, coming out of the Order camp. But that is the third dragon spawning, and Chiefs first to the play.
It should just be a free objective here. Looking at what Order want to do here in response, they should be going for the Herald. The question is how fast can they do this one, but I do think that by the way the map is currently set up, it should just be an objective trade. That will mean the top lane outer turret is in jeopardy without the Herald summoned as well. You can see Topoon's terrified. And that also means that this Herald can then be summoned for mid. So you want to talk about plays that could open the map up? I feel like Order just made the conscious choice. They want the map to be so much more open so the Vex ultimates can hit right, so Leona can find those flank angles.
All the angles.
Exactly right.
And they already found so many of them. I mean, that's a big reason I believe they went for that gank attempt in the mid lane on towards Tally when they were even pushing bot lane before. Let's run it back with this fight one more time, because it starts off in terms where you're thinking Chiefs are looking for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice, and you'd expect free pick onto Corporal. He was just completely bouncy housed the entire time, CC locked, but had a half second. And in that half second, he ulted, stunned 2 people, and then the carries are just freely hitting, right? Once the stuns come out, the floodgates open, the damage is able to be put down, and Puma did find his first kill.
A 2v2, ultimately, in terms of the casualties, but despite any kind of fight back that Chiefs have shown to try and answer back in this game, it is still Order with a commanding 3,000 gold lead, with another Herald in boot, certainly looking to break even more structures. They've got a lead of 3-1 so far, and I feel like if you can take down the mid-tier 1, that is instrumental to bridging that gold lead to 5-10.
Yeah, without a doubt. I feel like, as it stands, opening the map firstly, yes, but will create a lot more angles, and it's the objective fights that I think both of these teams are going to be rallying around the most. The difficulties that they'll run into is what are they going to be doing between those points. We've got double teleports for both solo laners, so there is a lot of flexibility in how they want to assign their lanes, but because they also could be going to both side lanes at once, there is the risk of being picked off. So they have to play perfect league before those objectives, before those fights come about, or they are at risk of dying.
Said the magic words, and Tally's got the magic vision. Here's the pick in the mirror though. Hang on a minute, Puma's been caught swimming. He said, I'm going to group up with the rest of my team. I felt like they had the jump, but Chiefs one step ahead.
Yeah, Puma just gets completely caught out by himself there. It does make you wonder what exactly he was up to. The rest of his team was spotted on a ward clearing it. So Chiefs will find an opportunity here.
A minute.
Oh, that was close.
The curse Krugs. Got a chance now for Chiefs to assert a little bit more control in this game. And look at what's done for the gold already if they can get this turret as well. We're looking at a far more even game, and the late game transition starts to feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy. Level 12 there for Tapoon, not too far away from the Fabled Ornaments. And not only will the rest of his team become strong, but the amount of stats he passively gains too, it's huge.
Chiefs will commit themselves to that turret. You could see it wasn't a full commit though, to be fair. That was only the jungler and top lane that went up there. And so they're able to reset in time for mid lane's Herald play. So again, Chiefs thinking an extra step ahead on every moment that takes place. Puma being dead there was a major part of the losses there for Order. Still opening up the map, still doing exactly what is expected of them. Chiefs weren't going to be able to stop that one. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds till I think we might have a play. Just keep in mind, Skip, is Cloud Drake and Drake 3. I don't know how much priority goes on.
Yeah. Certainly seems to be one of the Drakes that isn't ever too fond of a memory for the pro players looking to try and claim, but certainly will not be given up if it is a free invitation to take it. You already mentioned a few of those key highlights as to the mobility can offer you, the ultimate reduction, certainly going to come and be a big factor, but like the team themselves going to have a much bigger adherence to managing their side waves and not getting caught out.
Just a quick aside as well for the Chiefs' composition. Topoon spent so much time zoned off waves and so much time grouped that he's not actually doing well in experience. He is even with everyone on his team. Right, and that's a solo laner who wants to get experience as fast as possible, beat Ornn, get the ornament upgrades. He has been suffering a fair amount through this game, where the Scion has no reliance on experience specifically. That's something that I'm sure Chiefs will be, Order rather, will be quite happy about. Chiefs will be a little bit sad for it.
He has played that mobile ward position, like we mentioned a few times, right? Playing very defensively minded, looking to try and scout out what the next opportunity Order are looking to try and tee up. Certainly standing in positions to protect. Most prominently has been Tally.
Yeah, and Tally has been farming perfectly fine, right? Topoon does suffer for the success of his mid laner in this first game, at least a little bit. But a 0-1-4 scoreline, still be pretty happy with how the game's been going for him overall. And we bring this up because he just found time to go to a side lane, catch up a little bit. Is grouping now, though, Skimmy, with the Drake up in 15.
Side lanes are absolutely fantastic here for Order. They're collapsing on either top and bot, and Chiefs are all in as it stands to try and wrestle mid lane instead. You can see Tally now walking up top side to try and clear out that one. Kissy did a great amount of work in the bot lane before he's gone back for that reset. Going to come to this fight now with 2 items to his name. Item spikes seemingly the name of the game, feels fairly evenly
no.
managed. A little Forge God goes across, a one-man target on towards Corporal, sidesteps both of the attempts, and then turns around with a solar flame, says our target is Draku. Let's look to try and take him down. Kissy on the flank, as you say. Everfrost's going to be juked on out as Tally looks to try and do whatever he can. Playing zonal defense. Arthur going to try and say, what are you going to do? You're going to try and go for me? Well, I'm not sure if that's the target you're after. Goes for the kick, the safeguard away. He is safe. He's fleeing, but he's got the death stance. He's got the life leech, and Chiefs really are just standing and delivering. Rage has just flashed across the wall saying, I've got the moves as well. I am the perfect player for a reason, and look how clean we are. Not a single member of Chiefs has died.
Puma survives, but the rest of Order crumble, and Chiefs will just be able to get themselves the Drake. They'll pick up the objective, completely uncontested again. They look for the picks before they go for the objective. They sound the Orn horn, but this time around, it is capitalizing on the flank attempts from Order. They have vision, they find the flank, and they target and take it down. And then all of Order's chances to get those team fight wins, so much more difficult to execute on.
A huge moment in the game that has certainly swung the balance. What has been such a commanding lead for Order, being so proactive from the very get-go, has certainly felt a little bit unstuck here. We have seen crazy situations around the Baron Pit before. Kiss say he's not playing the Tryndamere, but the Vex can certainly serve a very similar role as Tapu looks to try and zone away. In goes Corporal. It's going to be claimed here. Baron by Arthur. Now the fight breaks out, looking to try and take down as many members as they can. Drake is going to fall on down. Same with Tapoon. Corporal manages to run away somehow, some way, as Kisei is low. But now Order! In they go! Two-man ultimate mid-jungle, looking to try and assassinate out Arthur, but he's living. But they have nowhere to go because Biopanther's saying, what are you going to do when I drop down the hammer and I get those shutdowns?
They want to get rid of the Baron off everybody possible. Looks like Tally will be able to limp away, and at least Chiefs will have one Baron buff standing. But that is 4 members falling from Order, an immediate response after they lose a team fight. That Baron can almost amount to nothing as a result. We start the power play, 1,400 gold down.
They were so close to claiming the gold lead for the very first time in this game there, Chiefs, but a great opportunity for Order to punish.
And this time around, you can see Kevy's not interested in stealing the Drake with 100% intent. Chiefs actually waste multiple abilities to stop him from getting into the pit, and so they don't have anything to stop Corporal from the flank. Hex Flash over the wall, just straight in there. Kisei was so close to actually dying to Arthur's combo there. He hit the kick flash and tried to throw the Q, but at this point, Biopanther, absolute brick wall of a human being, just walks into the rest of this fight and says, oh, you thought you were getting away with those Baron buffs. Locks down one and also ensures that Raze has no escape path.
I just love how Bio walks up, chucks the minion at him like it's like a Lego piece you've stood on and you're in pain. Ultimately, Arthur was in pain because he's fallen on down. Call it a Forge goal. Once again, 2 members locked up in the air. Their headbutt into the wall, and Corporal's life has been conceded. Look at Kisei's positioning though. He's trying to find the angle. He wants the moment, and he will look to try and strike. In they go. Biopanther for taking up the world and more. That's a 2-man knockup, but it gets kicked away by Arthur. He's going to be the lamb to slaughter for this one. The communication surely disengage away there, boys, because Puma is running us down.
Puma's going absolutely crazy right now. Kisei gets the resets as well, but at the end of the day, Biopanther is the hero of the moment in game number 1 for Order. 4-0-5, and now knocking on the door of the first inhibitor in this series.
They've met 3 times across the regular season. They've always been bangers. And coming into this one, it's looking like Order are teeing themselves up to try and end this game. They've got 2 minion waves stacked on through. The inhibitor's gone. Nexus turret number 1 is gone. On towards the second. The respawn timers, they're oh so devastatingly punishing. They need another 15 seconds. They're not going to find it. Order will not let them get it. Order take game number 1.
And perhaps the most animated I've ever seen from Puma in this first game. That was so much more than just a smile. My man's just had a pop-off moment. Crazy performance from Puma in that last fight. Huge effort from the tank top lane matchup as well from Biopanther. And perhaps everything that he just said, Skimmy, in the pregame about take Topoon out of it and look at the difference it makes against the Chiefs is 100% true.
And it's just fascinating what an evolution it has been since they very first met in week 1, where he looked so shy, he looked so timid, he showed a little bit too much respect to Tapoon. And we were sort of talking about this narrative of, you know, Tapoon being the monster of the OPL era, Biopanther asserting himself as the LCO top laner. And from that moment to where we are now, a huge shift of saying, not only am I stronger, but the entirety of Order are looking to go undefeated this entire playoffs.
And it was done standard. That wasn't a surprise strategy. That was just champions that they're all good at, champions they're comfortable on, and the perfect run continues.
Yeah, you can't really complain. 10-0 as it stands there for Order. A game where Chiefs certainly had options, certainly had ways to try and get back into that one, but Order certainly didn't make it as easy as it looked. The Baron call, especially for me, was really the breaking point in that game where Chiefs would be kicking themselves thinking, if only we could have disengaged, if only we had those tools available in that moment, rather than preventing them getting into the pit, actually asserting ourselves, the damage with those combat stats. So a crazy game overall, and ultimately we're going to throw it back to the desk and see what Mac and the rest of that handsome couch has to think about game number 1.
That was crap. That was nuts. I'm happy. I think, Max, are you pretty happy?
Oh, I'm ecstatic, Mac.
That was pretty good, wasn't it?
We were not ready to be back here.
I am not ready. You know, I'm going to expose myself. My shoes aren't on properly because I didn't expect the game to end so quickly.
Get the mic on quick enough.
And my mic isn't on properly, but you know, congrats to Order getting game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the way they closed that out, just no hesitation, taking it straight to the Nexus after we were sitting backstage debating, whether they actually had the time to end, and they just pulled that trigger. So overall, on a more serious note, I think it's very telling that Order went for a standard comp, very 5v5 front to back type style, and they took it to the Chiefs.
Was there anything from the draft that surprised you? I saw that Vayne hover coming through from Raze. Would that have worked better in the comp, or was he just still doing a great job on Aphelios? Was it how much impact did he have in this game? Because it felt like he was stuck in those side lanes for a lot of the time.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was on him at all. I think this game was just overall came down to this team fight and how the teams executed, right? We saw multiple times, a team would overchase, particularly here like we're seeing on screen now. Kisa getting caught down towards the bot side and then Order overcommitting. But on the whole, Order just seemed to know how they wanted to play fights very well. That they had the Hecarim coming in with the sign-ult behind him and then Vex over the top. Just creates such an annoying combo to try and deal with. And Puma in the back end, always there to clean up, always there to dash over the walls and find the kills when he needs to.
Okay, now Rogue, what's your take on this game? What went wrong, what went right? What do you want to see change going into game 2?
I did like the first 2 picks of Cheese with the Ahri. I think it's a great first pick, and I think that kind of showed us why they picked this side of the map. Getting Lee Sin as well. The only thing I don't like is I don't like top Poon on Ornn. I feel like that's Order's biggest strength. Order is playing tank tops, and this is something Biopenta knows really well. And look at the man, he can't die. He's just tanking absolutely everything. He's unkillable.
Shoutouts to him being there for the boys as well. In that first engagement at mid, he managed to ult the whole way down the river, and as soon as he got to mid, he started walking back to top lane.
Look at him, he's driving the car.
There's just so much going on this game, and at the same time, Order, they're just positioning. It's something that I've mentioned many games this split with Puma. The man is always just in the right spot, especially in front to back cops, a bit like this, where he just knows where he has to be, right? And look, he does not get that animated. Something's in the water today, Max.
No, I love it. I love it. He's screaming now. I mean, 2 games away from having the undefeated streak continue and taking home that Split 1 title. I mean, looking at the damage here, certainly a performance to be happy about. The damage numbers are pretty low, actually, given how quickly the game ended, right? 27 minutes and 16k, but Puma definitely dishing out the damage where he needed to.
It was it's just such an interesting game. Kitty, you saw a couple of things in terms of those item builds which you weren't a fan of. Do you want to point those out?
Yes. I have not been the biggest fan of Tally's build recently because he is playing the solo AP role on Chiefs, and as the Ahri, you already have enough damage as the you have the potential to be the AP carry, and we see the Everfrost, that is fine, but having a Merc Treads following up with that is really low damage for these early skirmishes, where we see the Vex actually being able to execute and assassinate a lot of those carries in these mid games.
Yeah, you could see even just like on that goal graph too, how close it was up until that last fight where it just dipped completely out of the contention. Now, I guess at this point, like that's what's happened, right? For game 1, we got a second game to get to. What would you like to see as changes for the Chiefs to try to hit back on Order now?
Yeah, I don't like the top lane pick, as I said before. I think both these teams are playing really well. Not a lot was happening early game. I think Order's macro was a little bit better, but they even had their own blunders, so it kind of ended up about even. But you can see right here, it's all coming down to the team fights. It's completely coming down to the team fights, and both teams are playing extraordinarily well. So I think we need picks on, team fight champions, things that can go late, maybe an Enchanter in the bot lane. That would be something that I wouldn't be surprised to see in the series, because both of them can play it.
Now, we asked you guys before, from the fans, what your favorite grand final moments have been in history, and you've sent a couple in. So let's have a quick look at some of these submissions. It's Lothi. Pretty tough choice, the semi-final that should have been a grand final, Rox versus SKT at Worlds. Was this the one you pointed out?
Yes, this is exactly the one I pointed out, and, you know, we are cultured people out here. I don't know why I had a brain freeze, but yes, we are cultured people.
And look, MF support, I actually missed when MF was the support. That was fun, wasn't it?
Rogue, you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I played back then, and that was real fun. That was back in the time. I think I played Vel'Koz, was one of my like counter picks into it or something, but every support role was taking damage with Zyra and MF. It was good World Championship meta, that one.
Yeah, well, to give some context, it was because Zyra was extremely broken, and back in the day when MF just got changed, her auto attack could actually one-shot the plants. So people actually resulted in picking MF as a counter to the Zyra support. So that's why MF support was also really popular.
Historian. She's good, isn't she? Now, we have one more to have a quick look at as well. I don't want to say that. It's going to twist my tongue. Last year's Worlds was the first close final since 2016, and seeing EDG rather, come away with that win after a week of T1 versus DK was the real final. It was so immensely sweet. Any agreeers in the chat?
Everyone's just talking about the Rox. Well, wait. It's not Rox, it's T1 versus DK. I'm so sorry, but yeah, everyone likes those two teams as well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that last year the meta was a bit more fun to watch. I think I liked Graves top. I was always a bit of an aficionado of that pick, and I liked seeing people try to play the Irelia. Seeing Irelia at Worlds is always great. My personal favorite finals was probably, again, a semi-final, but G2 versus SKT, Worlds 2019.
Oh,
I remember that being
nice
the single most hype series I've ever watched, because, you know, the first time a Western team has been able to really threaten that they are the best team in the world.
Well, look, it's time for a break before we jump on into game 2. So I got myself a little bit of five. I've got my favorite flavor, watermelon. You want some?
Can I have some?
Yeah, some. There you go.
All right.
Anyway, we're going to chew this, and you guys look after yourselves. We'll see you in about 5 minutes or so for game number 2. See you then.
Again, two members are locked up in the air. Their headbutt into the wall, and Corporal's life has been conceded. Look at Kisse's positioning though. He's trying to find the angle. He wants the moment, and he will look to try and strike. In they go. Viceman for taking up the world and more. That's a two-man knockup, but it gets kicked away by Arthur. He's going to be the lamb to slaughter for this one. The communication surely disengage away there, boys, because Puma is running us down.
Hey, look, Menulog.
I've always told the team that like it's literally now or never. Like we won't have another split 2022 like MSI chance. So like literally get in this game and do your best, and that's all that matters. And like have no regrets after. Because if you have regrets after, then like you've already failed throughout like the whole process of like the split. So just put in all the effort now and make yourself shine. And like I know these guys can win, and I'm just really pushing them to their potential.
Still waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy or?
Still to be happy about. Job's not finished.
Order for the first time in the LCO will finish higher than 4th.
Whereas when you go 11 and 10, you kind of know you don't really have a chance at winning unless you make severe or drastic changes.
Right now, the 10.
Oh, that's a free-man charge.
I think we ramped up in the last few weeks. We got on form.
And I feel like Bio's done enough this time. They're just...
Low bracket, first piece, PGG Chiefs. Like, I knew we would ramp up throughout the
teleports are coming in, it's a fight.
Oh, Bio's going to get another nasty charge, but Peace, they just want to disengage. They do not want to entertain this fight. They've removed one Baron buff.
The frog is clogged. The mid lane is being pushed. The inner turret will drop in the back.
Actually, I don't even know if people will be surprised at our level anymore, because I think we've kind of just displayed that we are actually a good team.
Lisa is going to be that jungler that is linking up with his own demise.
I mean, I guess we just unleashed our true potential.
Perfect start here. Order in game 3. Looking like he's keen, but Yuri pops across the wall and says, why are you here? There's a phosphorus bomb. There's a knockback.
Oh,
and that's
my
a nice
God.
undying range. He got a double. How? How has he got the double?
What a get Baron.
Top and bottom. Moonfall comes in again, and that's 2 locked-in place. A good answer back so far from BTG, but Winter rocks to the fight, and he's back to mini form. That's not what you want to see. He's now going to rock up to the team fight and find a double kill. There's the undying rage. There's the double also for Puma, finding a triple, and there's the ace at the 17-minute mark.
Never mind. Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa. Certainly with the cheeky flash forward.
Oh,
Says I want to try and
Puma.
they can. But Puma! Look at the flash! That's a double out of stasis. He gets an insane Karma shield. He's still alive. How on earth is he still alive?
Job finished? I don't think so.
Make magic. Is that what I'm supposed to say? That was
Yeah.
real epic. That was
That
real
was
cool.
cool.
That was one that was sent to us straight from Order. I think we're going to get something similar from Chiefs a little bit later. But I feel like that was a good tone to set coming out of that first game, right? Order taking game number 1 if you guys weren't with us, but now you are. And of course, it is Menulog meal time where you guys join us for a whole lot of fun. We get to talk about things including Menulog and food.
Well, I love talking about food, so let's talk about food, guys. What are we feeling for a grand finale show?
Look, I love a bit of GYG.
Yeah.
For those back home who don't know what that is, burritos, I go for a bowl, you know, trying to be a bit more healthy, a bit cleaner as well. You know, saves the hands, saves you getting all dirty. But, you know, that's what I'm going to be feasting on as we go backstage.
Yeah,
Okay,
see, I'm on the same one.
Before I hear your thoughts, do you want to win $30 to use on Menulog?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, you're on the show now, so you can't. But if you weren't on the show, if you were in Twitch chat, type that menu pog in Twitch chat to go in the running to win a $30 voucher. Get yourself, you know, a little bit of money off your dinner. Get something nice and tasty on Menulog. Now, what would that have been, Rogue, if you were in Twitch chat today?
Same place,
Yep.
same thing, but Cali burrito.
Oh, Cali.
We
Do you
take
like
the
the
healthy,
chippies in there?
yeah, and we put the chippies in.
Okay.
Good.
That's not bad.
Can I
that's
just
not
say
bad.
though, these jackets,
Mm.
that's true dapper.
Well, Max was walking around saying he's about to drop the fattest album.
Yeah, they're fire. Like, actually, they're actually
Like,
so
I love
nice.
that we cut to this segment and we didn't acknowledge this.
Yeah, we're just
roll with it.
chilling.
Ah,
We're
vibing.
straight chilling here on Menulog Mealtime. Now, Kitty, quickly, we're going to be having a look at who's picked what side. It's going to be Chiefs choosing again. So let's have a look at what they've gone
Red
for.
side.
No way.
Blue.
No.
Wait,
They went
really?
back to blue. So they've doubled down.
They like their draft. Seems.
And
The curse
before
continues.
before we roast this apart completely, tell me what you'd have for dinner on a grand final night.
I would pick something red, probably Red Rooster actually. So it
Chicken.
seems like Chiefs probably don't like Red Rooster because they keep picking blue side.
Well, we also just found out that Kitty's never had Mexican before.
Yeah, you guys were talking about GYG in the green room, and you guys are all pretty hungry for some of that, and I didn't know what I was looking at on the menu, and I'm glad that I've been educated.
Okay. Now, knowing that Chiefs have gone for that blue side, this is going to be a real spicy Dare fan vote. So make sure you get those Twitch points in, the Twitch predictions up. Where? Oh, you're all that's so good. Yeah.
I took a second.
Good angles, good angles. They're on it. And you guys get your points in, get your Twitch predictions done, because the Dare fan vote gets my predictions across the line. I don't know. What happened in that first one?
I think it was Chiefs favoured. I think
Yeah,
it was very close.
Slightly, it was like 65.
There was a lot going on. There was a lot going
Yeah.
on. You know, I got to talk with you guys like real in depth. So I was missing a couple of things there, and hopefully you get my bloody prediction correct because I need it. Now, for me, All my Wollongong homies, you know, Chico's is Chickalicious, and that is probably what I would eat on my, as my final meal. And on that note, that is the end of Menulog mealtime, but that also means it is time for Champ Select. It's time for Game 2 of the series. Get pumped, boys! Take us in!
Yes, well, thank you very much. We're hungry, and we're also hungry for entertainment as well.
Yes, we absolutely are. I mean, Game 1 definitely delivered, so very excited for this second one to see exactly what we'll get from the draft adaptations, because the reality is Chiefs keep choosing blue side. Red side's always been successful. I know around the rest of the world, it's fair to say the blue side's starting to become a little bit more favored. But I think in Oceania, the meta has been proven in a way where having counter picks is too valuable. Yet with both teams having top laners actively picking tanks, what are they going to change?
It's a big question, and ultimately the bans are identical. I don't think we're going to see too much deviation on that, maybe later on into the series, but I do like the adaptation that Chiefs have said, you know what, forget about the Ahri, maybe let's dabble some more creative picks that we can look to try and unlock Tally on. Give Raze to Zeri, because quite honestly, Puma is far too good at it.
And this would also be another adaptation. It doesn't need to be picked third that I would still like from the Chiefs, because it's something they've stopped playing, and that is the roaming mid laners that Tally has always excelled at. And now he has the opportunity for sure, seeing the Ahri there. So this is nice. It's matching roles. It's an opportunity to pick that one for himself. This is also a possibility of seeing like a Leona Nautilus for the composition and then having a carry top lane, depending on how Order choose to play their draft out.
Certainly.
To me, that's the Chiefs' identity right now. This is the closer if they go tank bottom and just something that has agency for top, that's peak drafting for them. Leona is probably what I'm looking for.
Certainly, I'd hate to see them run it back tank versus tank again in the top lane. I feel like Biopan is a bit of a weapon on that one, and I do look at Tapoon and say you've got a whole host of unique champions where you can carry on. One that springs to mind is always going to be that Ganon, but I like the identification of Tally back on the TF. It was instrumental rather, for getting peace to Worlds. It's been so strong when he played on a roster with the likes of Raze and Tapoon before as well, back in 2020. So he's going to be looking to be the facilitator. Ornn is removed, and we know that Bio, if it's not the sign, he probably would have gone there.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn's #1. Sion was definitely #2 on the list for BioPanther, so that's not a bad ban. Makes you wonder what is going to be seen second, however, because if you ban the Ornn, you could even consider something like the Camille into Sion matchups. Perhaps you feel a little bit more free about those opportunities. Gnar is also a default, in my mind, for Tapoon as champions that he would blind pick. And we don't know exactly what BioPanther would pick into those, but Tryndamere is one of them, and the Trynd is going to be taken off the board, along with that Camille, perhaps in response.
And he has played Camille before. He played it into Bio, who went for the Blind Graves. Going to ban the Poppy as well. We know it's obviously a champion that can cause a lot of nuisance with the interaction between the likes of Zeri and Elise, and primarily not going to give that one up for free.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing a top laner where that would be particularly nasty into, but Order, this is not the first time they've picked the champion. However, they are the only Urgot players that we know of in the LCO that make it work every single time.
Yes.
It's a pick composition, right? Hecarim goes in, Ahri goes in, Zaya's just dishing damage out with the lethality build. Get lethal, get that Urgot, the first kill with the Fear Beyond Death, and the team fight is on.
Very similar to the composition they used it with last time, right? Last time around, it was a Varus in the bot lane with the Leona. It was just we engage from afar, and you just clean house as a result. You bring them all together, because Chiefs are going to be very low range as it stands.
And they've actually gone for the Tahm Kench here. So in terms of composition right now, if they want to have reliable engage, you're looking at Tally with the top lane tank or top lane engage option. So this is where, again, one of the expected champions could be a Gnar, but they've also banned away some of the tanks that could do that for themselves. And now, I think in response to perhaps the Ahri and the Urgot, the Tahm Kench stocks start to rise, you know?
Starting to feel it to be the case. But it does feel a little bit more on brand here for the side of Chiefs, right? You've got the aggressive, the Lee Sin for Arthur. You've got the roaming strength and Tally can bring into the table, the reliability on what Tapoon's known for on this night, and the insurance, the protection with that time.
Oh, they've done it.
He's doing it again. He has done this before. It was only picked once. It was picked once against Chiefs. He played at top.
No, this is support.
But wait.
This is support.
You've completely thrown me off, absolutely.
Yeah.
Last time was Bio playing into the Tryndamere. This time it's in the bot lane as a counter to the Zeri.
Yeah, it's going to be an Urgot top lane for Bio, but Nasus is going to be flexed. This is the only team in the league that we have said out loud can flex this champion, but it's going to be picked outright for Corporal. Straight into bot lane, straight into that Zeri matchup. Put the Wither on, press E, reduce those resistances. Enjoy your game, Raze. This is picked to piss someone off. It's good. It absolutely can work, very specifically into Zeri as well. It is a nightmare for her. but it's very aggravating to deal with when you're with it off cooldown.
It certainly is a 90% slow, which is essentially a stun at that point, right? Not to mention the armor shred, which is going to find a lot of value with the rest of Order's composition. That's been always the biggest grief, right? You can't just blind pick the Nasus anytime you see a champion that's very mobile, like a very unique champions on your team that actually allow that to find some value.
And there is a lot of reliance in this game on mid-jungle working for engages, right? There's definitely the inclusion of top laners that can flank perhaps with Mega Gnar that have the opportunity for an Urgot as well. But in general, the engage on both teams is rough. It's not straightforward. It's not easy to execute. The burden of execution belongs to Kisei and Tally, who have the charm and the gold card respectively. Only one's a skill shot at the very least for Chiefs. Lee Sin can engage, but the cost is usually very high, especially into a kite composition. And for a Lee Sin to go into a Ahri, into a Xayah to try and find engage angles, supremely difficult. This is a tough game.
It's going to be a very tough game for them to try and figure out the angles that work for them. Order once again showcasing a degree of brilliance. They're coming into this one as the rising stars, the upcomers hungry for a championship title, but Chiefs with their veteran status, no doubt are looking to bark back. Well, let's get the thoughts, feelings, and the approach from the side of the Order camp. Let's check in now with Coach Ceres. Ceres, how are you?
Yeah, feeling pretty good, Skimmy. Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why would you not be? 10 wins in a row, a phenomenal stats. I mean, it's never, ever happened down under. So, no doubt it's a lot of momentum, but tell me, I mean, what do you even focus on during the week?
It's entirely just going to be prep for Chiefs, right? We had a really good idea of what they were going to do going into this series. And so, yeah, like our draft was pretty quick because we didn't have to have too much discussion. So we were preparing against their specific picks the whole week, and I think it's starting to show dividends.
It certainly is, because you were just taking names no matter who it is, and certainly proving to be the team to fear, the team to watch out for. Well, I have to ask them, because Order have been so close, such a newly established organization that's had chances to come first. They were denied in 2020 up against a lot of these same players. So coming into this one, what would it mean to be a part of Order's history claiming their very first Oceanic title?
Yeah, it'd mean a lot. I was thinking about it the other day that actually I spent like a decent amount of my time in OS and as my professional career on Order. So I was like, oh yeah, it would be incredible to be a part of that, knowing the history that I have with the organization, as well as the fact that they failed to make MSI or Worlds twice.
It hits home a little bit more, absolutely. Well, I have to ask, is there anything you want to say to Order fans, all the LCO fans at home watching and supporting you across Order Split 1?
Yeah, look, G2 3-0'd last night. It's our turn now. The only difference is we're going to shout out LS here with the Nasus pick. And yeah, GG's guys. Look forward to seeing you guys at MSI.
Fantastic. 12-0, the dream. G2 did it. Perhaps you can do it. Well, I wish you boys the best of luck, Series. We'll catch up after.
Thanks, mate.
Always good to hear from the coach of Order, Skimmy, and so far no real action to be seen on the map overall. One thing that does stand out to me actually is that both top laners leashed for their junglers. So you can tell, you know, the state of this series just from that alone. A lot of priority towards bottom lane being in a 2v2 from level 1, and I think that's fair, right? Xayah has the Nasus E that goes down before the lethality comes out, right before the feathers come out. The amount of damage they both put together instantly is incredibly high. And Dragku, for example, doing what he just did, if it misses and they have abilities, so level 3 onwards, could be dire. And so they want to start in lane. Chiefs want to actually get in lane to control wave to stop that from happening if possible, so that they can at least play it on their terms, and Order don't leash so that they can still just be aggressive.
Nasus Z, nice and early on. Strong base damage, going to be very annoying to try and deal with, especially if Puma can look to try and find a skirmish on top of that as well. In goes the early Abyssal Dive. Draku looking for that first blood. An instant flash away there by Puma. Someone to heal afterwards as well. As the Sonic Wave connects, and Arthur is aggravated. He wants that first blood, and first blood Chiefs will get.
Oh, that is so tragic. Puma does the best that he can to survive, but Corporal dodges the Q. Corporal straight up dodges the Sonic Wave, gets his AD killed.
We've seen that happen before.
We have seen it happen before. Sometimes it's not a conscious decision. Sometimes you see the Lee Sin throw the Q and it's just your brain functions that I have to dodge this because I could die. But he's killed his AD.
To be fair, Corporal was very low as well. If that turret wasn't there, he was going to fall on down for an easy double kill. Only at 4 minutes into this one. Kevy late to the play. Going to look to try and use that moment to find farm elsewhere. But they're going to butt heads here topside. He's got a level advantage. Top crab is what they're fighting for. The mid laners need to try and play an active role in this one. It's going to be claimed here by Arthur. And some too, in a good little trade. Gold card being teed up and looking for Kisei just out of range.
Both mid laners are going to pop their Time Warp tonics as well on the potions for a little bit of extra movement speed, so they're not going to be able to catch one another. And it is just going to be the scuttle secured by Arthur. This is a Korean Lee Sin game, or the beginnings of, to say the least. 4 minutes and a half into this one, 1-0, controlling as much of the map that he can. Does mean the forecast of level 6 first belongs to him, and that means that it's a lot easier to be a Twisted Fate to play for the side.
Doesn't get much easier on the bot lane. Look how relentless Draco is in his pursuit to try and find these kills. You rip back the feathers, but he hits the thick skin and nullifies just so much of it.
I mean, right now, there is no summoners for Orders 2v2. Chiefs have got a pretty distinct advantage in that respect. Draco can be hyper-aggressive, has the flash to disengage if necessary. And also knowing where the opposing junglers are is going to be a big factor in that. Or to know that within the next 30 seconds, the Lee Sin's probably passed all the way to bottom because they saw him deploy to top. And so just watch the way that they start to no longer challenge the minions, right? The wave's no longer a safe space to be. Playing League of Legends becomes very hard to the point where they will probably be bringing Kevy down to protect.
And it's just so hard. I mean, look at the item differences, for instance. Raze has already got that Sheen, the trading potential, also combined with that summoner, as you mentioned. It's going to be profound compared to Puma that just wants to farm up that tier, wants the Muramana, wants the Eclipse, wants that 2-item spike. And an AD carry, as profound as Raze, knows how to expose those limits.
We just have to see the way the Chiefs play this out because we just gave it a bit of notice here. We know that Order should be aware of that as well. Arthur past bottom, Twisted Fate has also moved down. They're going to work their way in here, Skimmy.
Yep, they certainly are. Raze is going to be separated. Oh, he's just been jumped upon. Giddy up, because you're falling on down. That's going to be potentially a double. Yes, it is. He went across the wall, but only finds a shallow grave. That is crazy, given that the Chiefs had a numbers advantage.
Chiefs try and make the play, but they're slow. Order just get in and get it done first, right? The health trade in just the 2v2 transaction was extremely high from Raze. And so the Hecarim sees an angle. He gets there a little bit faster. And that is with a Twisted Fate moving down who has the ultimate, doesn't get into help, right? That is with a Lee Sin who had that extra early strength, completely undone by the follow-up play by Order, who simply just get it done faster. Look at Ray's health, first of all. Dashes forwards. That's because he wants to dive with the rest of his team, but Kevy's there. So, again, you can see what they're thinking on the side of the Chiefs. Unfortunately for them, it's just a comedy of timing, where Order were very aware of what they wanted.
Yeah, Chiefs were just trying to wrap around that one, but ultimately the timing went against them, and Order, far too good. We'll punish them accordingly. Keep this game at a very even affair. 7 minutes in, first Drake has been claimed, however, by Arthur. Get a rare chance to check in and see how things are in the top lane on two of, I would say, their signature champions.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like these are two of the, at least signature in the sense that Top Moon is one of the best Nars in the entire region and has been for multiple years. And no one else is playing Urgot Bar Biopanther, so very renowned at the very least on both those champions. So far, so good, right? You've got an extra recall there from Biopanther, teleport advantage for Top Moon, but, you know, pre-14 minutes, the teleport advantage is not that significant. One possibility, as he is going to use it now anyway, is that you can walk to lanes to make plays, but Nar's not a champion that can do that because you want to stack up the Mega Nar and teleport in, or have the play revolve around you. So it makes sense. Teleport back to top lane. Business as usual, scaling into team fights, scaling into one big item as well, I feel like is the breakpoint.
But it does feel like you could sum up Chiefs' comp as timing in a nutshell, right? Looking to try and balance that mega form bar. I'm going to try and find the angles on which you can look to strike with that Destiny.
So it's also going to be the Warden's Mail rushed by Corporal. Can generate money pretty easily with the Spirit Fire that you're seeing him put down. But at the same time, Warden's Mail... Oh, hang on.
Here we go, though. This time Destiny going to come out through. Oh, it's a very early Featherstorm. They're going to try and find this kill, and they are successful in doing so. Lightning Crash is there as well, but Kevy might just look to try and jump upon Raze again. Go for the giddy up. There's the fear. Turn it around and make sure that Puma is going to get in on the spoils now. Kevy has no mana left, but he doesn't seem to mind because he's got his team to back him up. Kisei is posturing. There's a gold card, a kick, a double knock-up! And Arthur, I tell you what, Korean Lee Sin's a treat to watch.
Chiefs just say anything you can do, I can do better this time around, and they will get themselves the extra pick. 3-0 right now on this Lee Sin. Arthur just goes crazy with it. But it's Tally hitting it with the guaranteed stun, right? It's the guaranteed crowd control. Makes it so easy for this Lee Sin to make those montage moments. And for Order, it's just a case of not knowing when to call it quits. They try and stay for the wave when the play was already done, and they knew that. They just get punished by the rest of the Chiefs being there. Very similar to the last skirmish, and I'm not surprised, Skimmy, that we are going to bottom lane a lot in this game. And we'll see this again, because Corporal, fairly tanky, yes, but not to all of the magic damage that can come out, not to the CC combo that exists there as well. And so they will just pick him apart. Kevy comes in, has ult, so obviously this is going to be a kill, but note from now, Kevy has no mana. Puma's got very limited health, and Kisei doesn't want to use the ultimate, so the players just leave, right? But they try and cut the next wave. Copper stun for it, and huge combo from Arthur and Tally.
He did enough. Certainly of Kevy being in the right place at the right time. They're going to try and shut down Raze. They put a bounty on his head, even without the game telling us of it, and saying, limit what the Zeri can do, and we might just win this game and go 2-0. Arthur certainly accelerated and is going to look to try and share the spoils of war elsewhere on his team. He's poked his head into top lane. Dreku's here as well, zoning away Bio from at least 2 towers.
Yeah, neither top lane are really having freedom to do what they would like right now, but Arthur having the advantage of the Rift Herald does mean that this will be significantly faster for the Chiefs. Hecarim hovering bot side once again as Puma just farms though, so that's the trade, I guess, that we are seeing from Order. Still just going to be pretty comprehensively in control by the Chiefs right now, and the gold is really starting to stretch.
Kevy's down bot side, linked up with his mid laner. The lane flip isn't complete. It is his Corporal helping out Bio for a rare second, but at least prevents that second turret falling on down. Otherwise, I'm getting flashbacks all the way back to week 1, where it was really Arthur picks up the Herald, they get 2 turrets, they win the game.
Yeah, the play does actually fizzle for once, yeah. There's absolutely been a couple of times for the Chiefs where they'll just use the Herald and do what a lot of teams don't do, which is continue the Herald push. Most teams will just assume it's 1 charge and you're done, but I mean, if Herald's alive, it's going to do so much true damage to a structure. Why not consider, you know, testing the limits of what you can get with it?
What is the man, the legend himself, on your screen right there. Had a stint back in 2020 on the Direwolves, went overseas on Real Life Esports, played with the likes of Chovy, a very well-renowned individual. But he's back here in the region with one clear goal in mind. I'm going to smurf, I'm going to win, and this time I will get my trophy.
So as a quick point, while we've got a brief lull here onto the Nasus support, just a little bit of further insight into what it does for Order's composition as a whole, is it makes them exceptional at front to back. Nasus with the E actually reduces percentage of a target's armor, right? It's not just a flat amount. And so if you're playing with a Xayah that has a lethality build and an Urgot that wants that first execute to win a team fight, if those two are standing next to a target that's been hit by that armor reduction, incredibly easy to kill them, right?
Sure.
Because it's such a high percentage value, up to 45%.
It's a free Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
And some. But there's one breakpoint to talk about. Puma's got that Eclipse, and he is halfway towards getting that tier stacked up, and that's when it really starts to get exciting for the Xayah player. Arthur's walking in. He's going to look to get ripped back, but no, Arthur's committed for it. In goes Tally, gold card onto Hecarim. There's the 2-man Everfrost. Instant exhaust onto Puma. Where you going, son? You're dead. A double kill fan for another support. There is the Featherstorm. There is the rip back, but it's a great devour. Draku with a double kill and the protection.
The charm just straight up missed from Kisei there as well. Doesn't commit the ultimate, doesn't go for the play. Chiefs just running them over.
They're going for the dive. They're flashing. What a charm from Kisei as the dive goes in. He's going to try and take them all now. He's going to go for 2. Unreal, Kisei. You absolute machine. You are a weapon that cannot be controlled. The pendulum is swinging, and right now he is just high rolling.
And that was so good for Chiefs until it was terrible. Charm hits again.
Another charm. Everfrost, CC, flip back, nah. That might be to disengage away, but I mean, it looked like such a great clip with Tally going in, but the charm is he flashes for the gold card. MVP.
Yeah, just a little bit too far from Chiefs, but very specifically, Kisei just goes crazy with it. Keeps his flash as well when the play is said and done. And does so much work for keeping Order in closer to an even state. But Puma is suffering this time around. Where contrasting between games, it is a very different game from him. For the side of the Chiefs, it feels like Arthur is the one who came here to play. And we'll watch this first and foremost because it revolves around him. The kick will be used on a Kevy to disengage himself. And this is where following this Q I thought was rough. But even as spectators, we can't see the TFR2 in that push. So it was very sneaky, comes in, great first kill. Charm should connect here in reality, and maybe the second play doesn't even happen, but huge heroic moment from Dragku, a true Tahm Kench hero, and we'll never see the dive again. Too bad.
We don't want to.
Nah, you don't.
We
you
don't
need
want
it.
to.
Don't need it.
But
Cut the
Kiss they
tapes.
will. He would want
Chiefs
that highlight
Observer.
reel. Yeah, perhaps. We know who they're going for. Well, at least 14 minutes into this one, it is a gold lead for the Chiefs, and it feels like it's very similar setup to last game, where it was always held within a close proximity of around 2,000 to 3,000. This time, however, though, Chiefs have got 2 dragons stacked up a piece, and that's a real win condition now.
Yeah, it genuinely is. For sure. I mean, the funny thing about this game is, like, Raze is super far ahead of Puma overall, and you'd expect gold as well. We might have to hold this conversation.
Yeah, look for Tally, going to go golden for a second buy time. In comes the teleport, and Ares Arthur to back him up now. It's going to be a 3v2 as the Boomerang goes across, the Charm to disengage, and a Spirit Rush just to run away.
The play will result in just fizzling out with the teleport gone. Boomerang not going to actually stop the recall there from Kevy as well. He's just going to stop it himself a second afterwards. We've got no objective on the map on the bottom side for 2 minutes. You've got a Herald up in 35, however. And both teams still just staying bottom.
Tapunka being in trouble. He needs to be so clean on this jump. It's only going to get 1 charge off. Oh, no, the knock away from Kevy. The charm is disastrous.
Yeah, that's just not synergy. Kevy goes for a short ultimate. The hop timing was correct from Tapoon. Flash still ready, but just gets saved by the jungler of the opposing team as he pushes him back. Can't ask for much more if you're getting ganked.
It's been such a strength for Order, targeting these side lanes and locking them down. No doubt Vilepanther has been at the crux of making sure this is what their weaknesses are. This is what I want to do.
Which, to be honest though, like, you're into a Twisted Fate, so you're expecting the shoe to be on the other foot for that in that regard. But it does mean that going towards the actual objective that is up is going to be a lot harder now, right? Because this was a play for a kill bottom that probably still resulted in losing the Herald, but they don't get the kill and they don't get the Herald.
Not going to find anything there, and they will have to wait at least another minute before that 3rd dragon of the game does spawn. Chiefs are going to scoff up the opportunity to claim that 2nd Herald and say, well, where does this one go? Is it as easy as just go to mid lane and take that one down? This time for us to find those angles, or do we really want to hit these side lanes and say that this TF and Lee Sin combo are going to put in work?
Yeah, the Twisted Fate, the Lee Sin loves with an open side lane area to explore, but at the same time, having a more control in mid lane, right, just from further wave depth with the turrets being gone, means that you can still get better Twisted Fate ult angles, and the Lee Sin can move more freely. So it really is up to them and how they would like to place it. Logically, you want to break a mid turret as fast as possible, but the reality is their composition just wants to use the TF ultimate, hit those side lanes as much as they can regardless.
Well, we're all grouped up in mid lane as there is that objective in mind. There are the eyes in the sky as Teddy is looking to see where exactly our Order. Are they flanking us? Nope, they're all here. It's an ARAM in the mid lane as Shelly goes for that famed headbutt and takes a little bit of damage to that mid tier 1.
And staying grouped right now. Order are going to go for priority on mid lane. Kevy's getting harassed. Topoon is Mega Gnar and does have a flank. So Order, if they push into the river, they're a great risk.
He's got a jump, he's got a flash, he's got them all primed so close to this wall right now. Could have the biggest Gnar of his career.
They have to track him.
They had to try and go for this one. The Dragon has been claimed here by Chiefs. In goes to Poon, he knocks in 2, but the Featherstorm is enough to try and knock away Puma, who's forced to back away. Cooper across the wall. Race is going to flash to chase him. That's 1. Now we're looking for Bio as flashes have been expended profusely.
And it is just going to disengage at this point. Chiefs come out with the Drake. Chiefs also come out with the team fight win. And it feels like we've seen them really come back to form between games as the objective mid will drop as well. The turret goes down. That was a really simple team fight from the Chiefs to execute overall, right? If you just consider they had a Mega Gnar on the flank, the timing was correct, and Kise goes a little bit too far. I think tries too much to be a hero and doesn't have a stopwatch in his build to make that play. That really is what undoes him in that last little skirmish.
Yeah, has opted for a much more battle mage oriented style of build. Got the green necklace there, looking to try and get himself as tanky as possible for these fights because he just needs to cycle through those cooldowns. Those charms are instrumental.
But just watch what he does here to kick the play off, right? Like, it's as simple as a dash from Raze straight into an Everfrost and a gold card, he's dead.
Yeah.
And this team needs the Ahri dealing damage. Puma has been CC locked by knockup after knockup and hasn't been able to litter the map with feathers. There's been no combo with the Nasa C there as well. And Bio didn't use the ultimate early. They were really walking into the Chiefs, which makes their comp so difficult to execute when you want the Xayah to be kiting back.
I think it all started with the positioning of Tapoon, right? The position he had to say that, well, you're going to have to walk in sooner or later. And it's so very difficult that really Puma, as you said, was always playing back and never was able to really output any form of damage in this situation. 19 minutes in, 4K gold lead right now. Chiefs feeling to be a little bit more comfortable coming into game number 2.
And you know what else, though, Skimmy, as a viewer, we've got a potential series on our hands if Chiefs continue. I have to say the cast of, is that on a bingo card?
Oh, absolutely.
Surely that one is.
We haven't had enough, have we? We've only had one best of 5. Everything else has been 3-0.
Yeah, give us more. Raze is also the person that I was going to talk about before I distracted myself with that garbage. Has been quietly achieving through this game as well. It feels like last game was suffering a little bit from the pressure that Order put down. The dive's on.
Gold card looking for Puma. Oh, there he is once again. Looking to try and run away. Oh! Tapoon! What a knockback. You absolute machine.
Animation cancels the Gnar ultimate as well and just wallops them. Chiefs will break mid lane. Not the Nexus, rather not the inhibitor turrets to fall just yet though. Base still there for Order. But can they even get to this Baron? Can they even stop this from going down without their AD and top laner?
Yeah, they need those 2 key members. They did spot out Draku as they work their way towards the Baron pit. Vision
Kevy
goes down, going to be cancelled out there by the Vision Ward.
Eyes on Kevy here, right? Has ult, has the ability to get over the wall, can steal with Smite.
Can he flip this? Will Chiefs allow it? We've seen crazy moments like this before. Tally's got the gold card, flashing across, unstoppable clips, in he goes. Kevy, it's too early. The Baron's too early. He's not going to find it. He's going to get shut down. He's going to die. Tapoon, of all people, claims the Baron, and now they're going to claim some more kills. In they run. Tapoon is doing it all so far. But Draku is soaking up a world and forcing him to flash away as Raze has now won a double kill from the white flag because he is feeling ever so comfortable in this game too.
The charm misses there because Raze uses the cleanse, Skimmy, and they will just disengage. Baron does go the way of the Chiefs. That was dicey. It was still a flip. And Tally kind of flashing the wall signals the go, right? Go card comes out. He just has a crack. They Hecarim ult over the wall. They have a go at it.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about this, and I do hope we get a little replay of that, is that everyone in the pit stops. The second Tally flashes the wall, no one hits Baron besides Kevy and Order, because in their minds, they have to burst this now. He's committed, and if he doesn't, he dies. They lose the Baron. Baron sits at 1k health for like 2 seconds. So close to being in lethal for the smites, and just the last second, right, loses the mind games. Doesn't get the burst out from the rest of his team. They're obviously busy dealing with the Chiefs. And they will be able to pick up the Baron. Raze with a really nice cleanse there out of the Wither to make sure the charm doesn't connect, and he does survive.
I'll tell you what that is. That is players that have got a binding to make sure they are only targeting champions and not minions in that situation, right? They are certainly keen on the money that this will not be a flip, that Kevy will just sacrifice his life for the play, which was the outcome. A turret's being taken out in the bot lane as Raze is absent. It's a 4-man defense in the mid lane. As Order look to answer back and claim an objective bounty in the process, but it's a 7k hole they find themselves in. Uh-oh. They miss the Everfrost. Instant Devour. Uh-oh, that's not what you want. Kevy jumps in unattended. There's no follow-up. There's the kick. There's the knock-up. There's the slam against the wall. Raze skirting across the Dragon Pit into this one. Close proximity. Where's your feathers going? Not on top of me.
Completely shut out. Arthur will get the triple kill there to confirm the team fight as well. You can see immediately towards mid lane goes the Zeri. They will secure the Drake, but it's an afterthought because it's another team fight victory for them. And it just feels like the synergy in this comp isn't there for Order. The Ahri and the Hecarim just aren't doing it for each other well enough. Chiefs capitalize so incredibly well.
They've taken a risk with this one, but ultimately Chiefs have answered back with conviction. They've displayed their experience, their championship quality. And in a game 2 at 23 minutes in, they've got an Ocean Soul. They are so devastatingly far ahead. That's going to be 2 inhibitors falling on down as Order look to respawn.
I mean, it's going to be 2 inhibs. The question is it more? They've got Baron, they've got Ocean Soul. They can continue to pressure. Tally no flash does mean that hitting the gold card to kick the playoff is difficult, but Order seem pressured to constantly make the play themselves. So just watch the Ahri, watch Kisei, as he is constantly the one that needs to be making these plays. And this is a conversation that goes all the way back to draft. The second we saw all 5 champions from Order, we said execution is hard because so much of this belongs to Kisei with the burden of difficulty. Everfrost hits, Tahm Kench denies it, and the Tahm Kench pick essentially wins the draft for Chiefs. And from this point, right, crazy combo, top lane goes in, the knockouts from the Tahm Kench to follow through. It's just easy pickings for the Chiefs roster.
It's just really, for me, fancy Castle Gaming, because you're getting knocked off from the Tahm Kench, the same for the Tapoon on the Gnar, the same for the Lee Sin as well, that you're saying, I'm spamming that flash button, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to deal with it. once one piece of crowd control connects. Twisted Fate, I believe, just used his ultimate there just quietly. He's going to go towards top. It does seem like it's going to be a tutorial-style closeout here by the Chiefs. Want all 3 inhibitors first. Build up the pressure. No objectives other than this top wave, and I'm wondering if Order can do much to stop this. Again, their comp does like when Chiefs are coming towards them for the Xayah Feathers. Makes Ari's job a lot easier as well for hitting those charms.
They're buying time. Puma's now got his flash up and available. Kissei not too far away from his one as well. The Turo style League of Legends, it may be. Maybe this is Chiefs asserting their dominance in this game, getting into the minds of their opposition and saying, what do you look like when you do drop a series, or drop a game rather, in playoffs?
Pressure's on. First game Order will lose in playoffs if they do go down here, but it's a do-or-die moment for sure. Kevin feeling pressure, Charm's on.
Charm is on, looking to go for Tapoon, who becomes Mega, and he's got the life buffer, he's got the Sterix popped, and he's just going to walk away. We've got super minions on the Nexus turrets, we've got Order fighting for their life on this top inhib.
Teleport is available from the Gnar as well. He is going to get the recall cancelled by Biopanther, which is huge for keeping the pressure at bay for an extra couple of seconds. Zeri ults.
In they go, Puma's low. Instant Feathercore as he needs to try and run the hell out of dodge from this one. A TP back from the base. In they go, there's the kick and there's the kill. Raze is unstoppable. He's 6-2 this game. And he is sending them single-handedly back to the fountain as his team battered down these Nexus turrets.
Charm connects Kimmy, but I don't think anything is going to come from it. With the cleanse there, the pressure continues. The game does belong to the Chiefs if they keep them there.
Oh, a flash. They've identified Corporal is the target. They've taken him out. The charm is there, but not close enough for Fountain. The laser will not be enough. Tally has foregone Order shenanigans inside this pit. He's saying, I'm just ending the game. He's hitting the gold cards. He's hitting the Nexus. And he's hitting this series, tying it up 1-1.
And we do have a series on our hands, Kimmy, to say the constant caster cliche, but in the LCO, that's rare. So we actually have a series where it's not going to be a 3-0 shutout. So many questions that we now have to ask and have answered by Order now that they've lost a game in playoffs. Can they build back on this? Can they work out what went wrong for them? Was it a big draft issue? I think Chiefs actually worked out very quickly from their Game 1 loss exactly what it was. I think they just brought it back really nicely. The Zeri pick to me was huge.
Absolutely. I mean, the instant switch up of, if we are going to stay first pick, if we are going to stay playing blue side, this is going to be the priority. Make sure Race is comfortable. If he's comfortable, we can play around. And we had a big conversation as to, well, what did it look like last game with Tapoon? Well, an instant switch from playing Yorn to the Gnar as well. So a formidable response from them. And that is the question which we'll throw to the casting desk as we ask, you know, what does it look like? Order have lost their first game now, and Chiefs just seem to love playing more than 3 games in a series, Mac.
They certainly do, Skimmy. And that game definitely made me happy because it means we've got a series going on. It's not just going to be that 3-zip. They said it. We want to keep saying it as well. And I hope we're going all the way to 5 now. So Chiefs kick back. And boys, I need to ask you about this draft because when we were sitting in the green room, we were talking about what's going on. It looked kind of like Order had a draft gap, but then it just got played so well by Chiefs that they locked down all the win conditions of Order.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we shared the sentiment that Chiefs draft was certainly a bit questionable, right? We thought that the TF pick alongside the Lee Sin, and then you have the Gnar and Zeri, there's a lot of damage that you're lacking if you do go into the late game, but this draft seemed to fit their identity really, really well. Like, you know, playing around Raze, and shout out Arthur this game, absolutely fantastic at always responding to those bot lane plays. You know, we saw the kick flash, kicking Puma's teammate into him and picking up a double kill. So I think this was a very Chiefs draft, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, also the Sonic Wave getting first blood as well.
Yeah.
I think we established that Corporal moved out of the way and might have got Puma hit by that, so maybe it's worth going and looking back. We've seen that a few times across a couple of different teams over a couple of different series over the last couple of weeks, so we will see if this trend continues, if Chiefs can hit back and come out on a high note, or if Order, they're just going to go back, hit the books, and try to change it up a little bit. Anyway, Kitty, any thoughts on this matchup? Anything you want to point out?
Well, this is the first time we've ever seen a NASA support in the LCO. I believe it's something that Ellis has been trying to sell us on Twitter for ages. And it looked quite good for those early levels, especially, I believe, level 3 and beyond. But after laning phase, it didn't seem like it had a lot of presence on the map compared to the Tahm Kench, where he was saving those carries with that ultimate. And the Frozen Heart burst on the NASA support was the core build, but got it really late into the game where Chiefs already secured 3 dragons. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to see another Nasus support coming into Game 3.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that one again. Max, look, you might have more of an insight. Did it go as planned, or were Order probably hoping for a bit more than what they got in that bot lane?
Oh, I mean, yeah, certainly if you look at the scoreline, they weren't too happy with how it turned out. I think that the Nasus, look, it's one of those things where if you pick it in playoffs and it works, then suddenly Chiefs are down 2-0 and they're like, we have to ban Nasus now. We can't pick this stuff into it. So I think that, you know, it's a bit of experimentation. And look, at the end of the day, it's 1-1 now, right? So it's not the end of the world for Order. I like that they tried it, but certainly, yeah, like Kitty said, I wouldn't be expecting to see it anytime soon.
Okay, and it took him a while to get a couple of those items on the board as well. So that was just a long effort, and that's also because Chiefs kept on playing towards that bot lane. So as you mentioned, Arthur needs a bloody shout out. Man played out of his mind, and then that Ocean Soul just doing so much for Chiefs draft because they got a lot of tanky boys there as well. So it just makes it that much harder for the long term. And look, I guess 26 minutes. We are having very short games today, Rogue.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this is a game that I think the big problem on the Chiefs draft was the lack of damage. They don't have much AP and they don't have high damage in their characters at all. So I felt like if this game went late, that an advantage, it was 100% going to go to the way of Order. And I think the Ocean Soul was definitely not the soul they wanted. They were lacking damage, and getting more healing, it doesn't help that problem. So they got the kills early, and they snowballed this game that otherwise could have become a catastrophe for them.
Yeah, it's like, what do we want to see change now? Because even with the draft gap on paper for Order, it wasn't enough. And something I'm noticing is Zeri, 100% win rate. This series so far, is that what we're going to be waiting for? Are we going to see the Zeri ban come through next game? What's the priority on this? Is it still literally 100%?
Well, I think it definitely is, right? I think it's looked great in both games that have been played now. I think what we're going to see is maybe a bit of a fight for blue side. Now, I'm not sure what Order is going to pick, but I mean, if you can guarantee yourself the first pick Zeri, I don't know if that changes up things about where you want to place your priority on sides. One thing I did want to bring up is Tally's TF pick. Now, Tally has always been a player. He played it against us in playoffs last year. Whenever he's in these high-pressure situations, it's a pick that he defaults to, and it creates a really easy game plan for the Chiefs to follow. We saw it there. He just ports down to bot lane. It's easy. Link up with Arthur, get a kill, and just proceed to take objectives. And that was a really, really solid game plan, and it worked out perfectly.
And it certainly did. Now, let's see where this series is going to go, because we are back to best of 3 territory. It's 1 game apiece, and we got to go to another break before we jump on into game 3. So don't go too far. We'll see you just after this.
That's not what you want. Kibby jumps in unattended. There's no follow-up. There's the kick. There's the knock-up. There's the slam against the wall. Raze skirting across the Dragon Pit into this one. Close proximity. Where's your feathers going? Not on top of me.
Completely shut out. Arthur will get the triple kill there to confirm the team fight as well. You can see.
Hey, look, Menulog.
I think our team play is definitely going a lot better. We've seen our mistakes, and today, as you can see, I'm dressing very dapper.
Very dapper indeed.
My gold chain, you know, and I've been on the shred, so I have maximized his jawline, you know. So.
Ooh, okay. Well,
I really don't think we can lose today.
Starting the split, we had confidence, and now we are at the end. We have even more.
Into it as Pally does it again. The mid laner, the veteran. Chiefs the best team for a reason.
We've had our moments, but we have to come out on top in the end.
I didn't come back just to come first. We want the championship.
Fight Demon.
Alright.
Beautiful dash across the water. Duke out Wintra. He's on the opposite side. He needs a team to back him up. Instant cleanse and a flash, and he's got the ultimate. He's got the moves.
I want to win, and we will win.
The international stage is always the goal, and we've never been closer.
The job's not done yet. Monday night, prepare to get mobbed.
Oh my god, he's a beast.
Mogged must be the word of the day for Dragku, or word of the week, word of the month, who knows. But the man is just saying it everywhere, and it's great to see that content flowing through from the Chiefs too. So let's see if that is how this second, or third game rather, is going to go, because the second game was a blitz. Of course, we got Kitty, Rogue, and Max on the couch here. Now, before we jump on into this game, please tell me your thoughts on what we're going to see in the third. Are there any more pocket picks? Is there anything left in the tank for these teams to unveil?
I do like what Chiefs did in a way that game. I feel like their carries, I mean, they have carries everywhere, but I feel like when Mira's enabled, it's huge for them. And you saw, give him a stun card, he'll do magic.
Where did Mac go?
Where'd he go? I'm just getting a drink. What do you?
Oh, what do you have
What are you
here
drinking,
for
Mac?
us?
Dare Ice coffee.
Oh.
Sparkling, vanilla. Oh, sorry, I'll show you before I open it. Vanilla. It's beautiful.
Vanilla.
It's good.
Cold brew.
What else? Yeah, cold brew. Yeah.
Oh, man of class.
Yeah.
If you were to recommend a flavor to me, what would it be?
This one.
This
Probably.
one?
I got another one over there as well. I can hook you up after this, but for now, we're just enjoying it.
Very nice.
I'm a mocha man myself.
A mocha man.
A mocha man.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I like the chockies.
What is that? Just extra sweet? in
It's
there?
like hot chocolate's good, coffee's good. Put them together, amazing.
That's what I used to do, but then I just drank way too much coffee throughout my time, and you just get to a point where you
Yeah,
just
you
can't be
do.
bothered to put the milk in, so you just go all the way to long
And you go to
blacks,
cold
and
brews,
then we're here
yeah.
on the cold brews, and I'm so glad that they exist. Now, let's talk shop. What do we want to see change for Order after that game? Because even with the draft diff, it looked good, but would we have enjoyed an Enchanter in that support role instead of a Nasus just to make things a little bit safer?
Yeah, 100%. I think that they hovered the Lulu, right? So they definitely knew that it was an option there, and I think that the Nasus was more something that, it's surprising. No one knows how to play against it, but I think that now if that's it, they had that game again, definitely go for the likes of a Lulu, right? Because Lulu is guaranteed to be useful, especially with Hecarim, especially with Xayah. Maybe not so much lethality Xayah, but at least having that diver that can go in. You chuck the wild growth on top of them. You've got the polymorph. You've got all the shields that you need.
Yeah.
So I think that going back to something more standard is what I want to see from the boys in purple.
Okay. Now, any picks you'd like to see, Rogue, going into this one? Anything that wasn't picked? Do we want to see that Aphelios again, or are we going to see that Vayne?
I quite liked the draft. I didn't mind the Nasus. I just think that the big problem they had was how they played around it. I think they kept fighting before he had his Frozen Heart.
Yep.
And giving away the kills in lane, it really disrupts the lane phase. It's one of those things where you need lane phase to go stable and you just poke them out. So I think it was a good pick and it was played around not ideally. So you could either play better, or you could go to the likes of Lulu, as Max just said before, where it's a lot easier to execute and a lot more standard, and you probably have more practice with it.
Okay, you're so soft with your words. I'm expecting more like they play dog shit. Look, I really want them just to play better this game. You're really good on camera. I'm really enjoying that. Now, look, we got the side select ready. Let's see where Order's going to be taking us, and they are staying on the red side. So how do we expect this one to go down, Kitty?
Well, we just saw red side lose in playoffs, so that's unbelievable. But I'm not surprised that Order will be going for the red side because counter pick is really important, especially when you... I believe that they gave away the Zeri, but I'm assuming it's going to be banned for this series because when you're not on the blue side and you don't have that first pick and an OP like Zeri is being picked away by Chiefs, it's definitely going to be a ban for Order.
Okay, what about you boys? Any thoughts on this one? Are you happy that Order's gone back to red?
I am. I love their draft. I think their draft was a lot better. Despite the outcome of the game, obviously, it looks a bit foolish for me to sit here and say, oh, their draft was so good and they lost in 26 minutes. But I think that overall, I think maybe the one thing, even Zeri, I don't know if that necessarily has to be banned. I think that their response into it was pretty good. I think the only problem was making sure that when you're making plays towards that bot side, you have numbers. Because what we saw a lot of the time there was Kevy was overcommitting, or the Order bot lane was overcommitting, and then, you know, Arthur and Tally show up, and then there's a 4v3, and obviously that's not going to go in their favor. So I think just acknowledging and playing a bit better around that global presence, if something like the TF is picked up, is going to be the key to success.
Would a Lee Sin ban be worth it here? Just because Arthur literally popped off with it last game.
In my opinion, I think maybe yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Honestly, I think red side's broken right now. There's so many broken characters.
Yep.
And to just take away Lee Sin, something that you know that Chiefs really lean on, not a bad call.
Okay, well, let's see if it is going to be a bad call or not, because draft is almost ready, which means we're sending it straight back to the boys. Get ready, it's time for game 3.
Well, I'm so ready, Mac, because we do, in fact, actually have a series. It's unheard of, quite honestly. I feel like Chiefs are allergic to 3-0s. They want to give us a show, and Order are going to be thinking, okay, it was meant to be the perfect run. It still could be. They could still get that trophy, but it won't be 12-0.
It'll be perfect against series wins, not perfect in map wins anymore, yes. And I do think that Order, it's interesting just to kind of bounce off what the analysts were saying as well for champions that may get banned, may get picked. We're going to find out as we speak. They are choosing to go for the Zeri ban here on the side of Order. I am partially aligned with the Lee Sin ban potentially instead, but I think they like the Hecarim into it and they think it's perfectly fine.
Yep.
The issue for me was actually I would like a 4-5 time Kench ban. Because I actually think that pick was too clutch. If you're going to pay a pick composition and you ban away like Camille from Topoon and then like another, you know, not as influential champion and you leave the TK up, that proved to be a difference. The adaptation's already coming across though. It is a different kettle of fish.
And it already is the fact that you're sacrificing the Veigar ban in favor of the Zeri, right? We do know that Teddy loves that champion, a champion that she certainly played earlier in the series. Or in a previous series, rather, that caused them so many problems. Even it was relegated at times to just being a cage bot. Those cages did a lot of work. There's the time Kench coming out one more time, so not giving them the possibility Order to ban him, as you say, in that 4-5 rotation.
And look, another champion that was giving Kevy some nightmares. It does get hovered there for a second, has been left up and available. Ahri is going to be the choice instead. So again, Lee Sin Ahri, incredibly good pick composition. They can play towards the ADC for the Chiefs, whatever it may be at this point. Can just be a scaling hyper carry. This is still an Aphelios angle, right? This is still a champion that can put in a lot of scaling work. For me, the question mark, if we're going to talk about like game 1 till now improvements from the Chiefs, is what do they pick for top lane? And is it just going to be like a Gnar angle again? Because that felt so much more stable.
It felt so nice. It really did, because he was able to, you know, command a lead in that portion of the map, but also group up and posture so aggressively, saying that Order, the shoe's on your foot. You need to make something happen. You need to make that first step towards victory. And he was just never able to truly answer back. Diana's one of those champions which was certainly so very prevalent at the start of the season. The most obvious combo was that with the Yasuo in recent weeks, especially in playoffs. Top 5 junglers, all AD.
Yeah, I mean, Diana's definitely that anomaly in the mix, especially one that Kevy does quite enjoy. It kind of forces, I want to say forces the Yasuo ban. And Yasuo into Ahri, I do feel like he's pretty happy with that combo. Of course,
they would play it.
Because they would play it, absolutely. Tryndamere going to be the first removed. That is a flex for Order as well between top and mid. So that is just a good ban with the Diana locked in. The question is what their 5th ban is for the Chiefs. For the side of Order, Blind Misfortune into Xayah ban, presumably another AD. Could be something else, but presumably another AD. To get rid of things that give MF a rougher time, perhaps. And Xayah MF is like a nullified lane. But the question is what Raze chooses to go towards, because if you want something like the Aphelios, now you're dealing with a very annoying misfortune lane.
There was the false Yasuo ban, as you mentioned. There was the Draven response to give the fact that Raze was phenomenal on that champion when he showcased what he could do with it. And we have seen two different versions of this misfortune come out from Puma, right? The conventional Eclipse into Muramana, the scaling Arcane Comet, sit back, max E, and just have fun with it. Or you could just get in their face and say, I'm going to play it like a McCracken Slayer, which was, I think, the only one in the world at that time.
Yeah, I think it was, and it may still be. So it's not exactly the most often seen. Can work, absolutely. There is an angle for most items on Misfortune. She has her place. It could be the Leandri's build for all we know. Just waiting to see where the Chiefs choose to go here. You have the aggressive route where you could be like, yeah, sure, Kallista's an example of it. You could do the Ashe Varus pathway instead if you want and just have an even lane, scale up nicely. I do think that Raze has some flexibility in that respect if Topoon's playing Nari, is playing a teamfight carry for the team. At the very least, all Raze needs to do then is damage.
What does that damage look like? Are you after a champion with a kit that has inbuilt mobility, or are you just relying solely on the protection of your team and the self-heal? Aphelios going to be hovered right now. Seems to be the creme de la creme from all the options that have been removed before we even start to entertain the ideas of, are we going towards Ziggs? Are we putting in mages in priority? Are we going Ashe? Is it Varus? It's going to be this default.
And it's a non-sustain lane, right? So that there's no actual healing to be seen there besides the red weapon from Aphelios, and Misfortune does have a fairly free time getting through that one and nullifying it for the most part. Order now to pick their final champion with the Leona MF bot lane. Team fighting is on the cards. Diana Vex follow that through nicely. Wow. And Biopanther goes towards the Gangplank into the Gnar matchup, and Gangplank can absolutely love this time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is phenomenal once again, why we are seeing such a high preference towards red side for Order. Give Biopanther that counter pick. Give him a champion that's going to synergize so beautifully with the rest of Order. I mean, I just look at their comp, and the word that springs to mind, AoE.
Yeah, lots of AoE. Global pressure as well from Bio, something that he'd be very happy to have. Can be weak side or get less pressure on the Gangplank, which does make sense if you want to try to win bot lane. But I think for Order, the interesting part about their comp is that they could play for any lane in reality, right? Like a Sheen Spike for Gangplank, he's suddenly winning the top 1v1 in different times.
Sure.
There are ways to play for everyone, but it could just be, because you say AoE, dives and objectives.
Yeah, I mean, he can win his lane, and then he can look to try and, Cannon Barrage elsewhere on the map and look to, help out in that regard as well. A Cannon Barrage goes down bot side. If we're talking about numbers, as the analyst desk mentioned, that ultimate is a number in its own regard. So here we go, jumping into game number 3. These are your drafts. A bit of an adaptation, really, from both sides. Chiefs have stuck, to the most part, to their guns. A third game now for Arthur on this Lee Sin. Tally returns back to the Ahri, and Topoon and Drag, who get to run it back one more time as well. As for Order, a complete change of tone.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with Chiefs being very much the same, at least as an identity as well, right? Ahri, Lee Sin want to push mid, they want to roam. It's expected that it goes towards the bot side of the map. The Tahm Kench to me was a confidence pick from Dragku as well, just because last game was so successful from his part. He was super clutch for the team overall. For Order, their composition does still have the possibility of pushing mid and roaming. Can still actively do that, but we have to question how it's going to work with a Vex Diana, right? Because Diana wants to farm, wants to hit level 6 and then start to make those plays perhaps.
Ultimate breakpoints are just so devastatingly beautiful here for Order, and that is certainly what they're going to be looking to try and achieve, as we do have Chiefs looking at a potential level 1 right now, certainly scouting out opportunities. Order playing a much more defensively minded formation, scouting out from a distance, whether or not Chiefs decide to commit to this one. But I am so excited, and we're going to return to that question one more time here, Rusty, as to what do Order look like when they actually do lose that first game through playoffs? Because 9-0, hardly contested, and you can fall into a false sense of security, I feel like, when you're just winning all the time, that, what happens if we do go wrong? Because Chiefs, they've been through the belly of the beast. They had a 5-hour banger.
A lot of people look at a series like this and they'll say, oh, it's game 3 of a best of 5. It's just a best of 3 now, but we have to keep the context of the previous games in mind. And yes, for Order, this is the first time their momentum has been stunted. We don't know if that means much at all,
sure,
but we have to speculate what that could mean because we haven't seen them on the back foot. So now they have to attack this game 100% like they want to go to South Korea more than the Chiefs do if they want to have a shot in this one. The other thing I want to quickly hit as well, just while we have some time to look at comps just a little bit more, there's really no hard crowd control besides the Leona on the side of Order. It's a Diana that can use the ult, but there's no combo to lock that in. There is a Gangplank to have some physical damage mix in the comp, right? But that's not like a combo. It's not a Tryndamere that's diving with it. Like Gangplank is a little bit more passive and more flexible and uses the kegs. So the comp doesn't speak like perfection by any means, and it means that the bans from Chiefs were good. But I just don't know exactly how this Diana will go yet. It seems like it's more of a self-serving Diana pick, not a combo.
Certainly may be the case. We do know that Kevy is a phenomenal Diana. We saw it happen earlier in the playoffs. We found that devastating charge across the wall, and that might be the same as Corporal jumping in with the Zenith Blade. Instantly at the level 1 mark, Exhaust goes on top of Puma's head. And that play will just fizzle out. Now, judging on the Arcane Comet variation, he might just be looking to try and play from a distance, but Draku prevents them from finding that because they've hit the level 2 spike first, and will continue to win that trade.
I'm surprised Corporal didn't flash. You have to assume that, first of all, he has Hex Flash on the Leona, and there was a possibility that he just avoids all of that damage. You know, take the L, you're level 1 to level 2 at this point in the game. So you've lost the skirmish, and you got the exhaust. Ali now mid lane, if the Flash Charm hits.
Ali needs to get out of his minion range, looking for the charm to hit side. So fantastic patience there from Kisse, read it like a book.
Yeah, very nicely passed from very hard angles as they're going again.
Running it back, but this time Kevy is here, and he's looking for that kill. He's going to dash to the minions, but it does not matter. He won't get an assist, but he'll certainly get to revel in the fact that Order get first blood again.
They see the Lee Sin gank mid, right? They see the Lee Sin then pass towards top side. Kevy says this is an opportunity and is now looking for Raze. And look at the way Raze is standing. Doesn't have a ward to place, has to be his own ward. Sees Kevy and acknowledges there is a chance that I get dove here.
Does he go for it? What he's stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He's going to look to try and peel away with the lifesteal, and Kisse's come here now. It's going to be a 4v2. Don't finesse the bush you want to walk to. He's going to get feared, he's going to get dashed. He's going to look to try and instantly cleanse away. He has to flash last minute. A lot of pressure as Order commit 4 members bot sides.
They are still doing so much damage to Kevy here, though. He needs to be super careful. W does come up to give him some extra health. That's actually a teleport used by the Vex mid to catch the wave, which isn't something that he'll be too happy about because he wants to probably reset Puma.
He could be in trouble here. The Tongue Lash is connected. He's completely isolated from this one. Raze is
As heal, I think he'll be okay.
If anything, Draku's going to give him a reminder just how strong supports are.
Yeah, just keeps him in check. You can see the Diana actually comes down just to really ensure that one will get spotted on vision as well. So Arthur now has an opportunity. Mid is doomed as a result of that teleport back to lane, though.
Yeah.
So you take the flash from Raze. You know that he just used the cleanse at the same time. You're happy that all 4 summoners are gone from bot lane for the Chiefs. But Tally gets to teleport back to lane, has a CS lead, and has a preferential shot. Kisse's going now and has to walk, right? The walk of shame all the way back towards mid lane. So the extra freedom that exists, the extra experience that exists for Tally can be significant with level 6 around the horizon. I mean, look at the CSD already.
Yeah, and the advantage also found for Arthur. Not as prolific, but certainly one where he was able to walk into the enemy Raptors and not even fully clear it. He was just able to seal away the most important ones and say, well, Kevy, if you are going to dive bot side, you are going to get punished. Nothing in this life is free. As we get to see what life looks like here in the top side. You mentioned the Chi and item spike really being where Vi can look to try and assert control. Well, he's got it now.
Yeah, it's like the Gangplank Gnar matchup in my mind is just constantly using Q on Gnar to harass him, particularly when he's mini. It's very free to do so. You want to try and have minions in a more neutral state, right? So that you can make that harass more successful without a need to hit minions under turret like you're seeing right now. But the poke gets insane and it gets so annoying because not only is it the Q harassing you off cooldown for the grass procs, it's got the Sheen bonus damage on top of it. I mean, look at Top Moon now. Probably going to need to recall. Get some armor.
Yeah, all that posturing just to try and throw boulders, but apparently a gun is stronger than a stone. So,
apparently.
Rock, Paper, Scissors 2022 edition.
Guns shoot stones, though. Changed my mind. I mean, it's an ancient cannon. Probably does.
It could be. Why not? Let's roll with it. We get to see. How does bot life look like now, really, for Chiefs? Because, as you say, no summoners exist. Puma doesn't have a flash either, and neither does Corporal. So, in terms of mobility, they're in a lot of trouble. The junglers, especially if they're level 6, could just be the difference maker here.
So right now, if the wave crashes and this play doesn't work, Puma has a CS advantage is pretty significant, right? Because he's already 5 CS up with a monster wave that's crashing. Misfortune E can be pretty useful for keeping them at bay. Arthur's going to sneak all the way up here, but this wave is so large, the amount of time that it's going to take to make this play is actually pretty significant. The next wave will even crash on these range minions prior, potentially. Puma, though.
Does he step up for this one? Uh-oh. Well, he's going to instantly walk towards the river into the waiting arms of his support player as Corporal says, out goes the Eclipse. I'm a tank, I'm a monster. I got the aftershock, but in goes Kevy. Looking to try and lock them all in place. He's not level 6, but the Moonfall does not matter. He's found the kills onto Raze. In jumps after. Oh, so low! kicked them once! He finds it, and he's going to find a second. He's going to get a double kill, and I'm getting deja vu to game 2.
The difference maker is the tally gets here, right? We've got a huge Korean Lee Sin once again for Arthur. To play with no summoners as well. They play towards the summonerless lane. Flash only seconds away from Puma and ends up going down. Kevy getting there is nice, but it's Ari that's able to walk to the play, keep Kisei at bay. Talk about the difference that the teleport back towards mid can make. There's a pretty small part of it right there.
There's an example. Point in case. Let's run it back one more time because they are so patient. The dive goes off. You're thinking, do they still chase?
Puma just does the best juke by not juking because there's no way to go back, right? No flash. Uses the heal, but the tongue lash still connected. Corporal basically does just assume he's going to die here and has to body block. And they just go on to raise. No summoners on the Aphelios. Should be easy pickings. But there's Lee Sin's hidden abilities. The Gangplank ultimate that you thought might be significant there did its part. But the damage of a Lee Sin this early is just so high. And right, Tally's going to stop Kisei from getting into the play. And that is all she wrote in favor of Chiefs.
So he is. And the Cannon Barrage is strong, but it's going to be a whole lot stronger once those doubloons are there to upgrade that ultimate. And that's when it really does become a terror and could be enough on its own.
So what does matter from that play is Ray's got nothing. So for the side of Order, Body's still slightly ahead, if not even. The issue is that Lee Sin is huge, but the Diana also got a kill. Yep. So in the context of this game, it's not that large overall. The place is starting to creep up a little bit. It's still that CS in mid lane. And all these little details are starting to add up over time. But with all things considered, the gold is even.
It is. And that's where the trades have been found, right? As you highlight the mid devastation. Big weight now on Tally's shoulders to say that investment, that time that was found to try and get that individual lead, it needs to amount to something because right now, your AD carry lagging behind a little bit and will need a little bit of support to try and find themselves in that comfortable position even after one item.
And Chiefs are a team that have 5 carries. They're a super team for a reason. There is definitely worlds where Raze has been 0-4 while the rest of his team puts in work.
Yeah.
That's known, right? So we're not going to write off the Chiefs if he falls behind. Order have stated, BioPanther stated, the Topoon behind is a big win for them. But he's even once again. This is 2 games in a row now where you would say Top has just been a very even game state overall. It seems going back to Nara has done wonders for him.
Bring it back to comfort, why not? And even if there's a matchup where 5th pick GP can look to try and cause you a little bit of headaches, he certainly kept Bio locked underneath his turret for the best part of the last 5 minutes. That's a second turret play, so close to now just falling on down. If the wave's held in this position for much longer, I mean, we're going to start seeing Topoon roam.
Yeah, he's got a lot of freedom, has a lot of opportunities. I do think the Topoon's primarily using that prior to recall, right? Keep his health high. He's trading his health a lot just to get the push to keep Bio busy and then using that to stay topped up with extra health. So I don't know how much we'll get to see from Topoon, but you're right. If it continues, there's possibilities to roam all the time. But so far it was just going to be a Herald confirmed and traded, just so everyone who didn't get to see that, we panned over to the Lee Sin on the last second of his base. Does have the Eye of the Herald ready to crush, and it could just be an entire turret top.
So it could be. And that would be huge, at least in terms of guaranteeing that you know where this GP is at every given moment. A fight's going to break out, Gravity connects, the Tongue Lash is there, and the damage afterwards. As they look to humble Puma one more time, you've got no support, so we can look to bully you.
Well checked by Kisei there as well. Actually, surprisingly nice damage on the follow-up here also. Has the blue buff, so has the possibility to force priority in mid lane right now just by relentlessly using abilities. And Vex at level 9 has an extremely low Q cooldown. You can see that starting to have an effect. So Kisei does get first move for the present moment towards the bottom side of the map as well, namely because Kevy and Corporal are working together. So sight set on this next minion wave. What does it mean though? And not a lot is unfortunately the answer for Order because the waves are just pushed and crashed and everyone's resetting for free.
And nothing to take on the map at the moment. As Order already claimed that first dragon, a rather late one in the context of things, so certainly no early soul point to talk about, but Arthur is going to poke his head into top lane. No doubt Topoon's been communicating to him. I've just had him pushed up all day long. But look at the rotate.
Ready to go.
It's the battle between Telly and Kevy. Who's going to make it here first? The comms go out. The Telly is there. It's going to be a 3-man collapse before the fight can even break out. The TP is there. The GP goes down. And he's just going to be destroyed as Kisei's going to say, well, which kill do I go for? He's been paralyzed by indecision. 2-man Moonfall, but only one survives.
Topoon just, there's too much to juke, right? Eventually, he was going to get collapsed on by Kevy. Kisei, I think, unfortunately, just threw the ult too early in the first place, but I'm not sure there was going to be a play beyond that one trade back kill. And you take that, right? If you're BioPanther, it's a rough situation. You get the ult off, you live for as long as possible, and your team is there for the trade. But what can they do, Skimmy, with a Rift Herald still ready to be summoned? The answer is rotate and look for another fight.
Really trying to drop that one down to 2 plates before they can summon that Herald topside. It's been a long time around here, so much that Corporal's even had a chance to now rotate all the way from bot to top. The Herald goes down, the turret is low. That might be the first one of the game.
Whoa, okay. Well, Raze is back to full health. He didn't say anything. He did just flash the wall. Charge will go off top lane. It's not going to be the full turret, however. It feels like we just had an ARAM top lane for a real hot second. Assuming that we're going to go back to standard lanes from this point as Gangplank and Nara have met on the bottom side of the map. What this does mean is that the map is open for ADs and supports to be roaming from mid. So this is the most fluid type of map state that you'd expect to see here, right? Teleports are there for top laners. Teleports are on the board for mids, but they're not available. It's supports that'll be playing topside river. But there is a Drake up in 1 minute, so someone's got to flip again.
Certainly do. Going to find themselves the best position to find their next strike. Puma certainly did look like he was going for that solo kill.
Yeah.
He's found a number. He's found the second most, actually, coming into the playoffs. And I thought, well, hang on a minute.
Second most solo kills. Jesus.
That's an 80 carry.
It's still like a third of top wounds, right?
Absolutely. He's found a fair few in this playoffs, and really Order as a whole. I mean, we've sung their praises multiple times. The performance of regular Split is completely different to where they are now.
No, without a doubt. It feels like 2 very different teams contesting one another. Topoon's just going to have a crack here. Get the turret plate. He is a cheeky player. Does, of course, still have that teleport, I believe, if the poke becomes too much from Biopanther. Drake on the cards, though, and it seems like Chiefs, like, part of the reason Topoon's doing this, as long as he doesn't overstay his welcome, is to pressure for the top outer anyway. They want to break that. They want to get the money. They've got 10 seconds on the clock. Raze is racing that clock to get the turret. And does.
No doubt also make Bio's life a bit of a living misery. I've seen the montages, I've seen the GPs with all that critical chance. The barrels go down and 2 people just deleted from existence. We don't want that. Or maybe you do, if you're an Order fan.
I feel like there was a world where Kisse actually threw the ultimate there, Skimmy. Because there was only 3 ranged minions left standing, but again, he's on the wrong side of the map to try and make those plays, but again, you've got your flashless Raze. So maybe there was a chance there. Either way, it is just going to be the trade that we expected to see. Everfrost mid, Ariel.
Looking for it. Puma going to sidestep out that one. As the setup play comes on down, but it's just going to be an ult trade between 2. Looking to really try and isolate out these AD carries that are farming up solo experience on their own in mid lane.
This is, I feel like, the most even we've had between ADs. The first game was a really one-sided tower transaction for Puma. The second game was very similar for Raze. This time around, much more on even footing. Misfortune, we spoke about this in draft, is very good at nullifying carry lanes, stopping them from really having any kind of agency, ability to exist overall. It's keeping you at bay with the E max, or however many points he's chosen to put into it. Every Misfortune does seem to be a little bit different, but E max with the Comet is an angle. 3 points in E, I believe, is the most common with the Eclipse build. But he's gone for the max.
Makes it very hard as a result.
It's an increased slow, right? Which is just so impossible to deal with.
Yeah. Well, not only that, just a siege.
Yeah.
You know, if Chiefs try to step up, as you saw them demonstrated topside, they wanted to summon the Herald to try and get that instant execution. It wasn't to be enough. They've just zoned away. But the series really has been determined by who's had the stronger early game. That's what we were talking about during the break, right? The fact that both teams in their wins so far have been so strong. But this one's feeling a lot more even, and let's take the question, where will things go if we are to repeat history of having these 40-minute blinders?
Yeah, it feels like we're going the distance in this game. 100%. No one really going for any crazy plays. The objectives have been traded. As it currently stands, there is an opportunity for the Chiefs, I feel like, to break open the game a little bit more. You can see them pressuring top lane right now with a second Herald to summon. He was going to delay that with the ultimate, but has he stopped it outright? This Rift Herald could result in a fight, Skimmy. It could result in a very big swing for the Chiefs if things continue to go their way. And they do feel like the gold is dead even, but it does feel like Chiefs just have control. They're constantly being the first to make these little moves, and Order are responding.
Glad you identify that one. Oh, once again, the Moonlight Vigil just out of range. They saw an engaged opportunity with the Gravitum teed up, and a lot of people would not have been able to move. And with the headbutt going off as well, that's some padding damage. It's just buying time. Mr. Poon is going to single-handedly take down this turret, untouched, uncontested, not even looked at.
Exactly right. They get top outer, they pressure mid outer with the Herald, they get the charge off and they break bottom, basically in a fluid motion in a series of a couple of minutes there. It's just good League of Legends by the Chiefs. Order against the grain are the ones who have to try and find that opportunity to make something happen. But looking towards the Aphelios, he has the cleanse. There's really only Leona ult or Vex ultimates to lock him down, so the cleanse value is incredibly high for any kind of engage that Order are looking for. I think the biggest thing for team fights, actually, though, that the cleanse won't help with is that the damage in an AoE sense for Order is so high. Right, Gangplank kegs an ultimate, Diana ultimate, Vex with all that AoE and a Misfortune. Like, you may not be stunned, but can you survive?
Well, that's it. And that's why I say is the second part of the beauty of this draft is once we start looking at Barons and later on Dragon Contest, you layer all that down in a single space, and if there is Chiefs going to the play first, how do they even contain it? How do they sustain through that amount of punishment where Chiefs will say, well, we have to sacrifice this, or to just have a little bit too much damage for us that we can't check?
That's pretty much spot on with the main crux of a lot of these team fights as well, is who gets there first, right? It's absolutely going to be a major part of this one. Side lane pressure still fairly matched by both teams in a scaling sense as well, just given that Gnar and Gangplank are both very capable split pushers. Not outright winning champions. Gnar can do that in some matchups, but Gangplank will be fine at one-hitting minion waves. So it is so much more about the reasons that they're grouping, about the objectives themselves as they come across. Also, the Muramana spike timings for the Misfortune, very similar to the Xayah that we saw from last game, is a big part of the strength that she can provide.
But the race is on as to, can I hit that 360 stacks on the tier before Raze can look to try and complete his second item. He's got the Vamp Scepter. Might be working towards a Bloodthirster second, which we've seen before. Certainly really good into a lot of hard poke, trying to weather the storm.
Red-White ready for the Drake as well here. Kiss A. Ooh, that was close. You can't go any further if you're Arthur because of the fear.
Yeah. Instant flash away there from Draku, but a turnaround. Ooh, a flash and response as ultimates are traded. And there's the bullet time just to cut off any kind of flanking avenue.
Yeah, but Puma using that bullet time to force a disengage does feel like conceding the Drake a little bit. You know, that's a lot of teamfight presence now completely gone.
Yes. Are they conceding it anyway just to let Bio do that?
Exactly. Yeah, you got the flash from Dragku, and it does just result in a flash trade, but Chiefs just collapse a little bit too fast, right? They had so much control of the blue side jungle that they pushed Kisei back towards his inner turret, and then they're just able to walk very casually back towards mid.
Yeah.
So they had the straight Silk Road to make that play. They also would have presumably had good deep vision. The Order will just choose to respect that one, but it's not the full turret.
Put a dent in it, but not enough to take it down at this stage. 20 minutes in, 2 turrets apiece. Still, the gold, deadlocked.
Very much so. Only one bounty that exists on the map right now, and that is into the hands of Arthur on this Lee Sin, who has had another very good game overall. These skirmishes have felt so good for him. But 3 games into this series, this is the first game that has felt dead even this late into the piece. 20 minutes isn't even that late into the game, but the last 2 were, you know, pre-30.
Yeah.
Very aggressive early game, lots of snowballing this time, just much more relaxed. And I think it's fair to say in a traditional sense that favors Chiefs, who are a more slow-paced, methodical team.
Oh, there is the isolation. Arthur's going for the kick. The Zenith Blade isn't going to get him out of dodge. And there is the charm afterwards. And the rest of Order aren't interested in protecting him. They are sacrificing him. They aren't looking to lose any more on that occasion.
Corporal Dies getting vision in the red side jungle, which is in essence saving and protecting their mid laner. So the Kisei could go and catch that wave at the top lane inner turret. Hurts. But at least it is just the support. Still a very nice pick made by Arthur. I'm glad we complimented him and something good happened. That's always backwards.
I do love our caster curses.
Oh, it's just so prolific.
Back to mid lane we go again. First point of call. Who has flash? Both of these do. Gale force advantage, however, for Raze might be just enough if things were to get a little bit dicey, but the junglers are certainly looking to try and keep their farm in check. And the side lanes, it really is the battle between Tapoon and Bio as to who can get much more done.
And another Cloud Soul this game. 2 in a row that we're going to have a Cloud Soul. Ocean, I believe, was the soul for the first one. Or thereabouts, one of them was, regardless.
Oh, Cloud first, Ocean second.
Whatever it was, man. That's what we've had.
Elementals.
Elements, man. So again, the reason I bring that up is because in this game, it's 2-1 in Drakes, and if Chiefs have control of the map, playing for Cloud Soul is going to take a very long time. It's probably going to result more around Baron skirmishing and setup, where a lot of the picks will take place.
Oh, it's an isolation. There's Bio in trouble between the Gnar and the Charm and the damage. Mr. Poon that gets that kill. Now 0-2 in a side lane at a very disastrous time. Ooh. That's a Moonlight Vigil, patting them all down low, AoE style. Arthur still keen for the moment. Lands the kick, or rather the Sonic Wave on towards Kevi, but that's not the target you want to chase.
Keeps them humble, keeps them running away, and does actually create a lot of space for the rest of the roster to be super aggressive. And they're going to push bottom, so they're going to go for the bot inner turret as well as pressuring and breaking mid. Raze basically just presses R with his blue weapon and half healths everyone. More than enough work while the rest of his team pressures bottom. This is a bit of creative flexibility that, again, not many teams have done to great degrees of success, but the Chiefs do. Is that they can take Ahri bottom because it is a double teleporting style of team, even though there is not currently one for Top Moon. It means that they're going to be able to still rotate to the play if it was to happen around Baron. The good thing about that from the Chiefs, they had vision control anyway. They were so set up to make any kind of play, and Bio is just the real tragic person that has to cop that one. Chiefs do it so well.
They certainly do. And look what they are able to achieve as a result of that one. Another turret down. 2, in fact. But they are slowly working their way towards a goal lead. It's taken a very long time to try and break that deadlock. It is going to be without Kevi looking to try and answer back and do a little bit of counter jungling before he's forced to go back to base. He will not go quietly into this situation. Got a 4th dragon up in 45 seconds. 2 item spikes very close to being achieved. Stopwatch here for Raze. He's got the Bloodthirster. 3:45 on the Muramana here for Puma. And that's the big break point that we've been craving all game long.
Here's a question that I'm going to pose, and I refuse to answer. I'm simply going to pose it. Was this a better Renekton 5th pick angle for Order? And I know that almost sounds like sitting just asking the question these days, but it would have been nice to have a bit of free setup for a Diana in a lane, you know? That's all I'm thinking about.
More hard CC.
The Gangplank's been fine. Just thought I'd float that one for everyone to be mad about.
Certainly no hard crowd control apart from this Leona. Certainly a lot of that soft CC to lower them down and keep them for very high uptime with their DPS.
All right, I feel like this is very close to their fight. All summoners basically available. Ultimate's going to be there as well. Kisei threatening flanks.
Waiting for that Fear passive to come up online again. Sapoon very close to becoming Mega. Their Dragon down to 2,500. Going to get reset here. His Order aren't willing to flip this one. In goes Tally looking for the Charm. Not going to find it. Is going to find it this time, however, on towards Corporal Tongue Lash. And a Q that just misses there by Arthur.
Topping gets Mega now as well, Skimmy. So with 2,000 health on the Drake, can use the Drake to hop forwards if he wants to.
Got Flash.
He mistimed it.
He found the Flash, he found the kick, he found what he needed. He might just die for it, but Chiefs, as a result, have found themselves the 2nd Dragon of the game. There's a move for onto 3, but they flash away from it. Drake, who's consumed Tally, and then they get a double kill. There is Biopepper saying, my KDA didn't look good before, but now it looks glorious.
And we have to watch the replay for that one, Skimmy, because that was a matter of just the smallest of details, meaning that Order win that team fight. They are running straight to the Baron, however. Teleports are going to come in for this. It's going to be spotted because the Scuttle Crab is there and belongs to the Chiefs. Are they going to be able to do this one with so many members still there? They've got 18 seconds till a teleport. The damage is so high.
3v5. Do Chiefs look to go for this one? Respawn timers will not be enough. The Baron is just gone as easy as that. And what a crazy passenger play will Order completely tuck up the gold lead. Baron-inspired recalls, they're gone.
Yeah, every single person gets out there just before Arthur can get into the pit. That was incredibly fast. But the thing we have to look for here, for this play, that to me is a major point of difference, is that Topoons hop on this Gnar. So he'll get Mega off hitting the Gangplank keg. He's going to walk to the Drake to double bounce. And it's just half a second too late. Jumps on the spot, has to flash, and all he does is push them away.
Yeah.
He hasn't got Bio or Kevi out of the fight. Meanwhile, Kisei's found an angle, and Kevi gets to bide his time, get back into the fight with Puma. And while it wasn't the perfect combo, it was better than what the Chiefs did.
It was enough, and that's what they really care about. They've found kills, they've found a Baron, all just to trade out for a single Cloud Dragon. They won't mind that one, not whatsoever. And we are back to the mid lane. The 4v4 with the two solo laners split pushing either side of the map.
And we are back to even in gold with a Baron in hand, with the potential to perhaps get more turrets and really stretch this one out. 3 items done for that misfortune, so the ultimate is going to be doing insane amounts of damage. The Ahri was working in that last little skirmish as well, right? Found the charm. There was no health on Corporal before it started. That's exactly what you want. They just haven't really been able to convert that one just yet. Still back to passive play.
The Rabadon's rush as well from Tally.
This
is certainly going to be a battle mage, but one that is going to have a bit of a deviation away from the norm.
We've got a Death Cap Enjoyer, I believe, over here on the mid lane of Chiefs. I will leave the analysis to Kitty when it comes to these mid lane builds.
No Banshee's Veil into Zhonya's rush. Full defense. Just wants to try and one-shot you through the combo.
Still not a lot of tanks or resistances to be seen on the other side. There is a world that is a Shadow Flame or any kind of perhaps flat penetration build, but goes straight towards the Death Cap. Does have that Banshees now, though. Means for a Leona engaged, for the Vex, it's a lot harder to find those angles.
Reku, position compromised, gonna get pounced upon straight away. There is the Solar Flare, and is the rest of the team just coming in absolutely clean about it. They thought they had the jump, but Order, they had the Baron. So they're the ones to press forward first.
And they still go. They still look. Vex ultimate's got the reset.
2-man Shadow Surge straight into the bullet time, but that's going to be run away from. In goes Tapoon. Looking to try and lock them down. He's got the shot down. He's got the solo kill on Tapuma. And now Raze his answer back as well. Not before Biopanther trades a kill into his compatriot. But they're going to trade up.
Yeah, Toppin goes huge in that play, right? He's able to find a flank, knock them into the wall, and Chiefs will hold their base very easily. Basically meaning now this Baron will just fizzle. There will be nothing from it. We'll see this one more time because the pressure, the original pick from Order was great. They have no Leona ultimate. They're going to continue to press forwards here. And on this reset, Toppin just hits Mega. The Infernum ultimate from Raze comes through at the same time. And all but one hits Puma, who is trying to just play at the back and use his ultimate to zone them away. But keep in mind, Order's composition is very short range.
Yeah.
The only person that has some kind of range is Puma with the ultimate. Meganar relishes in that opportunity.
Certainly does. You're a static member at the moment, and whilst you can put out a lot of damage, and yes, the slow from that Cyrilda's Grudge is going to be phenomenal. Capuna's been finding these angles all game long. Yes, that little blip on the Drake before doesn't really matter. What about the consistency there for him? And they've completely nullified any kind of threat for Baron to open up an inhibitor.
Has gone the full tank route here as well with his Gnar build. Beyond the Sterax now that it's finished, straight into the resistances. Level 16 as well is going to be able to use the ultimate with Abandon. And as you can see, Biopanther on this Gangplank scheme is absolutely nearing that point of just unbelievable strength. Kevi. It's an Ose Ram.
We're back to it. 2 stopwatches in the game. It's only Tally and Raze that have them. Raze has actually just picked up a rapid fire cannon as well. He just wants range to try and match. He needs to be safe. He's got the red and white. He wants the team fight.
They have used the Meganar and Ahri ultimate to try and make a pick. If you're Order, you wait. The second they both run out, you go.
Let's see if they go for this one as Chiefs scurry into the river. Looking to try and set up themselves for that third dragon. Raze doing it all on his own. Tapoon trying to zone them away, but they know he's mini. You're so squishy. The dragon is gone. Now they just need to run. Oh, what a bounce. But I don't think it's enough. Look at the follow-up. Tapoon straight slapped.
Really was holding on to the Kisei. Has resets. He's teleporting bottom to hit the fight.
They really want to hard force this one. Kiss is going to come in with the fear passive. Not going to fight it. Yes, he is.
He did.
Does he chase? I don't think he does.
That's very hard to do into the time catch. Remember, the ultimate is there. The Devourer is still there.
Cannon Barrage. They couldn't find that fear target from Kisei just out of range. There's the Moonlight Vigil. He's got the snipers, but a Locket will nullify it all.
Is just going to be the disengage. Order scratch out. They etch out a 2,000 gold lead at most. They'll lose the Drake. So Soul Point belongs to the Chiefs for 4 clouds. Incredibly fast. And a lot of ultimates coming across the board here for the side of the Chiefs. But Order find the pick this time around, right? You see all of the abilities that were wasted that were used at the forefront of the fight to basically secure the Drake.
Yeah.
It does at least have a transaction. Order find the angle. Very difficult angle to find at that.
They knew the moment of what Chiefs were hunting for when it wasn't to be found. They weren't really afraid to really pull the trigger on any member, whether that be a tanky Gnar or anybody for that fact.
And I have a feeling right now in the total gold, there is going to be a pretty sizable advantage for BioPanther, who has just been quietly farming. And on this Gangplank, of course, getting that extra gold, it's going to start to add up over time. 40 CS, 30-odd CS ahead of his lane opponent in Topoon.
There he is.
And look, 2,000 gold ahead of the next closest member.
Kali and Rage joined together at the hip, Spirit Rush away, looking to basically nullify everything that Kevy did to jump on top of him. Stagger step in their way into the safety of their own side of the rift. And now all eyes go towards that next Baron.
Yeah, we talk about gold difference, Kimmy. We say it belongs to BioPanther. That is the entirety of the lead that Order has right now, belonging to the top laner of their team. You kind of want him involved in fights now. 4 full items done, Infinity Edge in that mix. The 60% crit is now online. This Gangplank one hits and wins team fights if he's given an opportunity. Will Chiefs allow that to happen with all of the mobility that their comp has?
Let's look for those barrels. Where do they go? Kali looking to be the focus right now. Aerofrost Charm, great disengage. There's the Cannon Barrage looking to try and split the fight apart. Shadow Surge goes in, nullified by the stopwatch. Fantastic start here, but the turnaround! And they found that shutdown. Alpha might die as well. There's the price. There is the pay. There's Kisei going in. He locked in a target, but ultimately just going to turn his attention onto Tapoon instead. They've not lost a single member, but they've wiped free from the Chiefs.
In order to continue to find the angles, and they're not going to the Baron. They're going bot lane right now instead. They want the inhibitor. They want to break open this game. Does Order make a repeat performance from game number 1 where instead of going for the objectives, they just end?
It was right here in this moment, a much smaller minion wave, but a second one soon to join them. 30-second respawn time is down to 20 right now. The bot lane of Chiefs looking to try and defend this one in a 2v5. They've got time to solidify the Gale Force away. Draku popping that thick skin down to 50%, but they're marching further and further into the base. There's a 2-man moonfall, and Kevy said it's over. Lights out, double kill, ace, GG. Order take the lead in game 3.
And a massive turnaround again from Order. We raised the question, was losing game 2 an issue for them? It's not the perfect run. What does it mean? Order just bounced back, calm, collected, casual game from them. From top to toe, looked like they knew what they were doing, even if they weren't in control. And it's just about picking your moment, picking your battle, and they chose correct.
And they certainly found some rather vital battles at the right times, right? Those that allowed them to go for Barons, those that allowed them to go down bot lane, and once again, just run it back like they did in game 1. That is a pick. Those are respawn timers. You just can't do much about it. Even a 2v5 where you could try to be the hero, the Aphelios with the 200 years of experience, Kevy just finds the way to pull a trigger and say, we're just going to win like that.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, I can't compliment Kisei enough for the improvements that we have seen from the regular season to playoffs. It feels like a completely different mid laner right now, and he's showing up huge in these finals.
He certainly is, and the question is, bans were changed, Veigar was teased, but it was the Ahri that Tally went for instead. The question now does become, is it going to be that chance for him to showcase what he can do on a different champion, or really, do Order run this one completely in a 3-1 fashion? We're going to find out, but before, we throw it to the desk.
Oh, what a damn game that one was. It was literally on a knife's edge for so long. We're all sitting there in the green room just watching, thinking like, how is this one going to end? Oh, look, this team wins, that team wins, then all of a sudden something will happen and it'll just flip back around.
It's really fun.
Much fun.
Yeah.
And we still got at least one more game, Rogue.
This is awesome. I actually love what Order is doing. I love what both teams are doing. But Order is playing so smart right now. Like, I kept saying, like, they've won this game. They just have to be smart. You know, they can give away a few objectives, just know when to fight. And that's exactly what they did. It's just something, they didn't do it in game 2. And so I was really wondering, like, can Order have the restraint? And they do. They have it. They're smart. They're genius.
They're genius. They're adapting. They're changing things up in the draft. They're changing their whole game plan every single game and keeping Chiefs guessing. And again, it converted to a W. So now we are at this 2-1 scoreline, and Order are on LCO split 1 point. The Chiefs can still sweep it back, Max.
It is just, every moment is just nail biting, right? Like now it is match point for either team, right? The next game could potentially be the last of the LCO for split 1. And that's just absolutely crazy to think. But to harp on what Rogue said a little bit as well, I think that Order this game was completely different to their previous showing in game 2. You know, just respecting when they had to fight an objective, and they gave these 2 dragons, right? They acknowledged that they were Cloud Drakes, not really going to do too much for their composition, and then we saw BioPanther come online with his 4 items, and GP at that point is just unstoppable. And then the engages were just so well laid from Order that, you know, every time Raze didn't have flash or every time Raze, you know, used it in a fight, he was just getting collapsed on by multiple members and getting taken down.
Now, Kitty, I want to hear your rant. What did you like? What did you hate? Tell me about this game.
I just like the Order comp overall. I think they have a really simplistic comp where one person pulls the trigger, which was Kevy for most of these occasions, and one ulti follows the other with the MFO and the Leona and the Vex. Just any ulti they have, especially the Gangplank ult, is getting online after level 16. I just really want to congratulate Order on being so patient for their fights. I think they're definitely playing a lot smarter than the Chiefs, and they don't feel as pressured compared to the teams that's supposed to have the experience.
Can I just point out, Kevy's smiling.
Yeah.
He also doesn't smile very often, so something's going on in the Order camp. They are so happy. And look, you can see how close the game was. It was only 6k gold diff at the end. And even throughout, look, there was points where Chiefs were ahead by a couple of K there as well, Rogue. So anything you really want to touch on here? Any builds that stand out?
The Gangplank one was interesting. Yeah, Max touched on this before. It's a little bit interesting. He had a lot of crit, but he didn't have his IE yet, which is interesting. But overall, I don't love what Chiefs is doing with their drafts. I would like to see really early aggression from them next game. You know, they're so good at these early dives, and they're kind of playing these Tarm lanes where they're just chilling. So not a huge lot happening there, but it could be something for game 4.
So like the hard engage for Chiefs at the moment would literally be Arthur sort of jumping around and hitting those sonic waves, right? Yes. So what would we want to see? Like something different for Dragku? Do we want to see a bit of an enabling champ from Tally in mid?
I mean, I don't really mind. I think they just need either top lane or support to be on a champion where they can stack up a big wave and just show up at level 2 or level 3 and do some dive. This is what I was always scared about this whole year when I played against Chiefs, was that they were just going to show up with, while I was still level 1, with 3-4 people and take me out of the game, and I just didn't have a chance and I'm tilted. I don't think any other team in the league does this, and Chiefs aren't doing it this series, which surprises me.
Okay, so something that you've noticed before. Now, this grand final is delivering the goods. I'm having a great time. I hope you guys watching are having a great time. And we're going to hear from you as well. So from the fans, we have a submission or two to have a quick look at, to look back at those grand final moments that you remember. And we got Smite saying, I like the one when Atlas TV was dunked in the water. I don't know this one. If Rusty was here,
I was there for that, and I also got dunked in the water.
Was this was it local?
This was Brisbane final.
Brisbane OPL
2018,
finals.
was it? Yeah, Brisbane.
And
yeah,
Rusty just came over and let us know that he was the dunker. So did the dunking.
Yeah, they had it set up. They had, you know, pro players and things going in it, and I went in it, and then I sat in my wet clothes watching the grand final because I didn't have a change of clothes.
So that's fun. That would have been dope. Anyway, part of the experience, right? Did you get a cold?
No, it's Brisbane. It's Brisbane. It's warm.
True. Most of the time, anyway. It is, you know, the sunshine state, etc. Now, we may have one more game. We may have two. And I don't know what it's going to come down to, but we need to get through at least one more break before we see if this is the final game or not. So, ladies and gents, don't go too far. We will be back after this break with game number 4.
Shadow Sage goes in, nullified by the stopwatch. Fantastic start here, but the turnaround, and they found that shutdown. Alpha might die as well. There is the price. There is the pay. There's Kirsay going in. He locked in a target, but ultimately just going to turn his attention onto Tapoon instead. They've not lost a single member, but they've wiped free from the Chiefs.
In order to continue to find the...
CC, stop and prevent him, it just doesn't matter.
It's over.
Bentonet are going to Iceland.
Winning the grand final really gives you so much opportunity to continue making your way up in this world. Something that you definitely don't want to miss out on.
You're a team, you're a unit, like it's the boys, it's us against them, right? This is it. If you lose, like it's done. There's no more second chances.
Ultimately, the grand final is what the first half of a year goes into, you know, like you've worked so hard for, 2-3 months full time, just like going hard at it, no breaks. For a lot of these players, it's really all that matters to them. Just know that there is a reason you're there. You're more than capable of doing far more than you think you can. Just trust in yourself and trust in your teammates that you will find a way through whatever situation occurs, and then you'll be cruising.
Once you're in the game, just focus. Everything's gonna be all good. It's just another game of League of Legends. You guys have been here before. Just come in and nail it.
Big old Chazzy got his hair did, didn't he?
Yeah,
a little
he's
bit of a
changed his
different colour
hairstyle.
going up there. So good to hear from him and Pabu on what it takes to, make it through these grand final games and make it to MSI, because one of these teams is 1 game away from doing so. One of the teams is 2, which is technically a bit of a reverse sweep territory, but we're trading games at the moment. And if that pattern continues, Order's going to win. Is that pattern correct?
And it's looking for a game 5. So if we do have that happen, I think we'd all be pretty happy, especially if Order win. So yeah, that'd be great.
Noticed as well during that break that we have Order's sub on the couch. So one of us 4 will also be going to South Korea for MSI.
If that
happens, and that's Max. But just in case you don't know, now you know.
If I can't go, it's my next choice.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. There's a real bromance going on over there.
It's because you got me to look into his eyes while I said goodbye to PGG.
Yeah, I think we bonded.
Yeah,
that's why.
Bit of bonding, It's beautiful. Now, we got a rogue skimmy on set. That's all right. I think he's thirsty. He said he wanted a dare.
Fair enough.
He's been
don't take
doing a lot of yelling, so he just has to cool that throat down. Of course, though, look, we've got to talk about what we want to see change going into Game 4. Now, you mentioned you want something that's like more of an initiation. Like, wait, get out of here. Get off my set, boy. Stay on that half. Now, we got, so are we going to see anything different? Because I know we got side select very shortly. It's going to be Chiefs getting their choice. Do we expect them to swap to red, or are they going to stay on blue?
Please, if they want to win, they should switch to red. I genuinely think that the blue side drafts, all 3 of them, have gone severely worse for them than the side of Order. So I think, it's do or die, right? They have to change something up, and I think red side is where that starts.
Yeah. Well,
to bounce off this, I think that we've reached a handshake agreement where you don't give Zeri And so everyone knows blue side's not good anymore.
Yeah.
You want that red side and you want the other OPs.
Although it took until the grand finals, 2 games deep,
Took a
for
while.
everyone to figure that one out. Now, let's have a look at where Chiefs have decided to go.
Red
And it's
side. Let's
side.
go, boys.
Ooh.
There's a
Got the
reason
change.
why my hair is red.
Yes.
It's because it's the superior color and it's the superior side for competitive League of Legends in O's.
My hair's also red. So skimmies. We got a lot of redheads on this broadcast. Yeah, you know. You know. Exactly, yep. Now, look, so red side finally for Chiefs. What does that change for Order now? Because we got Chiefs having a huddle. They are having a powwow trying to figure out what they need. They're just firing each. Who's that? Is that Tally?
That's Tally, yeah.
Tally's being very movie heady.
Movie heady.
Yes,
That's an
movie
official
heady.
term.
Doing some motivational speaking for the boys.
Is Kuden one of them?
Do
Or
we
is
see
he
a
not there
Kuden?
with them?
I see a
don't
Babip though.
Oh.
A Babip?
Yeah.
Oh, haven't seen Babip in a hot minute. Now,
Yeah, I think that was Babip. I don't think Kuden was there, but yeah, certainly Tally, the type of player who knows what it takes to get to that international stage, and he's going to be making sure that this game 4 is not going to end in the favour of Order.
Yeah, he's been over there a fair few times now. Now, do we want to see something different from Tally, Kitty? Because the amount he's brought so far, he's gone Ari twice and TF once. Do we think we're going to see him flex to something different? Because we know he's got a large range of champs.
We do have a lot of people first picking the Ari when they do have the blue side first pick.
Go.
But looking at the last game statistics, I'm not sure if you guys picked up on it, but we saw an Everfrost Merc build with Rabadon's 3rd and Banshee's 4th. Tally still managed to do the most damage on the entire Chiefs team, and that was quite impressive because building such defensive items, I didn't expect the Ari to top out even, I believe it was Raze on the Aphelios. So I'm not expecting Tally to severely change because he's not playing, let's say, the worst out of the entire Chiefs lineup. I think definitely some people should pick up their games.
Yeah.
But I think we should go back to basics. You know, the TF worked out really well for Chiefs game 2. Maybe we'll see it again. Maybe we'll see another utility mid laner like Veigar, or I'm assuming it's going to be banned though.
Well, I guess we shall see. And we're going to see pretty much right now because, ladies and gentlemen, game 4 is ready. Is Order going to close it out now, or can Chiefs hit back? Boys, let's see.
Yes, that's right. Match point here for Order, a situation they've never been in before. Do they have the ability, the skill, the level, the composure, all the words to throw at the dartboard to say, we're closing it out here, Rusty?
I mean, I think that huddle was actually significant in the sense that when we heard BioPanther before the series, you heard a leader. And I think we can acknowledge that Chiefs have got leaders that are in the playing roster, and Tally's absolutely one of those. So he can rally the troops, he can get them going. The fact that Topoon sat down afterwards and he was smiling, to me says a lot, right? They're not flustered. They're just here to play League of Legends still. And when you load into the Rift, every champion does exactly what they're meant to do. There's nothing crazy to expect. Just play better than your opponent. So we come into this 4th draft, Skimmy. 1 game away, potentially, from a South Korean trip for Order.
Absolutely, we do. And coming into this one, a lot of those mainstay bans still reign supreme. We've got the likes of that Zelina and Veigar. Veigar only 1 ban away from being locked in. Did not get decided. The biggest thing for me is that the Evelyn is up and available just because they've swapped sides.
The Eve is up and available, but the Diana is just going to be straight up locked in here first and foremost. They don't even want to potentially give that one away. Or perhaps this is actually just Order saying we can pick the combo right now, first 3. And we'd rather have that than the Evelyn. Because the Eve pick is still just like, it's them, it's signature them, but they're not going for it.
No, and Chiefs have always proven to us that if they do go red side, they always lock in Leona in that first rotation for themselves. Lee Sin, why not? Arthur has been looking so good on it every game. Just run it back one more time.
Why not, right? Like, he's definitely been a standout performer so far for the squad. He's a big catalyst for their early game success. Tally has been rising to the occasion. It's the rest of the rods that we really need to start looking at. It's more a cohesion thing, right? Not the individuals that stand out. Order are going to go for the Rakan second here. They are a Xayah playing team, so they could consider the duo. They may hold off if they want to put priority on a physical damage champion, perhaps. But this is the makings of a Wombo that, like, really does hard force a Yasuo ban, if you thought the last draft did.
Certainly does. Rakan locked in. Misfortune there to pair it. Looked great last game and certainly had its moments, but the Draven was banned. Try and prevent it from getting too out of control last time. Question does become now, what does Raze look to lock in before those bans come out one more time? So the time Kench, no longer a concern. Even if it was banned, it does not matter because they have got the Draven and they are looking to win lane strong.
They certainly are. It's a very aggressive 2v2 lane down there. Expected bans to be seen here by the Chiefs, but you can see that sly smile of confidence on Raze's face after that one gets locked in. Knows what he's in for and knows that if it's clutch or kick, he will always be clutch. Order choosing to go for the Misfortune over the Xayah is interesting to me. I think perhaps the second game of the series might have just painted the vision of Xayah in Puma's mind, and his Misfortune was solid. It does actually have a little bit of a better 1v1 threat with the ultimate as well, but at the end of the day, Rakan now has to work without the Mistress to actually have the extra jump range towards. Keep that in mind.
Certainly will, as the bans are a lot more targeted, right? We've got 2 of the bans towards Tally for this series exclusively. You look at the side of Chiefs, they've made sure that, okay, that GP, if it's going to come on through, we just do not want to deal with it. That was far too much in that wombo combo composition. The Yasuo has been let through. Would Kisei really be willing to gamble a championship win with that pick?
Is it much of a gamble when you have a Rakan Diner, right? Or is it actually just more of an expectation? And so that's the question we have to ask instead. With the Cannon being locked in, not knowing his matchup, with Draven Leona expected to be controlling or if not being hyper-aggressive on the bot side of the map, Cannon wants an isolated lane state. Yasuo can pretty freely roam around if he's got the Diana hovering as well. Wait and see where Order choose to go here, not just for mid. Kisei is the type of player that could do it. Is there a magic damage champion top lane? Or is that what the Chiefs just took away?
Question, because Sion is going to be locked in with no hesitation whatsoever. Biopanther, give him a tank and he will deliver. Now the question does become, what does Kisei give us? Is he going to entertain the idea of going full wombo combo, or does he stick to a similar control mage and just look to try and give them a form of mobility? Twisted Fate banned away, Rise up and available, another champion that himself and Tally do certainly share. That begs the question, what will Tally look to try and do in response if that does get confirmed? Ooh. No! He's locked in that signature assassin that we love him for.
Really odd draft in terms of just how it's executed on the side of Order now, right? They've got the Dyna that's going to be more of an assassin team fight style, Akali skirting the flanks. Sion is a very just everywhere in a team fight, could do anything, it just depends on execution. And Misfortune wants to stand still to press the ultimate into Leona Lee Sin, Draven Cannon, and a Malzahar to round that out. It's not easy to be Puma right now, but the rest of the team have a big job in front of them.
What a wild pick. We have not seen Tally play this Malzahar in a good few years. Not that I can even remember in competitive history off the top of my head right now, but this is a pick that is certainly so well adjusted to basically saying level 6 is there, never grasp a carry, the assassin goes in, what you're going to do about it. That is a false QSS tax that those assassins do not want to pay.
Yeah, it's tough. It is definitely tough to play into the Malzahar if it gets going. It works really nicely with the Lee Sin as well as a combo, right? Hit level 6, someone's dying.
Absolutely.
And if it's not the mid laner, you're roaming towards another lane, that person's dying. You just have so much, just completely removable crowd control.
Yeah.
Definitely expecting that the Chiefs with this composition want to play towards bot, but they could play to both sides very easily given that there is a Cannon top lane as well. And it's a Cannon into a Sion, and Topun is one of the few top laners that is very flexible with his rune choices into the Sion matchup, or just as Cannon in general. Could go the first strike, could be super aggressive for money if he wants. We've seen Airy, we've seen Electrocute as well.
Can certainly do whatever he wants with it, but his job is going to be huge this game. That Slicing Maelstrom needs to cut off the avenues in which the likes of free, hard-roaming champions can look to punish. That was a Rakan, not the Tahm Kench, at least from what we saw in the drafting phase. So we're going to go based off that, and assuming that an Akali and a Diana jumping on through the Slicing Maelstrom can certainly look to try and upset that one, but definitely Draku's got his work cut out for him as well, of looking to make sure that they aren't too free with all their movement.
I really like what the Chiefs have put together. There is a couple of smaller details for solo laners here. Biopanther stacking magic resistance is going to have a grand old time, with both solo laners being heavily on the magic damage path. But for the Chiefs overall, it is a very nice pick and team fight composition. A whole host of damage that they can really litter down, and a lot of snowball threat.
It's only a champion, or a composition rather, that ought to have that if they do get a very strong early game like they've showcased already in game number 1, they can certainly steamroll this game into a convincing championship point. As for Chiefs, this is what they look like on red side. This is why they've held it on for such a long time. This is the draft they're going to look to try and help bring themselves into another game 5.
And for the Chiefs, for the super team of Oceania, it's to be crystal clear here, the favorites of the entire tournament, not just this best of 5. They are now backs against the wall and one loss away from losing everything as Order go all the way to South Korea. Expectations supremely high for the Chiefs, but now they're at crunch time. Now they're at do or die, and they are the ones that have to rise up to match the pace that Order are showing.
Just so exciting for me because we do have 3 LCO champions present in this one. One in Babbitt being a coach on the sidelines looking to motivate the rest of the team. You've got Biopanther on the side there for Order, who went with Pentanet this time last year, knocked out his former teammate Imperative up against PGG earlier in that lower bracket semi-final.
We have action here. It's a late invade. Order have all gotten into the bush, so they haven't been spotted. Biopanther is here.
Going to wrap things around. They are biding their time. Arthur has no idea, but he will do now. They may just look to walk away from this one. Is it worth really contesting? Is it worth flipping the game at 2 minutes in? I don't think so.
And Bio's going to use his teleport to go back towards top lane. There is a chance, given that Kennen already has 3 minions at that point, that he has missed one. Or multiple, and will be behind on his level 2 spike. Bot lane as well, we're not sure exactly on what experience was missed in the 2v2. So things start off at a wonky pace, but Chiefs choose to late invade and Order weather that. They expect it if Biopanther is still in the area. They're perfectly fine in the end.
In they go. Draku running Glacial Augment. Going to be a little bit squishy, but a whole host of more lockdown, making sure that Raze can really farm up a treat and cash in that check. The adoration will be phenomenal. Going for a level 2 dive. This is insane right now. They're going to switch the aggro. Draku's forced to flash away. As Kevy is pathing towards bot lane, and they're running out of space to move.
Corporal level 1 has to flash.
Flashes in, finds one in his target. That is Draku. Nin is going to be the second one going for it. Razor's catching those axes. He might die for a second kill. He has to flash the wall. What does he do for this one? No, he runs into the arms there of Arthur. And now Arthur looks to try and answer back. We've seen this play happen so many times, but it's 1-for-1.
Even Tally's roaming down here at level 3 on the Malzahar. Pushes mid, tries to make a play happen, but as all is said and done, there is a kill for the Draven and there is a kill for the Diana. That is the real trade that we now have to work our way through.
Yeah.
Half the jungle cleared from Kevy, though. Can go back to base. He buys a blasting wand at 12 CS to clear the rest of the jungle. So that is a massively accelerated Diana. This dive is unreasonably aggressive. They go forwards. They just straight up hit the Q stun to confirm it. There is a cleanse. So they're not really, if the W is available for Corporal anytime soon, going to have a chance to follow that one up. It's just well played by Puma on the disengage. Kevy's here, so the flash comes forwards, and you know there's no flash from Draku. So the fact that it went for that, right, is absolutely wild. Arthur gets into the area, though, at the very least, it does mean summoners were used by Raze, I believe, at the same time as the W, the safeguard from Arthur. And they will trade back. That is the biggest saving grace of that situation. That could have been a really rough start.
And we just basically traded 5 flashes at the very get-go there. And we talk about, bot lane being so huge and getting that level 2 advantage early on. But I don't know if it's ever a case of they're going to try and dive a turret that early on as well. Certainly showcase that they are confident and they are not phased at all about the situation they find themselves here in Game 4.
I mean, absolutely. And it's funny because the Chiefs, even in Game 5 of their series against PGG, was still aggressive, right? They still took the level 2 skirmishes. And I think there is a supreme belief and confidence that they are just better players and a better team, and they will take those fights they think they should win. So I think that's a very positive sign, honestly, for the Chiefs. But for Order, the fact that it's being matched, it's being measured, and they're making calm decisions is also a massive plus.
Great start here in game number 4. Boone has opted for the Electrocute rune choice. You mentioned there's a few that he had available to him that he could have considered. He is looking to try and utilize that ranged advantage to get himself a healthy CS lead as it stands so far here. I'm really looking, though, once again, towards that level 6 mark because you want to see what happens between the Malzahar and the Lee Sin. You want to see if the likes of a Nakali can now try to get the ball rolling to complement Kevy's Diana.
Absolutely, and those level 6 points are going to be huge for what these champions in mid lane can do specifically. Akali, with the teleport, of course not having the ignite, does still have a very high amount of kill threat from level 6 onwards. You can see they're about to tick over now. 5.5 minutes on the clock does mean that level 6 also is joined by the Drake spawn. Kevy just jumps in.
Not a fear in the world. Now 4 members here, and they're going to bully away Tally and Arthur, who are going to commit to this one despite the Dragon resetting. They're going to hold it at the 50% mark. Order are looking to walk away from this one and assert themselves back to a default formation. So first Drake, going to go the way here of Chiefs.
They just found their opportunity. They found their moment. Arthur's still level 4 as the Drake gets done, is quite far behind. Heavy should be able to continue to try and accelerate his clear. I think even taking that time to go into the Drake, like, just slowed things down by a second. If he gets this Raptor camp, he'll be very close to it. Kisei also was extremely close, but just timing-wise for the Chiefs, they did it at the right wave. One wave later, that's probably a fight.
Beauties of the champion, obviously, is the innate spell shield that comes with it. Given that we have seen so many of these mid laners right now looking to try and rush the Everfrost into the Banshee's Veil, that'll certainly make life a little bit easier for him. With the Lost Chapter, Mana issues won't be anywhere near as difficult, especially if you can spread that dot between all the minions for your minions to then actually end up taking down. The energy versus mana trade, no longer that much of a big threat.
Wave going to be held in mid lane here, just slowing down the pace of this game a little bit more. Again, very content farming. Order so far have been happy just scaling through. Looking for later games team fights around skirmishes and around objectives more specifically, right? That's the place where I think Order have been very comfortable. So I don't think they're really hard-pressed to make decisions. It was mentioned by the analyst desk, as well as the feeling I think we all have is that Chiefs were the ones who felt a bit more pressured to make early plays, because it seems like Order were just the better team beyond 20 minutes.
Really have been. Hasn't been the case, especially in that last game, which we felt was going to go the distance, which was the closest up until that 25-minute mark, and a few late-game team fights when the respawn timers were just a little bit too long. One trade, and Order have got the conviction to say, this is a winnable angle, we're going for it.
So just a quick callback to the first 2 kills that happened in this game as well. Money went into the pockets of the Draven in comparison to the Diana. If we're actually looking at the results of both of those champions so far, Diana is very far ahead overall, right? Is super powerful right now and can have a massive influence on the map. Is currently doing the Rift Herald with Biopanther. Bot lane though, the main point is that yes, the Draven is ahead, but Misfortune is a pick that is basically there to stop the Draven from getting those further advantages. Just sits back, presses E on the minion wave and slows the Draven down, keeps him at bay. This is the first little example that I think we're now seeing of where the Diana can have an influence. Oh,
we're going to fade away from that really, really quickly as Arthur's clean with the dash away on towards that ward. Arthur actually burning the flash and the moonfall for it.
Yeah, Kevy goes for like the instant flash ult combo, but very nicely done by Arthur. Not much more to say beyond that. Is bot fighting? Bot
is fighting. It is Drago looking to try and square something up here, allowing Raze to then push forward and not going to target minions, but target kills instead. Nevergrasp was being used here by Italian. They must have looked to try and really take out Kisei there. He's low, he's crippled, he burnt a flash.
Yeah. Arthur also no flash or ultimate, so we're not sure exactly what happened, but I think we can do the mental math here. Let's just say both use their ults. And it could have been a flash kick from Arthur into Tally, who is the one who still has flash available. So what that effectively means is they can make that play again, because Tally can be the one who flashes next time, and there's going to be no response from Kisei to get himself out.
Right. Damage is only going to get worse as it goes on. And you really are looking at just how volatile this mid-jungle could be, because they are the crux of their success, the catalyst to getting them ahead. By that 20-minute mark, Spellbook is going to get cycled through here as Biopanther looks to try and ignite Tapoon. There's a Slicing Maelstrom to try and turn things around more, so it's a appealing tactic as he cops a fairly uneven trade.
Yeah, Bio pretty much outright wins that one. Has the Ignite on Sealed Spellbook, right? So they, okay. And they're going to trade flashes as well.
Here comes Kisei though.
Hello.
A Shuriken flip across the wall. There's the Sonic Wave to answer back. The perfect execution being toyed with. Getting some energy back with that Shroud. Looking for the execute. He sees 2 very low members. I don't think it'd be lethal, but it would be so close. Tally, meanwhile, even without the ultimate, it's going to get a kill onto Kevy.
Leona had roamed up, and the ultimate has been used. The Solar Flare is gone from Dragu, so we're only left to assume that, again, another person came to mid, and they just made another play happen. This time it's Kevy. Was Kevy holding mid?
We can assume at this stage. A dot, a silence, audio-empowered damage from Leona's passive, and that'll do it to you. And the push is just so oppressive. Look at it go now.
I'd also imagine that the damage over time that Malzahar E has onto Akali means it's so easy to find her even in the Shroud.
Yeah.
So it's super valuable.
Getting harder and harder now for Kisse to try and step up into this wave.
Especially with no ultimate. All right, we get to see what happens here with Kevy. He's on vision. All right. Oh, I mean, that was max range from Draco. There's even a chance that doesn't hit how far away that was, but very simple stuff there. Very well done by Draco, but Kevy straight up face checking. I think he's just blinded by the action that was happening top.
Yeah, Kevy certainly is one of the players that will entertain the idea of getting first blood himself or being first blooded. Certainly up there in the conversation, similar to the likes of Balkan as well. But that Leona mechanic, I'm just getting flashbacks to Nautilus. It just feels like these support champions with the engage, they will find max range, really traveling through space and time to find an angle, and that's a big pick that they so desperately needed.
Without a doubt, it also times nicely with a Gale Force done for the Raven with a lot of item spikes that are now starting to come across from the entirety of the Chiefs, actually. Pretty much every Mythic online around 12 minutes.
3 plates for Puma, that's nice, but looking to make the play now. The axe comes across, stairs the never grasp, you're not moving at all. You can hit us with the bullet time, but you're just tickling us.
And the first of many people who will suffer from not paying their taxes if they don't get themselves a QSS sooner or later here. Kevy will fall. Nice attempt. But it's really just time spent and time wasted from Kisse in some kind of response. Flash used by the Malzahar, flash used by Tally. It's only like one ultimate and a low cooldown Draven ultimate, low cooldown Leona ultimates to be used. They'll take those picks all day. Bonus gold all day for the Draven.
Of course, I mean, look what it looks like on the total gold graph now as a result. He is so far ahead. Is a full 1,000 gold above Permit. Adoration stacks checked in. That is just what you love to see. His recall is going to be interrupted as the lanes do swap around. Biopemper now making his way towards topside, not to be matched at this stage by Tapoon, who's still causing a bit of a delay back.
I mean, this is a very early map flip, you would say. He's going to stop him again. It's extremely rude. But it's also correct. Bio's going to get a plate down here, potentially. He is stopped. Bio! Wait! Cut it out.
He's a man on a mission. Make Rays hate playing this game.
Yeah, people say that they don't like top laners. That's why.
Oh, that's a great instant cleanse there by Permim. Chiefs look to try and make a play topside in response.
Nothing actually comes from it. It's just off cooldown. You're seeing Drag, who basically used the ultimate, looking mid.
Had a spell shield. He didn't have that flash because he burned it to make that play before. Yeah, everywhere we're looking right now is just either side teasing at the idea of what will you burn and what will you do?
And so for all of the efforts that Biopanther did put into bottom lane, it will be a turret, right? He's basically earned the turret as a result of stopping recalls. They earned a lot of tempo in top lane as well, where perhaps plays were more aggressively able to be used up there with a Draven on the map, not going to be seen. And it's the first turret as well that drops. And it's before 14 minutes into the pockets of a Scion. That's a lot of extra money.
Can't go wrong with that. Sitting on the Sunfire and certainly feeling like a bit of a monster to contend with so far. Sitting on the TP as well from that unsealed spellbook rune choice. So 14 minutes is that magical number where he can look to try and group up with the rest of the team if he so does decide to. Poon, though, however, is looking to try and make a play elsewhere. He's TP to the mid turret as they are so concerned about guaranteeing this second Herald.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go. Oh, do they want to contest this one? They have ultimates there. Order can, but it's so low already.
Tapoon, is he going to go for this play? There's a slicing Maelstrom. Draku jumps in. Here goes Biopanther. There's the bullet time. Tapoon finds the first kill. Takes out Kevy, but not before Kisse finds that first kill. Kisse into the shadows. He goes. Good flash away from the knock-up of Biopanther. A double kill fan for Tapoon here in a game 4. And they are looking for their first ace. Chiefs have been hunting. They'll walk over. Slight drive-by there for Raze to pick up the Herald. Thank you very much. And now can we steal the blue buff as well? Can we still get the kills? A flash fall from Leona. A flash onto Puma. You're dead. You're gone. The white flag goes out. There is the ace. Can you take down the beast? That is Scion. Yes, you can.
And they will simply walk away from the Scion in his passive. Nothing doing there from Biopanther. Chiefs win a huge team fight at a crucial point in this game. And they will cement themselves a 3,000 gold lead with more money to follow. That was a really close fight. But the biggest thing that constantly happens, look at the damage done. Oh,
hold that for a second. Yeah, Raze has just spent a little bit too much time in the mid lane to try and make this one work, and he's been paid.
He dies for the turret, so that's a lot of extra money into the pockets of Order. If you consider what's on the map for them right now, it really is just the outer turret mid lane. and a bit of extra money to go in the pockets perhaps from some jungle camps. This fight, one more time, it's Kevy that gets stunned. It's Dragku sitting in a bush here. Will just hit a combo. And then suddenly there's a Malzahar ultimate, there is a Leona ultimate, and there is a Draven just drive-by ulting on his face. Raze may get zoned from the fight from this point on, but the damage was done, right? The Chiefs are just disengaging because they killed the key members, and kiting back against the Akali is a great way to play it. From here, Order, they don't need to make this play, but the flash is still there from Dragku because he positioned so well at the start of the fight. The Puma maybe even not expecting that Summoner was still there.
He just engaged before Kevy even got the Oracle Vision to go in on that play. And even after that, right, Soliflare comes down, Nevergrass was committed to Kevy. Kevy just evaporated even before that ultimate found any value. So you're thinking there's a world in which Kisei could have popped off there. The tools weren't available now for him to be shut down, but ultimately the slicing Maelstrom just said, this quadrant of the map, it doesn't belong to you.
One of the funny things as well about a lot of champions when it comes to team fighting is Zhonya's will be seen as the combat item. Like a Dyna getting a Zhonya's suddenly can tank in a team fight. But how do you ever press the Zhonya's into the Malzahar compositions, right? That's where you need not just the Zhonya's to be a frontliner, but a QSS to be able to use the Zhonya's, or you just die. And so now he's had to spend how much money, right, on not real items.
Double utility. I mean, it's just going to be a Rocket Belt Dyna, not what you want to see. There's the bullet time, the charm, the knockback, the moonfall, brings them all together. Puma finds the first kill. In goes Bypass. The Kisei trying to find the perfect execution, but it's not going to be enough. That Dot went dancing. It got a double kill here for Tally. And there's the third Drake of the game.
I mean, Order make an attempt at another play here, and the funny thing this time around is that it's the Rakan that's going forwards to kick off the fight. So he tanks the Malzahar ultimate, but the rest of the Chiefs are just left to freely attack every single fight. Topoon getting a lot of good ultimates back-to-back now as well. We'll watch this one more time, because it is the Rakan that goes from the low ground here, just off vision completely, but throws a Q, so they know he's in the area. Straight into the play. Kevy's the one who's meant to follow, as is Kisei. But they go straight into the jaws of the beast to try and make that play happen. Bio, again, is zoning carries.
Yeah.
But Topoon and Arthur are just winning without them.
It just didn't matter. And ultimately, that is the saddest quickness I've seen from a Rakan, because he jumped in, he got stunned by Leona, he then got ulted by Malzahar, and just fell on down. And as they went to try and triage him, the Dot bounced around, and the zoning, all that great defense by Bio, feels like it was for nothing. And now you're finding yourself in a situation where bounties are being presented towards Order, as Chiefs at the 19-minute mark are so far ahead. They got 3 dragons. This will be a very early soul point if they can claim it. They've already got a gold lead too.
Extremely early soul point. You can see total gold now as well. It's the 3 carry members of the Chiefs that are ahead. Arthur taking much more of a facilitative role. Top in jeopardy here. He's just going to side on through the Mal's ultimate.
Yeah. Who needs the QSS when you can just drive by?
Bio's off to the moon.
He's just going to proxy the top wave.
Yeah, he's off.
Does not matter.
He'll clear the wave, probably recall at this point, but it does mean that, again, like, Chiefs can't continue to push, right? And it's not a pick, but...
Raise axe?
I think he wants to stop him without it, but realizes he can't make the distance.
Blue Trinket reveals them and it says, you know, you're not going to get to go back to base for free. Nice Gale Force to sidestep that smash. And sends him to the afterlife. Chiefs also going to find another turret as they push top sides. And they've opened up a top lane inhibitor to now threaten.
It's a sad life being BioPanther at the moment in this game. He's doing what he can for the team, but ultimately these team fights just aren't playable, right? I think there's no other way to really explain it for Order right now. Anytime they try and attempt to make a play, they don't have permission to posture. They have to go, or they get picked off by the Chiefs just looking for those Mal's ultimates, those Leona ultimates as well, right? Locking a single target down. It is so difficult on execution, and that's where vision first is the most important part.
I think that was one of our concerns, right, for this draft of Order. It works so well from ahead, but if you do fall behind, not only do you have to pay the tax to delay your power spikes even further, you just fall into this sort of quicksand conundrum of, like, we're going further down just to try and claw back at something.
And if we do look at the scaling from Order, they have a lot of damage. For what it's worth there as well, right? They haven't got the Muramana proc for this Misfortune, who has been hitting really insane ults. Just not doing enough damage to one-hit team fights yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Pim performs once that Muramana is in, once that third item is online as well, if it's a Cyrilda's. But so far, it is a Chiefs' favored game. They are 5,000 ahead.
Chiefs doing whatever they can to clear out this mid wave. It's a 4v5. Tapuna's pushing bot lane. He's got an Unleashed teleport to group up with the team if he does see fit.
Well,
there is a dicey little engage angle. There is the flank. Look at the Protobelt. Look at the flash. Look at the Maelstrom. There it is onto 2. Instant charm. Looking to look them down. But Puma, untouched, uncontested, left to his own devices. Putting in big work. Kisei just not going to find the kill onto Tapoon, who's going to scurry away. No, he is! Unbelievable. Completely even duking out me with a fantastic shutdown. There's Baron.
Kisei actually maximizing his teamfight impact before using the E2 to lock down and secure the kill. Tries to pop the spell shield off the Malzahar with his second ult, but will still secure the kill that mattered. Is zoning towards the top side of the Baron, but the rest of the Chiefs are just going to stand in front in the river. Bio has to keep them busy.
Tally has the ultimate. Raze doesn't. He's got flash. The ultimate goes out on towards Biopan, but they flash away. Bio's going to get sent to the afterlife. Kisei comes in. I've seen Akali's win this. No, I haven't! That's a double kill for Raze. The Draven is so strong. And Tally's just running away from that clone. The Baron's been claimed, but they've lost at least 2 in the process.
Tally runs away in as straight a line as possible because that is the only way to deal with the Scion who's just slowly running you down. We'll see this fight first and foremost in mid lane. It's Chiefs that want to make the play, but look how far back Tally's standing from the rest of the team. He's not involved in this fight at all. He's still not involved. Topuna coming with a massive flank. Heavy gets the full combo off before Tally's even close to stop anything from happening, and by that point Puma's hit a big ultimate. That's maybe the third ult this game that Puma's really hit that's been clutch, and then Kisei just comes through and shows off his Akali mastery real quick. We're going again.
We're going again. Right back at the scene of the crime. In we go, and Draku is the target. Draku's going to fall on down. The rest of the Chiefs are running away. We are not entertaining that idea, and they will have to pay the price that yes, you've got Baron, yes, you've got numbers, we can't get that early soul point.
There's just something about the calm resolve and decision-making that Order is making in this game, right, that just stands out to me the most. You hit mid-game, they're 5,000 gold down, suddenly it's 2. That was very close. Not going to get it this time around. Drake, that would have been Infernal Soul.
Wow. The timing was perfect.
Yeah. Razor also playing his absolute heart out. 6-1-6. Has risen to the occasion, said, give me Draven, I will carry this game. He did last time. He's absolutely still putting on a carry performance this time around.
But Order have certainly put in a lot of work, try and rectify what was a bit of a rough early game. Make sure that their carry threats will be just that. They cannot be left at a wayside, that they will not be deterred by the idea of this Malzahar. That double zone will be there, but only one QSS is still online. And that Kevy's going to have to try and find the rest of his power spikes through that Dark Seal instead.
Biopanther also now has finished the Force of Nature, so has completed a full magic resistance item. Both solo laners of the Chiefs are magic damage exclusively.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts. So is becoming unreasonably tanky in the side lane. It's the rest of Order that we really have to look at here, right? Because the QSS does have a bit more value given that there is a lot of magic damage there. And stuns across the board, not just the Malzahar. Puma has the luxury of a cleanse, but the cleanse is awkward when you need a QSS for a Malzahar. So positioning is vital for the AD of this team. Where for the Chiefs, it feels like if they're moving forwards, they're succeeding. If they're pushing the tempo, they're succeeding. And that's what you're expecting and wanting to see.
Well, with 15 seconds left on this Baron buff, Order are going to make their final play topside. Everybody's grouped up here in a full 5v5. The top tier 2 is nowhere near being fragile. And it's just a case of posturing aggressively, but more so than anything, just clearing out these waves to deny that play.
It does feel like the Chiefs have been able to weather this Baron perfectly fine. The cost isn't too high. What it does mean is we're back to an even game. But if you consider the way that the game currently is set up, a mistake from Order could cost them everything. There is an Infernal Soul just waiting to be taken. A Baron buff after a lost team fight, and Chiefs can push exceptionally hard. And again, you have just won enough control of the map right now to push Chiefs back to an even game state and make them respond to your plays. This is the time to capitalize on that if possible and look for that next positive step. But if you give the Chiefs an inch, they will take the game.
Certainly will. The question becomes, where will they find that moment to next strike? Because these last few team fights, they've certainly allowed Order to get a little bit too comfortable with things, shall we say. With the untouched Puma in the back line, so solely focused really on addressing what the Sakali and Dino are trying to achieve in these team fights. Double Zone is now buying so much time, nullifying a lot of the answers that Chiefs will have within that window.
I mean, I think it's as simple as how does a team fight look for Chiefs, and it's probably a teleport flank from Topoon. This ward, I believe, just got walked over by Kevy. They're going to walk over it a second time. Surely Bio spots it this time. There's no shot, bro.
No way. There's no way.
No, go back and clear that ward. If they teleport to that ward, I'm mad.
If they really lose a fight because of that.
3 people have walked over the ward. Man, they must be having a real D&M conversation or something. They're lost in it.
Time.
They're lost in it.
Here we go. One more time, surely this time, boys.
This ward is just so value, man. It's showing the Rakan recalling so they can start making moves.
Shows the nerves that are coming out here. They've got their eyes set elsewhere, frantically scanning the map to see where are Chiefs, what are we doing next, what lanes need to be adhered to, what is on the map for us to contest next. Nice overlap between the Baron and that Infernal Drake once again, both up in just under now 1 minute. What will they decide to wrestle over?
Well, the answer is usually mid lane. And now the Scion has been grouping up with the team pretty much permanently, helping the clear vision. Helping the group. Oh, he's done it. Yeah, they placed a ward and actually got spotted. Teleport flank in from Kisei.
Go, Vibe's looking for it. That's going to be a one-man move for Alpha. Also getting charmed there by the Rakan, but the fight's not going to be enough. Kisei getting caught on the flag. Tally with the Evergloss. Cancelled out there. Fighter slicing Maelstrom. Going to Puma. He's low. It's a double kill here found by Raze. And Tapoon has been protected. So low, but a safeguard is there. What a team fight. Puma and the rest of the game coming from multiple angles, but Chiefs standing strong.
And they will take down the entirety of the Order roster here as well. They've got a minion wave with a cannon. Easy as you would like, it feels like the Chiefs at this point are just going to push down mid lane and try and end in one fell swoop and take us to game 5.
20 seconds on those respawn timers before the damage is there. They got a healthy Baron wave, or healthy minion wave rather. They got a cannon. That's an inhib gone. Now storming towards that Nexus
2
turret.
seconds on Corporal, 8 on Kevy. I think they have time.
What do they do for this one? Corporal doesn't have any ultimates. They don't have any turrets. They don't have a base. They're going to go for this one. They're going to try and end the game. Chiefs are looking to bring us to a game 5. They're going to be successful in their pursuit. We are in the grand final going to that game 5.
And it goes the distance. Chiefs come up extremely clutch. That game got dicey in the middle there. There was a moment where for just a second, you could see Order coming back to an even game state. They brought the goal back, but they stand resolute. They do find themselves that one big team fight. And it was really Order that were making the play. It was Order that were taking the fight. They chose the fight that lost them the game.
Yeah.
Can't ask for much more if you're the Chiefs.
Also, we look like a position which Biopentha was keen to strike. Kisei coming from the top side. So low on Tally, though. The ultimate there, the fact that he survives, that Tapoon crucially buys that time with his ultimate to prevent anybody else from Order pushing forward. A phenomenal team fight, and that's kind of what you really expect at this level, at this stage in the season. So, game 5, really, that is where we're going. I feel like Chiefs just flourish in these situations where they love to play League of Legends for just a very long time.
Have we ever had a game 5 finals?
Grand final.
I don't think we've ever had a finals go to game 5.
You'd be the expert. You'd know more than me.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, this is getting exciting because as far as things go for Order, it was a clean sweep all the way here. And now they are having to really deal with the belly of the beast that is, can you hold your nerves for one more game? Mac and the gang, take it away.
Can we hold our nerves for one more game? I know I can't. That was crazy. It was like there was a point when they got that mad team fight in mid, got Baron off the back of it. We're thinking, oh, Order, they might close it out now. And then they just take that fight slightly out of position. And you guys said it in the green room. Tapoon was huge. Just ran straight through the middle.
Yeah.
And just did way too much for Order to come back from. It was good to know that Chiefs, they knew exactly when they could finish. And it was right after that fight. They had the time for it.
And to their credit, that Malzahar pick looked great. Like we, especially against those double assassins there, finding so much value just pinning down Kevy before a lot of the fights could really start. You know, once Order, excuse me, were able to find their access into fights, it did look good for them, right? They did manage to get that fight in the mid lane where they got those 3 kills and take the Nash as well. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that Tapoon flank, and we were talking about that ward, that control ward.
Giving us anxiety.
That so many people walked over and just somehow wasn't found, but eventually Tapoon still managing to get a flank off and sealing the deal for that game. But yeah, it's a game 5, and that is everything we could have hoped for in this grand final.
Yeah, that's literally what we were asking for. Is like, if it's not going to be a 3-0, you know, perfect run for order. We want all 5. We want a slogfest, and that's exactly what we're getting. Now, Kitty, talk to me. What did you like this game? How much work did Raze do here, or was it all Tapoon?
You know, something that I found quite interesting was that we saw a Gale Force on Draven. This isn't a really common build for the Draven, but it does work in this game because you do want to have that extra mobility against the Diana and the Rakan ultis. And I really like this Malzahar ult. It is a good counter to the 2 assassins in the mid lane. They're also double AP, and AP champions just tend to not build QSS because QSS only builds into Mercurials, and that's an 80 item. And you see Kevy building the QSS, it puts them actually a little bit behind. And we actually see Skimmy and Rusty's face cams being popped out, so little sneak peek, and what do you have to say for that, Mac?
He just, like a genie with his arms up, just appeared out of nowhere. I was like, where's Skimmy? But they have been crouching a lot. I've been watching them cast. They're getting right into it. They're having a great time. And
another
look,
leg day.
Rogue, if you could have changed anything for Order this game, what would it have been? Because Chiefs seem to be in the driver's seat after they got those initial couple of picks.
Well, I really liked the Rakan pick, and I was saying it's great. You can't really punish it. And then Raze rocked in Draven, and then I really didn't like the Rakan pick.
Okay.
You even saw it was under level. They even tried to dive level 1, which I think is bringing it back to even what I said before this game. Chiefs has an identity, right? It's Tally, and he's enabling the jungler, and he's paying Malzahar to do it, and then they're going somewhere and they're diving. And they pick Leona, they slam it, and I said I wanted to see a dive early, and they went for it level 1, didn't work out, but Chiefs they're doing what Chiefs do, which you love to see. And now we've got Order doing what Order do, we've got Chiefs doing what they do, and it goes to game 5, both teams are on form. Oh my god.
And
Yes.
look, we need to talk about Chad Bio up top, or just in any lane he was in. Man just altered to the red T2 to try to clear a wave and recall. Didn't work out for him, but he knew that was his easiest route out, right?
Very, very based gameplay on the Sion here. I mean, we saw him ulting to the tier 2 turret, and then my personal favorite was him cancelling Raze's base, just running straight through that turret to throw an E at him and to make sure he can't get the recall off. So
it's just the boss. This guy's the boss.
Yeah.
The grand final.
boss.
He does not care about anything.
Yeah. Do you think like that top lane matchup, even though Tapoon ended up, scaling really well and getting a nice little lead, getting a lot of damage out, it still worked well for Bio, right? He had a lot of agency in the early game.
Yeah. It's obviously one of Bio's dream matchups, right? You're playing Sion versus Kennen, and in the lane, Kennen can never do anything versus Sion. Because Sion just comes back, stacks out health. I think Tapoon will manage to navigate the matchup really well, especially in the team fight aspect, finding those really good flanks onto multiple members with the slicing Maelstrom. So, look, props to both players. I think they both executed their roles pretty well.
Okay, so we've got a 5th game to get to. Is this where we get to see the Twitch?
I want
Is
to
it
know
even
how
in the conversation?
I want to know how this guy feels watching this. Like, please tell us.
It is nail biting.
Yeah.
That is the number one thing I'd say. It's very nerve wracking. I'm not even playing. That's the thing. Like, I can't even imagine how these players feel, how the coaches feel watching backstage. So I think that just to be in this situation, it's exciting, but it's also got to be one of the most nerve-wracking things for anyone.
Yeah, there's just a whole lot of energy. We're feeling it in the room. I
Certainly
think
are.
everyone at home, I hope you guys are feeling it too.
A lot of
But
energy.
Look, as they mentioned, it might be the first best of 5 game grand final. Well, it definitely is that we've seen in the LCO. So I'm damn excited to get into that 5th game. Anything we want to see in particular, it's going to be Order's choice for side pick. Do we want them to go back to red? Is that going to be the advantage that pushes them over the line, Kitty?
Okay, so what I picked up from the end of score graphic was that they banned out 4 champions from Tally, and they have the Malzahar now to worry about. So will we see 5 mid-lane bans? Probably not. They'll have to sub out one of the previous 4 bans for the Malzahar, because unless Kevy plays an AD jungler, which is possible, so I'm expecting either the jungle will swap to AD where it's more convenient to build the QSS, or we're just going to see another option from Order.
Well, I think, look, especially if Order do go to the red side, theoretically, they're going to be the ones having to try to get rid of Zeri now. This is all just, conversational because we don't know what's going to happen. It's all hypothetical. But you guys at home, from the fans, you've been getting your best grand final moments ready, sending them in on the Twitter sphere. So we've got another couple to have a quick look at. Let's see what it is. It's Kawaii, the _ PAX-Oz 2014 Grand Finals are what got me into League of Legends. Can't remember much about the game, but the crowd watching was insane. I think that's the thing that we're all waiting for these live events, is just not even watching the crowd, but being in the crowd, being in the energy, and that's why I'm keen for DreamHack. And imagine this game at Split 2 Grand Finals at the end of the year.
I mean, I think we need Rossi's input on that one because I think he was a player in that tournament. PAX
2014?
2014?
He got eliminated top 8, he just said.
But he was there. He was
there. He's the only man who's boomer enough to know what that event was.
Oh, no.
But getting knocked out in the top 8 means he was part of that crowd energy. So, you know, it's all Rusty. We've got to thank Rusty for that one. Now, look, I think we have one more to have a quick look at before we send it to a break. OG1764, 2016 LCK semis. The night before I went to OPL finals. Game 5, Smeb?
Yep.
Smeb, Baron. Is Smeb?
Smeb?
What's that?
Oh,
That's a
Smeb
good
was
name.
the goated top laner in 2016.
Oh, he's a player.
He was the, like, there's always typically like one of the best players is a top laner coming into the World's Finals, and he was so hyped up.
Okay.
And I guess plays like this is why.
Yeah, Smeb, Baron Steel in Rocks Tigers versus KT was nutty to watch. And we have one more as well to reminisce on before we jump into a break and jump into Game 5. And it's Ducky. Big old Ducky. Rift Rivals 2018, not mentioned here. Huge moment for the region, and I still think Claire Osa's Zoe play is one of the best in history. Refresh my memory, because you were still around then, right?
I remember watching this one, and I remember the whole night, for the rest of Twitter, Claire was the most loved player in the region. Every single person from every team was like, this guy's a beast, because it was like the moment that won us as a region that tournament.
Yeah, very good, very good. Now, on that note, I think it's time for us all to kick our feet up, have a couple of deep breaths, because it's time for another break, and we've got a 5th and final game. It's down to best of 1 territory. The games that these teams have had to play all split. It's back to that. 1 game remains here in the LCO, and it's time for the grand final to finish just after this break.
Silver scrapes, baby.
Awful's getting charmed there by the Rakan, but the fight's not going to be enough. Kisses getting caught on the flag. Tally with an Evergrass cancelled out there. By the slicing Maelstrom. Gone to Puma. He's low. It's a double kill here found by Raze. And Zapoon has been protected. So low, but a safeguard is there. What a team fight. Puma and the rest of the game coming from multiple angles, but Chiefs standing strong.
Hey, look, Menulog.
Let's see. Any takers?
Cassiopeia.
Oh my god.
What?
She's done it again.
I'm too good at this
How?
game. I'm just too good at this game. I'm cracked.
Can we get her out of here
Did
for
she
the
cheat?
next two?
Yeah,
Can we swap seats? I don't trust her.
You have a 10-second handicap going into the second
Yeah,
one.
good idea.
Okay.
Wow,
You have
that
10
was a
seconds
lot.
before you can say anything. All right.
Okay.
Congratulations, Kitty. You've done it
Thank
again.
you.
Now
Thank you. My crown back on my head. Thank
we've
you.
got W. That's all I saw. That's the worst way to do a W, so I'll do it this way.
The best W.
W's for Kitty and W's for one of these two teams because we are. I don't even know. I feel like I'm running low on energy, but it's just because I've been like on the edge of my seat for 4 games straight. And are we going to get like a Chiefs PGG moment here where 5th game, walk in the park?
I hope not. I so hope not. I think for everyone at home, for all the players, for us here, we want to see this game go long.
Yeah.
If this is a 40-minute game, I'm happy. Skimmy's probably not. Rusty's probably not. Their voices probably won't be thanking us. But yeah, look, these teams have looked so close all night, and I hope this game is just a true reflection of that.
Can I get a voice check from the casters? How we feeling?
That English?
I'd say they're like an 80%, you know, power right now, but they're going to bring 120 into the next one. So it's going to make up for that. So yeah, Skimmy's very, very excited for this one. And look, it is time to start to talk a little bit of game talk. Now, champs, anything different this time? Or are we going to see them run it back to one of the drafts that we've already seen from both these teams? What are we expecting, knowing that it's literally tournament lives on the line?
I mean, I've been in this position many times. You're game 5, your back's against the wall. It's make or break. At moments like this, no one wants to be scared. No one wants to be playing Tom Kench. Everyone wants to be playing Leon and Nautilus. Like, you know, I feel like we're going to see the same thing from Chiefs, and I think we're going to see very similar things from Order, right? Both teams have found the secret sauce, their recipe, their style, you know. There's going to be fighting. I promise you there'll be fighting, and it will kick off, and I am so excited to just see two teams who are... Look at the rest of the series. They're both in peak form.
Yeah, just been absolutely insane. Kitty, anything in particular you want to see going into the final game? Do you want to see something special in that support slot? Are we going to see the Nasus cranked out again?
Well, not the Nasus, but I want to see Kevy Graves.
Look, it keeps getting banned.
It keeps getting banned?
It keeps getting banned.
Oh, well, either the Kevlin or Graves. I would love to see it before the series ends, for tonight. But, Max, how are you feeling sitting on Game 5?
Yeah, great. I'm ready to talk shop to take my mind off it. So, I think, since we're back on red side, I don't want to talk about it, because if I talk about it, it's going to get me stressed out, and I'm not going to be able to talk.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm going to talk about draft, because I know draft. And we see here, Order's picked red side again.
Ooh.
I love this. I mean, it's worked so well for them. They've played 3 games. Their drafts on red side have looked so much better.
Yeah.
I think their draft last game was definitely a bit shaky. Having that blind pick of Carly and then the Malzahar really threw a spanner in the works. So I think that, you know, now that they're back to what they're comfortable on, they've got the bands and look, they've got the framework for winning on this side. All they've got to do is cross the T's, dot the I's, and take home the trophy.
And that'll be enough. Cross the
And
T's
that'll
and dot
hopefully be
I's.
enough.
Okay. All right, well, let's see how that one evolves. Look, Rogue, I guess you're going to be happy that red side's been picked by Order again.
I mean, I'm liking how they look a lot more on red side. Hey, and remember the fact, I'm pretty sure it held true through the series. Chiefs have not lost on red side this year. Now they're on blue side.
And now they're on blue side.
Now we actually have a fun series.
So this is going to be a scary one. We still got a fair few minutes before the game. We're coming on. We're having a chat. I just want to know, what else is there? Because this is it's down to like literally the last game. Like, I'm so hyped up.
Twitch.
I'm so hyped up. I want to see
Twitch.
Twitch.
Skimmy
I
just
want
yelled
to
out
see
Twitch.
sneaky. Skimmy wants to see Twitch. I reckon one of these teams gives him that Twitch.
We
pick.
need some stinky cheeses in chat.
Couple
Just
of
to summon Twitch. We need to summon the Twitch pick with stinky cheeses.
Yeah. A lot of stinky cheeses in chat. And once you're done typing out your stinky cheese, dare, fan vote, get those Twitch predictions in, because we need your dare fan vote. And last couple have gone just slightly to the way of Order. I've been keeping my eye on them, like 51, 49%. It's like straight split down the middle. There's Twitch points getting thrown in the bin, getting won by, I don't know. They're just going everywhere in chat. And look, Max, I didn't even have to ask him. He already pointed up.
Yeah, right there, guys. Get your predictions in.
Yeah.
Get
If there's ever been a time to all in, it's now, boys.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to have a chance for a month
Yeah,
or
you
so,
need to all in now. Go.
Absolutely get it. But yeah, I mean, same for the teams, right? It's all in, back to the wall. Go back to what you know. Both teams have shown that when they get what's comfortable for them, they look really good on it. Like Rogue said, these two teams are both in peak form. And it's really going to come down to whose style is more favorable in terms of that matchup, right? We've seen that the low econ mid from Tally, when he able to pick that Twisted Fate, able to make plays towards that bot side, that's when Chiefs looked really, really good, even on the blue side. So I think that, you know, they both have access to the winning formula. It's just up to who's going to pull it out.
Well, I believe it is getting pretty damn close to game 5 gum time.
Hey.
So,
what do you have there, Matt?
Fortunately, I've got myself some beautiful sweet mint 5 gum to make it rain before the grand finals. I'm going to clean that up though. I'm going to chew it all before the end of this game too. I'm going to need it. Would you like to have a push-up with me, Max? Because I believe Rusty would have liked that. Just to get ourselves pumped.
Fantastic. I would love to.
Remove those nerves.
If my mic will allow it.
I think we're good. I think
Get
we're
the
good.
glasses
Because
off,
we don't
mate.
have Groovy Juvie here this year. We had him here last year.
How are we going to make sure we fit in frame?
You won't fit in frame.
We just do it. We just
form check.
probably got to pop these off. Get me rainbow
The
socks
shoes off.
cranking.
You got the rainbow
socks.
socks. Shit.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
Max is kind of...
Awesome.
Wait.
Full reps.
Wait, are we counting, guys? Okay.
I've
lost count.
I don't know where we're at anymore.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god! Max with the speed and... wait, Mac and Max, I'm getting them mixed up. I'm so sorry, but...
Guys, this is someone's job, by the way.
come over, please. We need your play-by-play.
Wow.
Oh, okay, Mac, okay.
GG.
The big dog.
GG.
GG.
And on that note, we need to get our breath back. And I think that's a good time to not only flex the rainbow socks, but get into game number 5, the final game for this split. Boys, are you ready? Take us right into the final game here for the grand final of the LCO.
Look, Mac, I am so excited, even more so excited because I just saw you do some push-ups. Now, look, we're going to push our way into this game number 5 because you said it's only happened a dime a dozen times in O's history.
Yeah, 2 times in O's history. And listen, the testosterone that is currently to the left of us has just elevated the room.
Unreal.
I just feel it's exceptionally loud over there now
He's
as well.
such a good host, isn't he?
But listen, it's game 5. It's almost making up for a crowd that we wish we had. We're just ready to get amongst it and have an outstanding 5th game. Couple of things is, 1, the Chiefs love game 5s.
They do.
In playoffs. They've just always had 5 games in their series.
Yep.
And 2, they are the team that has most of the titles if we're comparing all 10 players. So when it comes down to it, and when it comes down to what the desk said before the push-ups, which is play comfortable champions, go back to what's known for them, you would expect the Chiefs are going to be much more comfortable as a whole.
And that's why I start to wonder, because they raised a few good points, right, in terms of comfort, first of all, but also in terms of, would we see any big deviations on the bans? As far as I'm seeing, the one thing that slipped through is that Zillion. Now, is that a situation where Chiefs say that's first pick worthy?
Yeah.
Because I think it would be.
I think it has to be, right? So there's another champion in the mix called Karma that has also been kind of
The
left a
triple
little
flex?
bit. And if you're going to go for the Zillion first pick, you could do the triple flex Karma in response. Try and have something that matches the strength, you know, the pressure that can be exerted by the
There it
Zillion
is.
pick. And exactly. So Zillion gets left open. The trade is actively given to be a Karma Hecarim. That makes sense. The question is, where do the Chiefs go after this? Because the Zillion Lee Sin can work. It lets the Lee Sin dive. We've seen Lee Sin every single time from Arthur, but doesn't mean that it's a combo. It just works.
Yeah, it's just a pick that he's found a lot of comfort on throughout the season, and no doubt we'll be looking to try and do it again, but for the first time, actually, they are going to deny that. Yes, indeed, Raze is going to dip his toes into Misfortune Land.
Yeah, and if they choose to go for the full bot lane here, this does open the floor to a lot of jungle bans pretty freely. And that Karma being flexible does actually make the 4-5 ban phase just a little bit harder, perhaps, from Chiefs. They need to go way more down the targeted ban pathway. So you see the Karma, you see the Hecarim. AD carries are still a perfectly viable option given that the Misfortune is locked in. Try and get a matchup that works best for you. That is not a matchup that works best for you. That is Puma saying, I'm here to win.
I lay down the gauntlet. Ray's signature pick, Tristana. He says, mine is Vayne. Tell me, in a game 5, as a player that's never been in a situation like this, is that not balls of steel?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a heavy set. He's ready to go. He has said that I will carry. And this has been said during interviews as well. Puma will be the first person to say from Order that you give me Vayne. If I'm alive, I will win the fight. That's all it takes for Order to win. Game 5, go to South Korea, in Puma's mind, is for him to just be the best player on this game.
And it already feels like from the 6 picks we've locked in, that there's a big focus already. Allow these AD carries all the tools in the world to pop off, show off, and do what they do best. And that could be as simple as a Karma Shield to allow not only the Hecarim to start the game off strong, but then the late game Vayne. The same for the Zilean, right? Those Chrono Shifts have been historically insane.
So right now, if you're banning Gangplank, you're probably looking at picking Gnar. Just to throw that one out there as a possibility. Blue side Topoon seems to be only really finding the success with the Gnar so far.
They ban Lee Sin here. Oh, they don't. Okay.
Okay, so mid lane is magic damage. It's not a crazy amount of magic damage, right, with the Zilean. I get the Diana and the Jarvan being taken away. Big team fight combos work nicely with that MF, work nicely with the Leona. If you have a Gnar in your comp or a Cannon again, right, there's a possibility that they're just really powerful champions.
Go for the Braum, so still considering where this Karma may just be flexed to.
Well, that's it, right? Like, what is the support from Order? Even with this Tryndamere locked in,
sure
Tryndamere is a 2-lane flex.
Yep.
Karma is a 3-lane flex. Where is this Karma going? You've got a Leona and a Misfortune bot lane. The fact that they've banned Braum means they want to have as best a matchup as possible to put this Vayne down. The Enchanters are very good scaling options, but are they best in lane?
When did you get that Gnar? And I'd imagine that is going to be locked in and confirmed here because Topoon has certainly looked his best on that pick here tonight. Would obviously open up the option there for Bio if he did want to get that 5th pick and say, well, I can really do anything, but yeah, here's the option. It feels like Chiefs, they needed some form of AP damage, and yes, Gwen did get those nerfs, but Arthur looks phenomenal on it.
Gwen also is enabled heavily by Zilean, right, as a pick. Zilean and Karma are both champions that allow different junglers to actually exist. And Gwen, you know, is a jungler that runs Ghost a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Hecarim is a jungler that runs Ghost a lot of the time. They're so movement speed reliant. But this, of course, does mean that Order, with all of the flexes that they have the option of a counter pick really for any lane that isn't AD or jungle. They're going to go for the Sylas, which should be mid into the hands of Kisei. And because they've seen the Zilean, this is known tech by Order. They have seen and done this before. They've been on the Zilean side, and I believe the Sylas side of this matchup.
What a way to close out things here in this draft. A dash of comfort from either side, a dash of brilliance, sparkle, showcasing that game 5. The pressure. Is there any pressure? Of course there is, but maybe they're just labeling this one as a best of one. It's just back to regular season.
I mean, it's fair to say after the draft is completed that I don't think there's been any kind of crazy shifts that like a game 5 pressure would have resulted in, right? I think that there is a confidence Vayne pick, 100%. And I think that the Gwen is also a known quantity for us here in the LCO for the Chiefs. So these aren't completely crazy picks. What this does mean, however, is that on the side of Order, their composition is damage. Their engage is damage. That's literally their composition is just enabling Puma, Kisei to keep him alive, Kevy to be a frontline tank that can engage, but like he'll have to go full tank for that one to work, and Bio split pushes, right? That's generally what you're expecting to see here from them. On the side of the Chiefs, Leona, Misfortune, Gnar, they're ready to have the 5v5s brawling.
Yes.
They're ready to probably have objective-based fighting as well. That's the expectations to see from these guys. And then Tally, if he puts on a hero's effort, positions perfectly, keeping Raze alive while just staying up himself.
No doubt about it for me. As you really did say that skirmishing brilliance really is going to be the name of the game coming into this game 5. A splash of comfort, but ultimately the pop-off performance where last time we saw Kisei play the Sylas, it was into the Chiefs way back in week number 60. Had Kevy on Hecarim in that game as well. And they had a Lulu, which essentially is the Karma. A composition they'll be comfortable on. A chance for them to be comfortable in this series as we load into the Rift for the final time in Split 1. And a chance now to see who will claim the trophy, but more so than that, who'll be sending to South Korea.
And Order are going to replicate a strategy here known by a lot of Sylas players, Arthur. They'll be waiting for the cooldown of the E on this Sylas before they go again, so 5 odd seconds maybe.
Actually, go for a bit of a wraparound and see if we can find anybody else from the side of Chiefs.
Moving around to the red buff first. Yeah, the chains all just wide there. Vision to be cleared though, Skimmy, and it's Order making a level 1 play instead of the Chiefs, believe it or not.
Don't see that too often. Do like the confidence that they're able to look to try and strike, lay down the hammer nice and early into this final game. Currently are a few hours into the series, starting at 6. Fast approaching 10 o'clock here. A lot of time, a lot of pressure, a lot of stress to perform at this peak level, knowing what is on the line.
Without a doubt, and so far after that level 1 play is going to fizzle out here, Skimmy, it does seem like we're just going to have a pretty standard start. BioPanther seems to be all too happy to leash. Doesn't matter what his champion is, doesn't matter what his matchup is. He is simply going to leash for Kevy because he's such a nice guy. And there's another point beyond that as well, where we actually have to look at summoner spells. Tryndamere gameplay is always going to be Ghost. Kevy also running that Ghost himself. It means one less teleport on the team.
Yeah.
And BioPanther, who we have always, from day one, touted as one of the best teleporting players in the LCO, is going to be missing that one. And for a Tryndamere confidence pick in Game 5 from someone that we also call a tank player, I mean, that's a vote of confidence.
Oh, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. There's always that discussion also as to what would you do as the response. Would the Naya go for some combat summoners to try and match it and make sure he doesn't fall behind? We have seen Bio in these playoffs get those solo kills and just steamroll ahead where they are winning team fights in a 4v5 and he's still split pushing to end the game. So
certainly can.
Certainly know what is possible.
Small point as well for this bottom lane while it is on our screens is that Karma kind of makes every AD carries matchup Karma favored. Like, if you don't have push because you're a Vayne into a misfortune, Karma gives you that push. It's one of the unique strengths that this champion can provide, where other enchanters like the Lulu or the Janna are not so much designed for that.
Yeah.
Karma harasses you while also hitting minions. So you can see right now, MF Leona are being pushed in by the Karma Vayne, which is not something you're often used to saying, right? Vayne is pushing in misfortune. We've got junglers pathing down here, however. Level 3 off the 6 camp clears.
Look how close those predictions are as well. Everybody on the fence as to who will take out this series. Can't blame you. It really has been back and forth. And it has been fit for the grand occasion, as you love to see. It would have been nice, no doubt, to celebrate an ideal 12-0 playoffs performance running the lower bracket gauntlet for Order. But if they can close it out here at the 5th hour, that would be the icing on the cake.
Energies could be running very high for these teams. It could be low. You could be tired, right? 5 games into a series. There's been some long games. There's been some hard-fought games, and the real question we have to ask is, are they going to put their best foot forwards as the first step they take? Are there going to be more mistakes? This already hasn't started like the last Chiefs Game 5, where at this point they were 4-0 up. This is a fairly even game so far.
Iso really getting the better half of him in that trade there, and he's not going to be short of any great ultimates to steal, and I feel like that's the beauty behind this 5th pick Sylas.
Absolutely. It's also the beauty of picking red side, which is something that Order have actively done, and it's one of the things that Chiefs haven't really been doing in this series so far. It hasn't really ever felt like that first pick has been too big of an issue. Last pick was a Malzahar. That was clutch in game number 4. This time around, it's going to be the Sylas, and you can see the ultimates to steal. It's the Gnar ultimate in particular that is so incredible for team fights that you're winning, and the Zillion, of course, for team fights if Puma is ahead. Or a Tryndamere. Tryndamere getting a Zillion ultimate. Pretty
quite
gross.
honestly, why not just stack invulnerability upon invulnerability? Sounds like an absolute treat to try and deal with here. As Tapoon is going to once again look to utilize his advantage and look to try and zone away Bio before level 6 start to come on through. A couple more waves, and that will be intact for them.
Bone plating there for Tapoon, just getting closer to Mega Gnar as well. So BioPanther didn't want to overexert himself into any kind of trades at that immediate moment. Kevy also has passed all the way on his second clear towards the bottom side of the map. Again, it does feel like we're just cycling through jungle camps and we're just farming up. You mentioned level 6. That's absolutely a really important breakpoint here for both teams. But even prior to that, we haven't seen the supports really leaving lane yet. It's a very different dynamic to the ones we're used to seeing down here. It's not Leona, Tarm, Kenshin, and Nautilus just butting heads in the river.
Yeah.
It is a Karma that wants to be in lane a little bit more, because that Karma has to protect the Vayne.
What has such a big job, as you've already mentioned in laning phase, to given the push, the ability to actually function in this lane and not fall too far behind, where you are very much single target minded, just wanting to farm up with those silver bolts and invest in the late game scaling. Kevy going to look to try and take the invitation, knowing that the rest of Chiefs are distracted to try and start up that dragon. It's not going to be anywhere near as free as he envisioned, though.
It's actually quite noticeable that the Chiefs have their jungler hovering. Just from the way that they were playing, I think Order felt that. Kevy backs away. Like, there's no way that the Chiefs are walking into that river completely blind if their jungler is not right there. So Arthur does show on the wave, and the Spidey senses were correct this time around. Scuttle fight does involve Tally, who has level 6, and so does Kisei, who steals the ult.
Kisei's got the Zillion ult, but he's going to get stunned out by Tally. As Arthur's looking to try and shield the rest of his team. The fruit's being popped, the healing is there, the crab is up for grabs, and that is the prize that Order are looking to take. The calm before the storm, as we really are waiting to see when that first gank, that first moment of brilliance comes about. And there has been a lot of pressure towards this bottom lane to try and really get either Raze or Puma ahead. So no surprises that a very similar storyline takes place again.
That was straight up a 4v4 just for a Scuttle Crab. It's not going to confirm the Drake by any means. Kevy is in fact walking mid to secure the push here. Does this priority really mean anything when Kisei has to go back to base, right? Does it secure the Drake? It's hard to do, but Tally in a very similar position, both mid laners. No teleports, no mana. Just kind of hanging out.
They're just vibing.
Just vibing out.
They are playing Farm Simulator with the rest of their team, looking to do whatever they want, and that is Kevy saying, well, I'm just going to return back to this dragon and get us on the board. We want to get that first Drake. We want to have that idea in mind that we can certainly accrue these nice and early. That will help us in the early to mid game. That will give us the insurance policy late, and that's when we can really start to heavily rely on the likes of a Tryndamere and a Vayne.
And just speaking towards his Tryndamere as well, is falling a little bit behind. It's constant push from Topoon. One of the best things that Topoon does as a top laner is he seems to always have push. Regardless of the matchup, he's playing Nara, he's pushing it. He's just so good at that.
And
he
he's
steals
so
plates.
much help with Demolish procs.
Exactly, and he always steals plates with Demolish procs as Mega Gnar. So like he's always prepared for like just controlling waves brilliantly. And for someone like Biopanther, who's known for his ability to manipulate minions very well, it's a big credit to Topoon and what he's been able to do. It's not a massive CS lead by any means, but those plates start to sneak away at you, and then suddenly a Rift Herald is an entire turret, not just a charge.
It only is those little minor plays, the details, if you will, that are adding up to the big picture of what Chiefs are looking to try and achieve, and that has been, as you say, stacking up Heralds, getting that pressure on the board, and looking to limit the impact that Bio can find. Now, take a small moment to check in with mid lane, as those supports have finally been unlocked from the reins of bot lane help. They've been allowed to roam free and try and assist elsewhere.
Yeah, Tally actually gives level 6 to Dragku there also, so in terms of influence on the map. He shows us level 5, clears a ward, actually gets given 6. The Corporal could fall behind in experience pretty drastically if that continues.
The lane flip. Raze is up here. Puma's decided to stay bot side. Corporal's returning to them, so they might just trade the Herald for plates bot instead.
Yeah, it does seem like they are going for that. I think that is totally fair to do, right? Your composition with a Vayne. Chiefs spend the time to flip the map to bring everyone up here for this objective. If you get 2 plates bottom for a Vayne, you're very happy with that, right? You've got Kevy that's also clearing the entirety of his blue side jungle. They'll give that blue over to Kisei. So while they are losing on the objective doesn't translate directly into gold yet. Depending on how Biopanther plays this next passage. When he was Scion, he could hold that wave. What does he do as Tryndamere?
Kevy's holding himself in the area, but in goes Dragku, spin to win, walk away, get stunned, but kind of scream and shout, but won't be able to let much more than that out as he is forced to consume the rage and try and answer to this wave, which is about to crash on through. One more plate.
Corporal here, though, does really help to defend this one. This is not going to be full lethal on the turret if that charges, I believe. Meanwhile, bot lane, Topoon still feeling threatened. Corporal.
Oh, Corporal copying a lot of damage there. Forced to self-shield, mitigate as much as he could. Yes, that turret will not fall on down, but it will draw pressure from Order to respond topside.
And this is identical to game 1, where the AD champion that Puma is playing can also play top lane, right? So when you get isolated in these
solo.
1v1 matchups, Vayne actually loves the experience, can handle the 1v1 perfectly fine, and is a good duelist.
You're right.
They can still continue to push that tempo, right? Continue to win more, where Topoon starts to fall behind and suffer just a little bit. That's now reflected through the total gold, right? Where you can just see Puma getting everything. Raze just spending that extra 15 seconds to walk to the Herald is the difference in gold.
No doubt about it, and I'm sure we'll be checking with the XP later on in the game. That could also be a huge factor as well, getting that individual experience to really find yourself at a very accelerated position, a position that you certainly do want to find yourself in as that Vayne, where you're tumbling, you're 1v1ing, and you are showcasing that there was a reason that your team had invested in yourself in this pick. Bot lane we go. Raze is going to get caught by that tether. Dragku is here. Kevy was holding. And they're not going to dive just yet.
There's really nobody else coming to the play besides Arthur, who's just going to hover to protect this one as the turret, or the wave rather, crashes to the turret. Order just going to disengage. Mid just constantly pushing one another down. Blue buff will help Kisei a little bit. Vitaly does have tier. It has to come around to objectives, right? Herald's not even needed to be contested. Order have shown this series already they don't need to contest Drakes they don't want. So it may not come down to the Drakes themselves.
For it, Soliflare not going to land the stun, but there is the slow. A flash on top of his head, lock him down. Proc the ignite, look to try and get the kill on towards Corporal. He's forced to flash away from the Make It Rain. In comes Kevy, on Sword of Shadows, on towards 2. Instant Chrono Shift, that's going to get procced on towards Raze. He's going to resurrect, but in a very compromised position. There's no one to back him up, they're just going to let him go down! What a bullet time as they trade out 1-for-1.
It just turns and burns. It just completely takes out Corporal. Says, all right, I'm stuck here, but I'm not alone in this. Just starts playing some white flag. And it will be a 1-for-1 trade, right? But the kill actually goes to Raze. It's a Kevy who gets it on the same time. And I feel like we're getting deja vu on the other side of the map in reality here.
It's the same situation all over again, really, isn't it? And Tapoon once again is looking to try and utilize the fact that the Mega is there. The Demolish may just be up once more, and that turret this time certainly will be looking to fall on down. But this is the talking point from only, what, 5 minutes prior. Order did such a great job commanding their laning strength that they'll say, we're going to go for the second Drake, and there's not much you can do to stop it.
And it can't be a Cloud Soul this time around. So we will see exactly what it becomes. Raze over the wall. Oh!
In goes Kisei, looking to try and lock him down with those chains. Chrono Shift coming out nice and early on top of his head. So that's a self-raise. The map turns around. X gates are there, but he's looking to try and run away, but he's got nothing there to do and find. He turns onto Draku and just whiplashes him down for another 1-for-1.
The cost of these plays is so incredibly high that they are just trading 1-for-1. 13 minutes in, if there has been a kill, there has been a match kill within a second. We are dead even in gold. The only place where there is a significant point of advantage is the fact that there is 2 Drakes right now for Order. So they've set themselves up with the Hextech Soul as a win condition, and they did get a bit of extra plates towards their top lane outer turret.
Certainly would be happy though. Raze has found himself 2 kills. He's got a bounty. He's got a lot of work to try and make sure that his Vayne doesn't get out of hand anywhere, or any time soon rather. Boom once again in Mega. Teasing with the idea of the interaction. Will that Demolish go off? Will that turret fall on down? Plate, or the turret plates rather, have now demolished.
Yeah, one Demolish proc though, Skimmy, is that full turret for sure. So Biopanther is playing with fire every single second that he spends staying at this outer turret. Zillion already moving up here. Silas matching, but a bit slower. We'll spot the Zillion potentially with that Sky's Bloom. And Bio, he knows the game plan. Don't let the minions near the turret.
Oh no, Puma's just walked in to Fog of War and said hello, but he's received a shield. The Soliflare goes sideways. It doesn't matter. Raze has got a triple kill. He's got 3 kills to his name, Rusty. And I have to wonder, what was Puma doing?
Did Puma see Dragfu, right? Was he aware that there was 2 people at that play, or was he just thinking that he had a 1v1? Because I think in confidence, he takes that 1v1. And then in regret, he realizes that he has been CC locked without a cleanse.
Big moment in the game. And Chief certainly will punish you for that mistake. We put a big focus on that top lane turret falling on down, but it's actually going to be bot tier 1 that falls first instead. As now they're going to go for a little bit of a biff. We've had a fight bot. We're going to go for a top. Bio's keen for this one, especially because Kevy's here. Double ghost looking to try and be used as Tapoon's forced to flash away. Bio just enough life steal, enough life to consume from all that rage.
Yeah, maybe single-digit HP, but will survive and, you know, just Tryndamere things. Tapoon flashes early, it feels like, as well. Perhaps fell to the pressure of that situation. Doesn't wait for the Hecarim to use an ability. Instead flashes early and just cops the full onslaught of shadows and combo from Kevy. Maximizes their damage output. And there's a world where maybe that was a 1-for-1 trade. But I guess in the scope of the whole map, there has been a cross-map 1-for-1.
Opposites certainly do attract here, as either side of the map is keen to get in on the action and make sure that they are the star of this show. Nova Top's going to fall on down. It is Chiefs favored. They are slowly exposing the map in their favor. But you can't help but feel the Order are just biding their time. Kraken Slayer there is for Puma. 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we are walking our way towards that third dragon. If Order can get that one super early on, well, that just really accelerates what their comp's built to do.
I mean, right now, I think if you press tab, you're probably kind of afraid of this misfortune more than the Vayne. I know that a single item on a Vayne is obviously terrifying, but 2 full items done is huge. And it's a champion that doesn't need boots realistically to be fine. Yeah, you just have the W. Compensates really nicely in the early game. So I'm not sure if Order look at this Drake and say that is the fight. They may consider conceding one Drake to buy a little bit more time for their carries to get some extra gold. The first dive that we saw top lane was successful. Wouldn't be surprised to see them perhaps just try and prioritize the opposite objective on the map if it's Herald or Drake, and then just play for more side lane pressure.
Well, there are pings coming out from Order saying Herald is up. That's what we should be looking at, but I don't doubt them looking to try and plant some vision down here in the bottom side river as well. It is lit up primarily by Chiefs, offering a lot of protection here for Tapoon. If a fight were to break out, his current lane assignment is to be up against Kissei, but Kevy's going to pop his head in once more time. He's got the Onslaught of Shadows, he's got the Ghost. There is dive pressure.
Yeah, the lane assignments are for the teleport towards Herald side of the map, basically here for Order, right? Because they've been the only teleporting member of the team. After just grouping up with Tally in mid lane as well, they really just want to control the minion waves first. Vision setup is not strong yet. They're going to try and embed themselves and really batten down the hatches and entrench in the river here. Control mid to Drake. Order are the ones that are left kind of doing circles the long way towards the blue buff. Remember, this is also Hextech Soul, so there are Hex gates for flank angles.
Certainly are. They're going to start things off here. It's going to be Tapoon that receives the speed up, putting damage out on towards Kissei, getting closer and closer to the Mega. The Dragon is going to be stolen away. That's 3 Dragons out for Order. The fight breaks out. Tapoon looks to jump straight on towards Tapoon's head. We jumps onto Corporal, looks to try and solo him out. A border across the wall! It's not to be the no-scope. But I don't think they mind. They didn't lose anybody. They lost the Drake, but they're going to get Kissei. And if they can get Puma too, 2 major carries, you take that trade.
Puma definitely on the wrong side of the map here. Will use the ultimate, will tumble his way towards a single minion, but will end up going down for that one. That wasn't a fight from Order at any moment. That was never a fight, right? It was a Drake sneak. The cost, though, because Chiefs were committed to the play, is high. They probably shouldn't have gone too far for this one, but watch what happens on the disengage. Puma walks into the pit to secure the Drake with Kevy, instead of disengaging down the river, perhaps, with Corporal. Corporal stays to try and help Kissei, who, at the end of the day, is just fighting while the rest of his team zoned in the Drake pit because it's not a fight. That's the reality that they're facing right now, is that Tryndamere, without teleport, has to walk the longest possible way. Very much of 2 minds, it feels like, from Order in that situation.
Yeah, I guess the silver lining will be that it was an execution. It wasn't a kill. There is no gold to be shared around from that one for the side of Chiefs.
Well, I mean, the silver lining is also very bright, given that they're now looking at a Hextech Soul point.
Absolutely.
You consider that. If it was a steal, that was bad, right? But that works out okay.
3.5 minutes now. That's what they need to do. Try away with the storm. Uh-oh! Insta cleanse. It does not matter. Rage just stands, and he certainly does deliver. Do they decide to go for a second kill? Zenith Blade is on. Who cares about the turret? Because you've got a chrono shift in your head, Rage. Just keep attacking. In comes Kevy. He's got the Ghost. No, he doesn't, actually, but he's got the ultimate. And they just pile drive into Misfortune. There is the shutdown. Have Chiefs overstayed? They spent so much time trying to take out the Karma. There's bought enough time here for Biopember to rock up to the fight. There is the ult, and there is the kill. Tapoon is gone. Tally has compromised. He's got a bomb in his head. But can he land a stun? Can they disengage away? I don't see it. I think Chiefs are just going to get wiped here, as that is an ace.
It is a complete ace from the Chiefs. Baron is on the cards. They're considering this for real. Tryndamere and Hecarim do have enough damage. Puma on the way and has an explosive plan. They have definitely got enough damage now to secure this one if they have their health bar to stay through this. Chiefs just try to make a play. They try too hard to make the same play work, and they run out of time. They run out of space to work with, and Kissei comes up huge, and Biopanther finally gets into the mix.
What a fight. Let's run it back one more time, because it all starts off so perfectly here for Raze, but it's the overchase after.
I mean, they really are collecting high scores on Vayne spotting, but it's the rest of the fight where they do go just that little bit too far. Corporal, this even as a dive is okay, right? But it's Raze that's tanking because he hit the Make It Rain, so he's not going to deal enough damage to be lethal on Corporal himself. Draku probably wants to be tanking that one. They get the flank on Corporal, but they have to spend an extra 3 seconds getting through the shield because he survived for long enough. Topoon teleports in, but goes for Kisei and doesn't have lethal damage. And against the Silas, he's going to heal that all back. And then once Biopanther's in the mix, Chiefs are not actually prepared to fight. They're routed. They're left just trying to disengage. And Order are too good to let you get away with that.
They certainly are. The quickness in which that play was executed by Chiefs ultimately undone by the fact that Order bought enough time to allow the rest of their team to come on through and to play clean up crew. I mentioned the question before, 3.5 minutes was what we were looking for that Soul point, but that's down to now just under 90 seconds. And if you find yourself an ace and a Baron, you're feeling very confident about claiming that win condition.
A lot easier to control the side lanes with the Baron buff there on the minions as well. You can see Kisei does have the hover from Kevy, but it's the Drake side of the map, so rightly so in the Tryndamere. The question is, what does Biopanther do here? Top lane has no teleport anymore, so in essence, both top laners are at the exact same position, and they are both on the opposite side of the map. But one of them is 2-0-2 and is pressuring turrets.
Yep, they're both going to get their jog on to try and rock up to these team fights. And if they are to be a 5v5, then their influence needs to be felt. Certainly strong in their split push attempts, but would love to be grouped up and get that decisive ace one more time, where those respawn timers once again are crucial enough to end this game. We've had multiple moments where games have been done within the 26, 27 minute mark range.
Teleports are in. Skimmy, this is definitely a big moment. This is the first real test for the Chiefs. If they want to stay in this game, they can't afford to make a mistake at the Soul point play. They've got control of mid, but Order have control of the Dragon Pit. Is up in 10 seconds. Everything available in regards to ultimates. A couple of summoners missing. Kisei no flash is the big one to look at.
Well, test your nerves, Chiefs. You might have the experience and the veteran status, you might have the international ability, but can you hold your nerve here in a Game 5 where you are down in this circumstance? The Dragon is going to be engaged. Arthur goes in nice and early. Look at Biopanther on the flank right now, completely unchecked. There is vision of him, but a single bomb will say go away. Goes the bullet time, nice and early. They're jumping on in, not going to be stolen away. That is the Hextech Soul claimed here by Order. The fight's going to break on out. Draco forced to flash away. Biopanther untouched. In goes Kevy. Putting him to sleep. They are feared. They are torn apart. Shut down here. Found by Arthur as they go through the Hex Gates to try and disengage away. Tally is going to do whatever he can, but he's just going to go down to come back up to fall on down one more time.
And it ends up being a triple kill for Biopanther. Order win the Soul fight. They secure the Soul, and now they have pressure on the map. It is a 3,000 gold lead plus the advantage of the Soul bonus. They are so poised to continue to close this game out. They are in the driver's seat. And in Game 5 of this series with Korea on the line, they are clutching it.
They really are clutching it. Order fans, eat your heart out right now. You must be absolutely loving this one. A team that's been hungry for the championship ever since 2018. And it's looking good right now. You may be thinking this is the year, this is the moment. With 4, soon be 5k gold leads and a Soul point and a fight that you win after that. I mean, it just feels illegal to win both of those fronts.
I think realistically now we're just looking at the next Baron, right, as the major point for where this game can 100% be closed out by Order just a little bit more. We'll see this fight one more time first and foremost. It is a very front-to-back type of fight as it breaks out. Biopanther is on a really wide flank, but he actually uses his dash super early once it's proved that he's been spotted, so won't be able to get straight into the fight immediately. Topoon is Mega Narf. Leona does hit abilities, but the Misfortune's focused on the Drake, while the rest of the team is focused on the team fight. So Kevy gets the steal still, secures it, but the Misfortune ultimate damage that could have went on the rest of the team.
They need it now.
That would have been lethal.
Yeah. 2 mines, once again.
Twice in a row.
All in on the burst for the flip of that Drake. And ultimately, Order do punish them for that fact. What a moment.
Now we do have a moment to at least let this game simmer. 5,000 gold as a lead is not insurmountable by any means, and Chiefs are classy enough to be able to pull that one back.
Yeah.
But the Nara is on the back foot, is now 5-0 on this Tryndamere. Almost unstoppable in the side lane if he split pushes. The Vayne is scaling into the game, right? That's now 2 items, even though he's 0-3 and has absolutely Vayne spotted multiple times. Has got 2 items and a Karma to protect him, so he's still extremely strong. And the benefit of the slow from this Hextech Soul is so useful for the Karma poke and for a Vayne to chase people down, right? Because mobility is everything for Vayne to find those kills.
I mean, if a kit already wasn't enough to try and chase you down isolated, then this is just going to add it down tenfold. certainly is going to be enough here for Puma to try and showcase that the scoreline, the KDA really isn't representative of his power levels in this moment. But Chiefs have been in this situation up against this very team. You think back to, what, week 4 during the regular season when
most of the
there was
games.
that push. There was that push from order to end the game, and then Raze came out with a quadra kill on that Tristana. There is class. You mentioned 5K isn't the biggest hole to find yourself in, but they're going to need to dig deep.
Of all teams with experience as well to be able to come back from deficits, it would be the Chiefs roster. But you are right, the depth they have to dig. It doesn't feel like we've gone to comfort in the same way that Order have as well in some respects, right? Raze on Misfortune isn't his Draven comfort, which we got from Game 4, for example. Misfortune Identity feels a little bit more like taking that from Puma more than just picking for yourself. But still lots of tools, right? The Zillion and the Silas as the mid lane matchup does actually have a lot of variance for mistakes and a lot of room for capitalizing on mistakes of your opponents. You can't just get a pick and accept that it's a pick with a Zillion in the team. Likewise, the other way around with the Silas stealing your ult.
Baron is there, and an Elder for the first time is soon to spawn. Will this game go down to an Elder? Or will Order not allow it to be drawn out that much longer and look to try and start things up here at that Baron?
At the very least, they can start the Baron and see how it goes. Puma's already hitting this one as well. Chiefs, they're into the area. Arthur nearby.
Tapoon's got to deal with Bio. He's got to zone him away. Look how steady he is. He's 5-0 right now. Kisei jumps in with the chains. They're going to try and zone him away. The bomb's littered the Baron pit. He's stolen the Solar Flare. He goes on in. He's looking for the kill on towards Tally. They want to try and remove him. The GA is going to be propped super early on. As they now look to try and take out Raze, who's playing fancy feet, happy feet, needlework. Not going to be enough, but they are going to find the kill onto Kisei. Bio's popped the Undying Rage. Tapuna's waiting it out. They're going Mega, and he goes Golden. Puma flashing across the wall and tumbling into the night to get that kill. But she's still answering back in the mid lane. That's a second kill, and it's a shutdown for Raze.
And they have the Hextech Soul Gates to get themselves out alive at the very least by Panther and Puma. That was moments away from disaster outright by Order. And Chiefs clutch huge in that skirmish. It'll give them the Baron. That brings back the gold difference to an almost even game if you consider that this Baron gets them turrets as well. 28 minutes in, it's anyone's game.
Baron back to base, 40 seconds, Elder, Drake. What a close team fight there. And the biggest thing for me is the fact that Puma expended Flash to try and get that kill. Raze still has his. Under all that pressure, he just sidestepped it.
And it was so many different little skirmishes and 1v1s that were happening in that as well. Topoon and Biopanther hitting each other. You would expect this good for Order, right? Because the team fight ult of a Meganar is not there. While the Tryndamere gets to keep you busy and you pretend no teleport in, right? Fight happens. Tally gets pushed down very quickly. The Fear does just push Raze away. And yeah, you mentioned the chains going slightly wide there. Raze just puts a little jiggle on and has managed to dodge those chains. But once the engaged missile, we're fighting again.
Hang on a minute. Elder is there. Undying Rage pop nice and early. Kevin take it on Tally. 1v1.
Topoon's dead.
Looking to try and group on up. Tapoon's dead, as you say. Kisei's
Raze is caught.
Raze is going to die. He's been one-shot. That's a double kill. Kevin goes in with a two-man charge, and I think they're going to find the ace. There's a triple for Kisei. I think Order are doing it. Bio's going to get the ace. It's a quadra for Kisei.
And they go straight to bottom lane right now. Order have 30 seconds on the clock to do it all in one push. End the game right here and now.
What a team fight. Order have just synonymous with success when it comes to getting these aces. They didn't drop a single member. Forget about it, Puma. The KDA was never yours to talk about. They are marching down bot lane like they've done countless times tonight already.
On the respawns, 10 seconds, they're not going to be able to do it. They try and go straight for the end, but they're just going to try and disengage to the Elder Dragon. Looking at the teleports that are there, you've got Topoon, he's up and available. If the rest of the team can get to the pit, Tally, the last person to spawn, has teleport. I don't know if they can get here in time.
I don't know if Chiefs get here in time. Look how low it's going. It's just been absolutely blasted. Draku comes in. That's not the target you want. It's gone. They've got the Elder. They've got their Hextech Soul. They have so much damage, Rusty.
They have absolutely insane amounts of damage. That was the one takeaway from us in draft as well. Their win condition is just dealing damage. So every single extra item that they get is a step closer. Kisei decides he doesn't even need to recall. I wonder how much money he has. Recalling just for losers. I'm going to use my Elder for the maximum uptime.
I would love to see what happens if he lands the chains.
Well, he 1v1'd him last fight.
He's going to die, yeah. Ward goes out. Not going to give him a free pass back to base. Look at the rest of Order though. They're posturing topside. Let's run it back one more time with his team fight because the jump on raise to positioning from Kisei was brilliant.
And it's Kisei taking out Topun on the side that we don't get to see in the original fight. Straight up one hits him. Most important thing is Silas stealing Nara ultimate is insane damage ratios and then finds the flank onto Raze. Rest of the team fight, I mean, you've got a Vayne that's just going to wipe tanks. While Kisei has done so much work onto the front line, finding Raze as well, finding those angles. I mean, this is my series, if not entire playoffs MVP.
Can they close things out? 7k gold leads. A minute 15 left on the Elder. Chiefs just need to wait this out. They did such a good job holding out the Baron. But can they hold out this one? They've not lost a single inhibitor. That is a positive.
They'll clean out a lot of the flank wards as well. No mistakes is what Order are thinking as they push through here. Chiefs, they have a misfortune with 4 massive items completed. One good ultimate wipes Order. Just completely takes them apart. So you still have to be careful at every single moment. And again, you can't just make a pick and expect it to work because the Zillion denies that. But with 30 seconds left on the Elder Dragon's buff existing, can Order get anything?
Here we go, 30 seconds left. Working their way towards 2 lanes at once. Bot inhibitor is gone. Bullet time minces through the mid lane. That's not going to deter Order though. They've still got 4 members, now 5, swarming them through. They'll get the job done themselves, minions or not.
Top lane is the logical next lane of progression here.
Oh! Oh, Kisei! What was that? That's a beautiful flip, and that might be the fight that wins you this championship. They're going to go on through as Topun answers back with his own, but Up is taking out Puma. Bio's getting low. He's not got the Undying Rage
Kisei's
anymore.
just doing
Topun's
it.
gone gold, and Kisei's doing it on his own. Double kill here for Kisei. Kevy's got a triple. It's tally against the world. I don't think these bombs are enough. Kisei goes in one more time with the chains. They're onto the Nexus turrets.
Order have done it.
For the first time ever are going to win their own championship titles. They have dethroned the era of legends. They are your new rising stars of Oceania.
In order to say what super team, it's us. We're going to South Korea. They go all the way to 5 games and they dethrone the Kings before they can be crowned.
A team built to be a super team, a team built to say we will win it all. 19-2 during the regular season, a team that looked untouchable, unfathomable. Best of 5s, we live for them. 2 best of 5s in playoffs, but this game 5 did not go their way. Pure jubilation, shock. I don't think it's sunk in. Order have actually won a championship.
I'm not sure Order believed that they were in the finals until they won that game. They were so in the moment, they were so in every game as it happened. And remember that we know them as a calm team, right?
Absolutely.
Not a lot of emotions come out of the players of Order. They win game 1, and you felt that emotion starting to rise, but they pushed it back down. And only now, after the Nexus fell, did you see some real disbelief, even in the face of Kevy.
And it just feels so on brand with the video they put out saying the job's not done. Why should we be happy? They've shown no emotions all split long. But in that moment there, when they realize we are the team that are going to win the title, we are the team going to MSI, we're going to South Korea. What more could you ask for? It's the dream for any player in esports, the home of esports, to do your best, to do your craft and showcase that. Out with the old, in with the new. We are the team to keep your eyes on. Congratulations one more time to Order. What a monumental, historic best of 5 victory for them. And Mac and the gang, take it away.
There is going to be some happy people in Melbourne. There's one happy man that was squirming that whole game over there. I don't know if you heard him. I don't know if you heard us all. We were just like, what the hell, when Kisei was just jumping in for that last fight. Man, just tore up a storm. Max, how are you feeling?
Oh, I am just ecstatic. Like, so proud of the boys. I mean, to go from starting in the lower bracket and then coming all the way to beat the super team of the league and taking that finals out, just couldn't be prouder of them and their achievement tonight.
There was just so much energy. I'm like getting tears as well, and like I'm not even going. These boys must be so pumped. Kitty, talk to me about this game. What did you pick up on? What did you like? What's gone right for Order to take the cake?
Look, all of Order's drafts tonight have been amazing. I think the Puma Yushi playing the Vayne for tonight, giving us his best pick so far in the LCO. Definitely a signature pick, and we all wanted to see it for tonight's last game. And Biopanda, definitely the MVP that I would give to, because he has been so well, he's played so well throughout the entire series, but in this game specifically, he has done so many flanks, putting pressure on the backline, on the MF and the Zillion, where they weren't able to play the game. And if I was to critique the Chiefs comp for now, I didn't really enjoy the Gwen jungle pairing with the Zillion, and the Zillion pairing with an MF was also really puzzling. So Order taking the cake and taking the fattest dub we've seen in the LCO, taking us to Game 5, which is historical for us. I'm so excited and happy for the boys going to South Korea.
Well, that's it, right? It was the story of like the super team coming into the split with the best split we've seen in ages, rivaling that of Pentanet's run in Split 1 last year. And look, Order, the young guns, you know, they were a little inconsistent throughout the split, right? But in playoffs, they just hit another gear. The experience, the talent was just all showcased today. I think we all have to hail King Kisei, who was just putting on a performance this game in particular. He did some good stuff in the other games, but he definitely was in the driver's seat for the end of this one. Rogue, I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Honestly, Order should all be so proud of themselves. All of these players across this whole series. Look, every single one of these players has turned up, been a carry in a game, and they've shown that there is no weak point on this team. These are all players who deserve to win. These are all players who they deserve to represent their region. Look at them. They've all carried.
Yeah, all
Beautiful.
just playing their damn roles as well. Look how much damage Kisei did. 28.9k. He was testing a couple of limits through that mid game, maybe going in when he shouldn't have because he knew he had Zill ult in the back pocket. And it's just one of those situations where because the Zill was picked, he could play that Sylas. We know he's got a lot of experience on that. He hasn't had a lot of success this split with Sylas, but in solo queue, he's a monster on that thing and he finally got to showcase his worth.
I mean, he's the best mid in the region. I think today has absolutely shown that. You know, he has been a rookie these last 2 years, but today he just put on an absolute performance to come into a Game 5, right? And you see the damage there, but to have a performance like that and the confidence that he showed, sure, he griefed it at some points, but ultimately he was the one who carried those late game team fights, who brought them the victory. And this guy's a talent. There's class acts all over the board for Order, so just a great, well-rounded team.
And there's also, I guess, a storyline I just remembered. So Kisei, of course, was Chiefs mid laner all last year, and now first split away from Chiefs, picked up by Order. Maybe it's just the chemistry, maybe it's just the change in scenery, but he has performed to a T, under pressure as well, and that's why they are our LCO Split 1 champions, and they're going to South Korea. I think that's the craziest thing, right, is that was for an international qualifier, and it's the first one we've seen in so long go all the way to 5 games. We got so much entertainment today, this afternoon, tonight. I don't know, I'm pretty sure the sun's down. I've just been looking at lights the whole time. But it was fun, and I hope you all really enjoyed that one. And I hope you all send your best to them on Twitter. Go and blow the hell up, because that is worth blowing up about. Now, Kitty, do you have someone to have a chat to?
I have the man, Puma, for tonight's interview, for tonight's final interview for Split 1. So, Puma. Yes, we have the man in the monitor in the back. So, you've made it a reality. I interviewed BioPanther earlier, and what does this mean to you guys going to South Korea?
I mean, I'm at a little bit of a loss for words. But it just showed how hard we've worked for this. Yeah, I think everything that has happened in our lives has like led up to this moment. So I'm just like, yeah, I don't really have words for it. It's really insane.
And when that Nexus tower fell down, and when the Nexus fell down, what emotions were you experiencing?
It was like, it just felt like everything was worth it. All the sacrifices we made, like in that one moment. Yeah, but like still, there's like no words that can describe what we're feeling right now.
Nathan, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say something. I've been told I'm allowed to swear once on broadcast, so I just wanted to say you're a fucking king. Good job. And yeah, great work tonight. See you in South Korea.
Alright, see you there, Max. Are you coming? Right?
Absolutely.
Nice. Let's go.
Well, Puma, what do you have to say to the supporters, the fans that watched all the way to Game 5 after seeing the best series we've seen in the LCO?
Like thanks to the fans. You actually help a lot, even if we don't like interact on Twitter or whatever. Like whoever supports us, like you were part of this journey, and all the people that were like helping us like from other teams, like of other region. Yeah, thank you too, because you helped out a lot. So thanks everyone.
I just need to say as well that your reaction at the end of the game definitely summed up your feelings, so we didn't need too many words from you. You were just, I thought you were going to break your chair. Mate, you were jumping. Run me through that. What was going through your head right at the end? Was it just blank? Was it just pure happiness?
Yeah, I like haven't felt this like in a while. Like even you can see like when we win in the regular split, or even like the past series, like we all have like poker faces. But yeah, I think I just had to let it out because I think it was like emotionally built up for this one moment.
And we've heard the names of King, Lost, FBI, and Violet. Puma, what are you going to do that will represent OC at MSI this year?
I look up to like a lot of the 80 carries in the league and the history. Even like Raze, for example, I still look up to him. He's like, I'd say he's better than me still, but I mean, I don't know, maybe I can become the best. Who knows at this point?
I think that's a pretty solid place to end it. We're going to let you go. Go and enjoy the W. Enjoy winning Split 1 of LCO for 2022. Puma, keep your chin high. All right, you're an absolute king.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he's so happy. So happy. Beautiful. I'm glad you got to use the bloody swear word, Crota. You know, I was thinking about using it at the end, but I'm glad someone else did because it means I keep my job.
Oh, so
Oh, wait, what?
Well, I'll see you guys in South Korea then.
Yeah, it's
Guess
all
we're
right.
back here.
Yeah.
Full-time sub.
Full-time sub forever. Now, we do, of course, have a Dare MVP to have a quick look at. Now, I think we all agreed on this one. It had to be your boy BioPanther up in that top lane solely for the consistency shown throughout the series. Max, tell me what this man did, because that 64% KP across this series, he was a definite eye on, we had to keep the eye on the man.
Yeah, what didn't this man do, Mac? I mean, he played the tank games, he played the Ornn, he played the Scion, was perfectly facilitating for his team, you know, absolutely unkillable in some of those games that we saw early in the series. And then, you know, that last game, that Trendemir performance, I can't even remember his KDA, but I think he went deathless actually towards the end of there. But he just, yeah, knows his role, and as a veteran, he can play not only as a leader in-game, but also out of game as well. So just a real player deserving of this MVP award.
Yeah, I'm sure he helped keep the spirits high throughout that series as well. You could see Puma there. He was saying, like, it kind of felt like another game. They were just trying to keep their heads on. They were just trying to keep the poker faces down and just play their game. And that's exactly what got them across the line. Now, that brings us to the play of the day. In my mind, there's only one that sticks out from order the most. Probably recency bias, but do you guys have any, honorable mentions for what you would like to see as the play of the day?
I mean, everything Kisei was doing at the end of that game, he had a bunch of moments that would, Game 5, Grand Final, and he comes out and quadra kills, gets a pick into a team fight win, absolutely sends it into the enemy base to end the game and take home the trophy. That's huge.
Literally brings a TikTok play into a Grand Final championship match just to flex on everyone.
He'll probably put on his TikTok too. He's a big user of that. So
I feel like it's definitely worthy of making anybody's TikTok at that level. But look, let's have a look at it again. It was, of course, that big quadra kill at the end of the game. The man just jumped on in. He's just doing everything. So, this is the Akali happy feet. So this is from game 3, I think, when he's jumped onto... game 4 rather, second last game, when you see Tapoon, he's just disappeared, and then there's a lot of damage being thrown everywhere else. This is where it could have turned
across
back,
the map.
and he just floats. He just floats to a big dub. So, big performance in this game as well as the last game. But let's run it back again. Hey, Rogue, how's your play-by-play?
Never practiced, but we can give it a go.
Yeah.
Go.
And he goes in with it, and the cannonball, and they're all dead. I'm gonna stick to analyst.
That was solid. I reckon if we got Juves back on the show, he could give you a couple of tips with that.
Michael 2 play. Michael 3 play.
There you go. We got
Skimmy. Thank
Skimmy's
you.
seal of approval coming in on the side. But there you
I'll
go.
stick to playing, guys.
That was the play of the day. Honourable mention to the final game, but of course that was just when things were going crazy, and who knows what's going on. But Kisse, that man, machine on multiple champs. What did he play? 4 different champs across the series?
He played
Next twice?
Bunch. It didn't matter what he was playing. He was doing damage.
Yeah, so just good variety. It's really hard to target ban the man. He's just so damn good. Now, that's pretty much it, right? So let's have a look at the playoffs bracket, and now we've got a winner. We've got every single cell filled out, and as you can see, Order, they have ran the gauntlet. They have done the unthinkable and come through the lower bracket clean as a whistle until the final game where they finally dropped 2, but they still took the trophy, Max.
And Mac, the Order Gauntlet run has been something that's been famous since the OPL. I mean, they've always been a team that has made these famous Gauntlet runs, never been able to actually grab that trophy at the end. But today, it's a historic day. They're no longer second. They're making that Gauntlet run actually all the way to the end and taking home the trophy.
And that's what it's all about. Not only are they taking home the trophy and the international slot at MSI in South Korea, they're taking home $15,000 as well. So I think that's going to sweeten the pot a little bit. Chiefs, of course, in second. They take home $10,000. So big congrats to them for making it this far. But it seems, you know, maybe having those 2 weeks off between games could have played a factor going into this one today.
Well, I think you can't understate the performance that Order have had. They've all of their players have shown up massively, and I said this at the start of the day. Will we get the Order that has shown up the rest of the split that didn't look like a grand final team? But no, we got the Order that showed up that took out PGG and there's come into this grand final, and these players have all shown that they weren't respected as a great team at the start of the split. They were predicted as 4th place team, potentially 5th for some people. But they've come out and won it, and now all the players have a statement to say, am I the best of my role?
I just remembered I was the only one that put Order in first with predictions at the start of the season.
Real?
So go back, have a look at it.
Gigabrain.
I might have got my predictions in the bin with these underdog picks, but I just did it. Just remember that. All right, when we're going into next split, let's see what I put first then. However, this all, of course, wouldn't have been possible without our partners, without our sponsors. So we just need to say thank you very much to all of them. 5Gun, NeoSurf, Dare Us Coffee. We love yous all. Circles Life as well for bringing all that damn good content. And of course, we have to thank Menulog, our presenting partner, for bringing us all the goods and, you know, keeping us warm and, you know, keeping us fed. That's exactly what it's all about, right? Now, that's it. That is it for Split 1. And I just want to remind you all, it's not in the bloody run of show, but imagine this game in an arena at DreamHack on the 4th of September. You get to live it. You get to be part of the energy. If you're not buying a ticket right now off the back of this, I don't know what's going to sell it. So look, treat yourself. Buy one right now, and I'm going to see you there. But that's it. So any final words, any final thoughts from you guys? Have you enjoyed your time in the bright lights on the desk today?
I love it. Anytime I'm the center of attention, great. Best thing ever. But on a serious note, the Order players, I'll speak directly to you guys. You deserve this, and you've worked so hard for this, and you need to relish this moment. You know, this is your moment that you're an old man and you look back on, and you're like, I'm so proud of myself. So live in that moment and know right now you're in one of the best moments of your life, and just enjoy it.
And you could have said that straight to Max as well. I could see him. He's starting to tear up. Look at him. Anyway, big smiles.
I'm making myself cry.
I'll cry after. I'll cry after as I reflect on this. No, but seriously, it's been a great split. Thank you to everyone who's watched us and supported us throughout the whole week. Thank you for doing Max predictions. I don't know how well that ended up after today, but you know, pretty well. And shout out to everyone backstage at LCO too for making this great production. It all came together really, really well. So yeah, been a great experience.
And look, shout out to Kitty as well. You know, great first split as talent. You did so well. We're all so proud of you as well. So that's it. All right, that's it. Thank you all so much for watching. That is it for LCO Split 1. And look, everyone better be in Twitch chat with me, watching Order over at MSI. Order, good bloody luck.
Order up, boys!
Here, Baron by off, and now the fight breaks out, looking to try and take down as many members as they can. Drake is going to fall on down, same with Tapoon. Corporal manages to run away somehow, some way, as Kisse is low. But now Order! In they go! Two-man ultimate mid-jungle, looking to try and assassinate out Arthur, but he's living. But they have nowhere to go because Biopanther is saying, what are you going to do when I drop down the hammer and I get those shutdowns?
They want to get rid of the Baron off everything a little bit from the pressure that Order put down. The
There we
dive's
go.
on.
Gold card looking for Puma. Oh, there he is once again, looking to try and run away. Tapoon! What a knockback, you absolute machine. Charm, great disengage. There's the Cannon Barrage looking to try and split the fight apart. Shadow Surge goes in, nullified by the stopwatch. Fantastic start here, but turn around. And they found that shutdown. Alpha might die as well. There's the price. There is the pay. There's Kisei going in. He locked in a target, but ultimately just going to turn his attention onto Tapoon instead. They've not lost a single member, but they've wiped free from the Chiefs. Moonfall, Alpha was getting charmed there by the Rakan, but the fight's not going to be enough. Kisei's being caught on the flag. Tally with an Evergrass, countered out there by the Slicing Maelstrom. Goes to Puma. He's low. It's a double kill here, found by Raze. And Tapoon has been protected so low, but the safeguard is there. What a team fight. Puma and the rest of the game coming from multiple angles, but Chiefs standing strong. Undying Rage top nice and early. Kevin take it on Tally, 1v1.
Tapoon's dead.
Looking to try and group on up. Tapoon is dead, as you say. Kisei's
Raze
the
is
angle.
gone.
Raze is going to die. He's been one shot. That's a double kill. Kevin goes in with a two-man charge, and I think they're going to find the ace. There's a triple for Kisei. I think Order are doing it. Bio's going to get the ace. It's a quadra for Kisei.
Order have done it.
For the first time ever are going to win their own championship titles. They have dethroned the era of legends. They are your new rising stars of Oceania.